up the whole island massive. It's your boy Chet coming straight from the Golden Globes, you know what I'm saying? Me father Tom Hanks presenting in a white soon forward come. Big up tune.
Probably would have been like, I don't even drink coffee, excuse me. The coffee pot couldn't have been hot because I wasn't drinking any. I got a matcha latte. I didn't drink it. There's no coffee pot fake news. You know who deserves a hot coffee pot? Rosie O'Donnell. Might as well bring a friend up, I'ma close this shit. Talk a bitch off a pole out her clothes and shit. Bitch, I'm here from one night, let's make the most of it. Let's make the most of it. I be on my two-step, yeah. West Coast with it, yeah. Bitch, you know we do the most with it.
Too bad.
Because I'm pretty sure we'd be in the sack right now.
Really? Yeah, we'd be having some fun.
But now, take your top off now.
Hell no.
I'm really supposed to look like that kid.
That's you were supposed to, but something happened.
Yeah, I was born to the wrong
You got
parents.
slapped the yarmulke.
I did.
Hello?
What does that mean?
She thinks I look very Jewish.
Yeah, I do.
Oh.
I could sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful, and they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Japs anymore, man.
Because I want respect. Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality. That I will say the truth.
You and him, my power, my pleasure, my pain, baby. To me, you're like a rose addiction, like a night. Something and you're happy, baby. Did you know that when it snows, my eyes become light, and the light becomes a wine? You say, baby, I don't miss no kiss from a rose of a grave. Ooh, the more I get you, stranger it feels, yeah. Now that you're rose and bloom, a light, it's the love, babe. Na 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 na. Now that your roses in bloom, a light hits the room of the bay. I don't the kiss from the rose of the bay. Ooh, the more I give all you, stranger it feels. Yeah, now that your rose in bloom, a light hits the room of the bay.
Anyway.
Congratulate, I tell you, rest in peace, Val Kilmer. And that, looking at him here in this shot, even dead, Val Kilmer has a better complexion than Seal. Look at that.
More cheruby than Seal, for sure.
We love making fun of people with, what is it, bigolitis he has or whatever it is, with bad complexions, and there's nothing they can do about it. We love making fun of people like that.
Oh my gosh.
Just such assholes. Rest in peace, Val Kilmer. I have a couple things with him. First, welcome everybody to Lotus Notes 33. Chet Haze, quote, Nepo Baby. I was going to call him Wigger Baby or Wiggo Baby. I'm like, no one's going to get that. Yeah. So I had to reduce it down to Nepo Baby against King Baby. I was going to call him King Wig Baby. I decided to simplify it. So it's Nepo Baby against King Baby, to tell you how it all started at Radio Gunk that evolved to here in March, late March of 2015. And when were you first new to the show, David? And before David even speaks,
yes,
here's his theme.
All the guys from my barbershop quartet are dead.
What we got was an expensive boondoggle.
Just as long as the river finds its way to the sea, as long as the robin sings his song from a tree, that's how long I will love you until eternity.
I'm 95. I'm not dead.
You
Nice
know, when
composite.
I recorded, what's that, David?
Nice compositive clips. I've never seen that intro.
You know, when I recorded the Kiss from a Rose song from
Yeah.
Seal, I just got the news Val Kilmer died. And so I woke up and to it. And I'm like, you know what? Let me do this now because I'm going to forget. And I recorded that 30-second out of a REM,
Yeah.
probably a huge nightmare going on. I'm sure there's a huge nightmare that it preceded. And that's right out of just woke up, and you can tell, but that's the work. I could easily, for you people, I don't have to prove anything to you people.
No, you don't.
I could have easily recorded over that and did it again and again and again. I wanted to give you the raw thoughts of how my first priority when I wake up is Val Kilmer and his mortality.
The best way to record a Seal song is just from a dead sleep when you're facing a nightmare of all your things. Yeah.
Look who it is, the Golden Girl wise ass Sarah. Arms editing is stellar as usual. My biggest fear was that I was going to predict to you guys, even though we started a little late in terms of, I was going to say that Sarah's first thing she's going to say, why is that? Sarah's going to say, oh, Val Kilmer's glad he's dead now, hearing that singing, or he's rolling over in his, bat cowl or something like that. And
rolling over in his Mad Mardigan willow grave.
he might be the most complicated, prickly son of a bitch in the history of Hollywood, and I'm including like Marlon Brando in the mix. And here's what my theory. He said, Todd the Tooth, he couldn't agree more. I watched The Doors probably about 5 years ago, and I'd seen it many times before that and knew it. I have no problem. I'm not kidding. Putting this in the top, his performance as Jim Morrison in the top five acting performances of all time. If you want to call it one, I have no problem with that. So strong that he just even stronger than the movie was. And I feel, and I have this theory with acting, and this happens. Like you and I were talking about Bill Murray the other day, how I think he still has Thompson in him when he's, he just with this gives you this immunity and unaccountability. I think that he channeled Jim Morrison so deeply that he never, ever lost what it's like and feels like to be empowered by being Jim Morrison. I think he held on to that for the rest of his life. He was constantly in Morrison shtick mode.
Well, yeah, and you can tell, like, Hunter S. Thompson died when he was 67, and Bill Murray is clearly entering a more reflective phase of his life. Just him talking about Bruce Willis and everything like that. It seems like Hunter S. Thompson would not be that earnest in an interview about another celebrity.
Well, you can't tell when he's earnest because he's just. We said this again. We're talking about. We just did a Vander Arm Rules podcast. It's about 4 hours long, and for some reason we're talking about Bill Murray on Andy Cohen's Watch What Happens live show, and it starts off morose and kind of almost somber. And he's seemingly, go watch this if you get a chance, guys.
Yeah.
He's seemingly eulogizing Bruce Willis before he died. Like Bruce Willis I didn't realize he was a page at Saturday Night Live. He's done every job you could possibly do in New York City when it comes to like trying to make it. He's a bartender. He's a da-da-da. I had no idea he was a page in the original Saturday Night Live cast, Bruce Willis.
Yeah, filling up M&M bowls or something like that.
That's right. That's what he said. And you watch Bill Murray on this. Like Hunter S. Thompson, the fuel is alcohol, and he has like shots with Andy Cohen during this, and he's drinking. I think it looks like he has a Tanqueray and tonic or something like that. And alcohol makes him. He starts to get crazier and open up and get goofier as the half hour goes on. And it's a really odd watch. And Murray, he's to this day, much like Val Kilmer, one of the most complicated. I cannot. It's like he's playing chess. This is such a cliche, but I really mean it with him. Yeah. It's like he's playing chess with the general public, and you're playing checkers, and he's dropping in on barbecues in North Carolina. God, I still cannot figure that guy out.
Yeah, he's like a more curmudgeonly Keanu Reeves in a lot of ways. Like,
he really takes pride in just. He had that thing. He got somebody attacked, not an attack. A paparazzi got too close to him the other day, and he turned around and shoved him.
Right.
And you can't. He was actually serious. Like, you're too close to me. You're too close to me. And shoved him away. And it was, I don't have that for here, but it's worth watching.
He needs the shove because the Chicago accent is too folksy. You're never intimidated by it. It's so true.
And he had a little. It's interesting to see how a guy like him operates too, because he occasionally will have handlers around him. You don't see security. I don't know of anyone who has as much security as Depp. Right. I can't believe, maybe Howard does, but even Howard's kind of hide. With Depp, I don't know. I mean, there's massive names. I saw Paul McCartney on the street. This is like a year or two ago on the corner. Nobody around them. Depp has 6 security guards with him everywhere he goes. Everywhere he goes.
And who's more of a media whore in 2025, Paul McCartney or Johnny Depp? Like, who's showing up at the SNL 50th? You know, and
I know.
Like the easiest guy to book is Sir Paul McCartney. You know, he's like,
and Phil Collins and I aren't even smitten with him, but I'm just saying. Welcome, KC Derula. Welcome, Howsy. We're going to start with Val Kilmer because I think Bon Jovial just showed up, who I want to thank again for both of you. So brilliant. I'm so lucky to have both of you. We did because you always subtly like push the Artie Lange, Jamie Pressly text.
Yes.
And
I'm finally
got to this. You have no idea how long this took me to do. So I got the text. You can't copy and paste it because it's on a screenshot.
It's a screenshot. Okay.
So I had to retranscript it on a certain type that you had to have the thing up, and then I'm writing it on the side, and I'm picking away, and I finally get it, and I have to transfer that onto another thing, and then I have to have AI read it, but AI can only read one, then change the voice as it's going. The whole thing took me it's got to be a couple of minutes of it has to be, the whole thing's like, it took me 4 hours to do this, and then I sent it to Bon Jovial, and only he could spit shine. It was already pretty good.
Yeah.
Only he could make it better than it even was. And he like incorporated the actual text into it. And he has already going back and forth with Jamie Pressly. And damn, I was so I don't know, happy, smitten, proud.
Yeah.
I laughed my ass off to it.
By the way, just before we
Hello, sorry I'm late.
It's nothing better than giving your own theme music.
I just jumped all over you, David. You were so excited, David. What were you about to say? Please tell us.
I was going to go back because John asked me what was the first Gunk show that I listened to, and it was all of you guys talking about Vinny Favale's sexual harassment suit. And
okay. That was a debate we had. It was me and Monique against Benjamin and
Dennis.
It was almost like left versus right. Dennis and Benjamin versus me and Monique about the how Benjamin acted like Vinny Favale's right to work in show business for the rest of his life. Yeah. And my argument was, no, it's not. If they don't like him, they can fire him however they want to fire him, and they can make up stuff that he's creepy, and I'm sure he is creepy. But Benjamin was acting like it should be his birthright to work in show business for the rest of his life. And I said, no, if he doesn't like it, you're out with everybody else. That's the new regime.
Yeah, exactly. So
like this woke thing. This was like this woke thing. Regardless of woke, you're allowed. You're not. If someone finds you creepy, it does nothing to do with whether you think it's deserved or not. If Stephen Colbert doesn't like him, he fires him and he's gone. He's part of the Letterman regime. That's how show business works.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So anyway, that was the first show I heard, and then slowly started participating in the chat, and then, you know, had the nerve to follow you on Instagram and, you know, get involved in the show as a panelist. So there you go.
And then you groomed me on the comments by saying that you knew Michael Mann was an asshole at an event. Yeah, that was my Public Enemies in with Depp, and I'm like, who is this guy?
Yeah,
how do you know Michael Mann?
That doesn't mean he's a bad director.
It doesn't mean he's a bad director.
Michael Mann.
Most people think he's great. Most people think he's great.
Most of my favorite directors are assholes, you know. So. Yeah.
And how about Val Kilmer doing his by far arguably best performance ever in Michael Mann's Heat? Oh my God!
Yeah, you love that movie. You love that movie.
It feels like Val Kilmer was in so much more of that movie than he actually was. He just had a huge.
That's like Alec Baldwin and Glenn Ross. He just has the one monologue, and people act like he's in the whole thing, and it's the only thing people talk about with that movie.
That's right.
So true.
Very true. Yes.
Mr. D, I got one of my good friends growing up, really closer to my sister's age, but he was like one of those guys I idolized in my neighborhood, the older guy. He should have played Major League Baseball. He easily should have played. He has the same eyes as me and Matt Murdock, and he couldn't. They held it. He actually pitched batting practice for the Yankees for 3 years. The Yankees, nobody cared about them. Like the before George Costanza, just a little bit. He had one crossover to the Costanza years with Danny Tartable, and the early '90s Yankees, early '90s Yankees, and his name's Brad Hallen, and he thinks that Val Kilmer. I cannot talk to this guy about show business, and he loves talking pop culture even as much or more than sports. That he thinks that Val Kilmer in Tombstone was the best performance ever in a Western. And he thinks that it's his best performance. He loves this movie. I'm not into Westerns. I'm really not. But everybody raves that he is unbelievable in that movie. I've seen Tombstone. I just don't remember it well anymore.
Yeah.
But, you know, did you see Tombstone, Bon?
Bon?
No, I have not.
I'm not talking about the Spider-Man villain, for Christ's sake. I'm talking about... the Western.
You know me, I could get that mixed up so easily, couldn't I?
You know what's funny about you, though? You love Spawn, and the creator of Spawn is Todd McFarlane, who wrote a very memorable run and pencil of Spider-Man.
Of Spider-Man, yes. Yeah.
And Tombstone's a Spider-Man villain, so I don't know why you don't...
But I don't know it or anything. Like I don't know anything about Spider-Man. I can't remember anything.
And then you're into video
games.
Games.
Down, and Kirsten Dunst kissed him. That's
it. But you do know Batman's mythos pretty well, right?
Not really. Like Jack Nicholson killed his parents.
Jack Nicholson killed his parents. Killed Howard's parents. Killed Ben and Ray Stern. And Howard would have you believe that Ben and Ray Stern's demise is going to be that they got killed in an alley by fucking Jack Napier. Joe Chill is the actual name of the person who killed Batman's parents. It's not Jack Napier.
Yeah,
it's Joe Chill. That's the comic book lore about that. But it's both of you. Like I would have thought, like you people love comic books, David, and I would have thought you were a bigger. Yeah. You love soundtrack. You love Danny Elfman. You love The Simpsons. You love a lot of comic book adjacent things, but you're not into the.
I think the non-artist gay guys sort of are more the like video game comic booky types, the ones that don't pursue the arts professionally, and the ones that do are sort of like more music. Movie focused movies that don't have to do with franchises necessarily.
Okay,
so that's my theory anyway.
It's great. So thanks Bon Jovial being here. I kind of tweaked his opening a little bit because we were talking about this last week. So let me it's not get this out of the way, but I'm looking forward to showing him this because he didn't even see this, and I was
we're playing it again.
And I was no. This is new. This is
okay, you haven't played it already.
The next issue, which is a gentleman by the name of John Christopher Depp, 51 years old, otherwise AKA Jack Sparrow, and he has decided to bring into our nation 2 dogs without actually getting the proper certification and the proper permits required. Basically looks like he snuck them in. We found out he snuck them in because we saw them taking it to a poodle groomer. Now, Mr. Depp has to either take his dogs back to California or we're going to have to euthanize them. He's now got about 50 hours left to remove the dogs. Now, he can put them on the same charter jet he flew out on and fly them back out of our nation. Why is this important? There's diseases such as leishmania, rabies, leptospirosis, Alicia, and all these, well, we want to keep out of our country. There is a process if you want to bring animals in. You get the permits, they go into quarantine, and then you can have them. But if we start letting movie stars, even though they've been the sexiest man alive twice, to come into our nation, then why don't we just break the laws for everybody? So it's time that Pistol and Boo buggered off back to the United States.
Look, let me ask you a question. How many years seniority have you got?
She's always been an ice queen, that one.
Captain Boomerang, you old son of a wallaby.
Well, at least he didn't make me eat my own laser kaleidoscope. That's...
They call me Pyro. In the mood for a hot date?
In a bullseye. Have to believe we are magic.
Australia is a wonderful island with a treasure trove of unique plants, animals, and people.
That's a lie. It has to be protected.
Australia is free of many pests and diseases that are commonplace around the world.
That's a sign of aggression. You can see how she's got her mouth slightly ajar. She's got her teeth showing.
Declare everything and enter Australia.
Let's let you know you are my kind.
She's always been an ice queen, that one.
Captain Boomerang, you old son of a wallaby.
Well, at least he didn't make me eat my own laser kaleidoscope. That's...
Bon, I think that, what's your take on Barnaby Joyce? Bon Jovial.
I'm sorry. John.
I need your opinion on Barnaby Joyce.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot who Barnaby Joyce is.
He's in agriculture, the prime minister of agriculture. And what he said was a really good summary of the whole Depp Heard situation. The only thing he left, it didn't really leave anything out. That was the whole dog smuggling thing. He summarized it almost to the letter in that little press conference.
Oh, well, I'll put it to David. Now you know. What do you think of that? It's an outrage, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the word euthanize kind of like made me jump a little bit. I was like,
I know you people always jump and euthanize. I knew that.
Right? Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly.
Well, there's no way that was going to happen. I think that was an idle threat. Imagine that.
He kept that up for months, Bon. That he wasn't backing off. I was crazy. And like Depp went on Kimmel, and I might try to get that for next time. Kimmel's show is weird when he plays stuff from it. But yeah, Depp went on Kimmel, physically threatening him on Kimmel's show.
I don't think he works anymore in Australia. Not Depp, but Barnaby. There was a massive. He had some relationship, I think, that he didn't disclose. I think he's quit politics now or something. I can't. Hold on, I'll just look him up. But
Boo and what's the other dog's name?
Boo and Pistol and Boo. His mother named them.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Betty Sue Palmer Depp. Stern Simon named them. And Amber Heard eventually co-opted the dogs. And what happened in that was, as the story goes, and I don't know what I believe anymore from these two, but Amber Heard insisted they come to Australia with them. And then Depp's like, no, it's not really necessary. They're fine here. And she's like, no, they got to go. So she didn't want to go through the protocols. He didn't give a shit about checking on the protocols, nor should he, I guess. And they're already, on the fucking 17th hole of their relationship.
Well,
pun intended.
What good is Isaac Baruch if he's not doing all this assistant work for them? Figuring out like how you can bring a dog into a country.
That is a brilliant reference, Brad. The brilliant David and Isaac Baruch is Depp's. How would we say the
'Cause
Jewish
Cato
Cato Kalin of
Yeah.
the Eastern Columbia buildings, and he lives in a penthouse he was given, and his job is to paint. Just
Penis
crass,
paintings.
He
provocative,
was great
unnecessary.
though.
Yeah.
He nearly made me cry during the trial when he got all upset. I was just like, oh my.
He looks like
goodness.
Billy Joel now, if you look at
does,
him.
Yeah.
Right. And he's a childhood friend of Depp's who moved to South Florida from Brooklyn, obviously, when you look at him, which is a big pipeline, right? Coming from the tri-state area to South Florida, Jews and Italians. And he had a band as well. And he also moved to LA with him. And they had they had this like circuit of, what would you call that style of music, Bon? Like the Romantics, and it's not punk per se. It's like pop punk, or like what would you call the Pretenders, and what would you call
New wave, power pop?
Yeah, new wave, power pop. Vade said that?
Yeah.
Nice. I didn't know you people knew those genres like that.
Well, I know. I mean, I know the Romantics, but
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you sing the Talking in Your Sleep? Yeah.
I know the tunes more than I know the lyrics.
When
Yeah.
you close your eyes and you go to sleep, 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 sound in the sound of David's heartbeat.
By the way, you
And
singing,
go ahead.
You singing the Seal song. It sounds like Cabby when he left all those voicemails to Howard when he was like coked out in 2003.
Yeah, that's what I left it like that too. I could have easily cleaned it up and did it.
No, but I love
liked
it.
it. It sounded
Like
like I
the
left
charm.
a message for myself. That's
Yeah.
what. New wave.
Uh,
I hear the secrets that you keep when G. Canada's talking in his sleep. You know, he says testicular providence in his sleep. We got to get him on here to sing. I played with the Romantics, Mr. D. Yeah, they're from Detroit's got some scene. Yeah, so Mike Skill, Jimmy Marinos, Dan Marino, Kaz Candler. How do you know the whole band? That's crazy.
Wow.
Mr. D, did you know that Depp's band, the Kids, if you see old pictures of them, they are, I'm never convinced of this more. Everything they did was bitten off of the Romantics. And you could, the look they had, those, that sort of punk pompadour you have and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's just like them. It's just like them. If you had in contact with these guys, Mr. D, I want you to ask them about Depp's band and Bruce Witkin, the Kids. And I believe they opened for them a few times, and they are utterly, completely biting off everything the Romantics did. I have no doubt. I've never been more convinced of that than in the last 3 months looking at that. Ben 4810 says Val Kilmer, he broke all our hearts when he married Joanne Whalley and Nurse Mills in the brilliant BBC series The Singing Detective. I don't even know that.
I don't even know who that is.
Hashtag tinned asparagus. That is so Ben 4810. No, we gotta work in Elle Macpherson, Tata Toothy into that. You're right. You are right.
You know what? Joanne Whalley. Okay, I do remember this. Joanne Whalley was his romantic interest in Willow. Like they met on Willow. She was the princess in Willow, and they met on that movie, fell in love, and they got married. So that was his wife.
You do know it.
I did. I didn't know her name. I knew the story from Willow.
Okay. Tati when Steinbrenner was suspended and couldn't trade Jeter from Reno. Quick fix. Yeah, Brad's stint is just before that, Tata Toothy. It's just earliest of 90s, we call it the Luis Polonia era, when nobody gave. I mean, you could go there. I would love to know what their payroll. We talked about how bloated their payroll. I would love to know what their payroll was then. Mel Hall, and they had it's just a bunch of. It was the worst pitching staff ever. Like Dave LaPointe, Andy Hawkins, fucking Dave Island. What a horrible team. And then Brad was the Bucky Dent, knew him from spring training, and he brought him in as the left-handed batting. He got to travel with them and full 162 game schedule. And he's got so many cool stories. God damn it. So many. Virtually there's no name you can't throw at him where he doesn't have a story from that era. Baseball is really good at that time too. Like the early 90s is good to before the steroid explosion and stuff. So how about we do a little bit? You guys ready for some Val Kilmer moments?
Let's do it.
On Stern. And you're like, well, Val Kilmer was never on Stern. Exactly. Before we do, Bon Jovial wants me to play this.
Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. You think this shit comes easily? You think ARM spends hours and hours and hours and hours ferreting because he loves it? You think David learns the theme song to Cheers live on the air for his health? And what about the Sarah man? She doesn't want to come on the show anymore, but everybody still loves her. Give her your money. What about Australia? You think it's cheap to broadcast from Australia? It costs hundreds of dollars an hour. Give us your money.
So well done. So well. I just listened to that on my own time. Just put it on my my phone and stuff, and
You ironically send money even though it's going back to you, so it's just money on a loop.
yeah. How do you not? How intimidating that is. The only thing more intimidating is Sarah than that. What
John,
happened? What happened?
That's a good moment to do this. I mean, I'm just like
I knew it.
loving last week, and
Does she have a
I made
tan?
the
Do you see those wrists? Does she have a tan? In
oh,
that?
we're gonna see everything right now.
Oh,
We're gonna see it
God.
all. This is last week. If Bon, we know everybody remembers. I was just throwing out ideas, saying, "How about a picture of Sarah's hair? That would be incredible." Because God knows what she's got rocking. We haven't seen anything for years.
Could you
The old
imagine Joe
picture was
Biden
from
smelling
COVID.
that hair, Bon?
Oh, good
Oh
Lord,
my God,
it'd be
he would have
me.
goddamn 2 hours smelling that hair. It would
So
take.
she writes, if Bon still deems it necessary to see my hair here, since we got some Venmos, I'll oblige. Context in last night's show, she's so snappy, little viper. And I was just like, oh my God, look at this. And then look at what we've got here. Look at this cascading like river of lovely. We get this picture of her hair, and look at me, I'm zooming in. Look at this, just from the top to the bottom, as Sarah would say. And look, guys, I love hands. Here we are, as a zoom in. Look at that. Some sort of tanning. Here's back to the hair. Look as this goes down. It's going down. Is there anyone in the chat enjoying this? I don't know. Yeah, I'm sniffing
Everybody
the hair.
enjoys everything you do, Bon.
But I want everyone to pay attention to you. The most important thing to me when I was just staring at this picture was this. I mean, look at this stacking and folding. This caught my eye, and then I thought, wow, this is a neat person, especially the bottom row that's coming up. Look at the bottom ones right there. Look at them. Perfection. Let's go back. While we're here, let's go back to the top. Look at them. Any comments on the chat on the very precise stacking and folding? It's a very neat.
Yeah,
person.
right?
It says a lot
It's like
about a
origami.
person.
It's like laundry
That's
origami.
right. And look at this scary zoom in to just hair. My voice just cracked then beautifully. Hair.
Your side is coming out. Yeah.
So kudos to the Sarah man. Dreams can come true. I'm going to tell all of you. And I'm, it was a 2-for-1 deal I got out of this because, I'm not into like the foot thing as some
I'm not
people
either. Eddie
are.
Murphy is.
But I'm
The brothers
a big
love the feet.
hands.
Brothers love the feet.
I love hands. So I was the next thing I would have asked for, if we'd just got the head like this, well, not the towels, but the head. If we'd just got the whole head factor, I would have been saying, well, next week, if we could get some sort of hand action from Sarah.
You can still beat off to it, Bon.
I don't know.
Bon Jovial acts like Bon Jovial.
Excusez-moi.
Bon Jovial
Yes,
acts
go,
like
John.
if you zoom in close enough, eventually her face will be revealed. Like the
Right.
picture will actually turn around because he's gonna will it to turn around, or there'll be
That's
nudes
what I'm.
eventually.
You read my mind. I'm hoping. I got 2 for 1. So I got hand action and I got hair action, and that is beautiful hair. I'll say beautiful, mate, beautiful. And I'm looking
What's that?
for
The hell
that's
is
like a
that?
Greek. That's like a Greek, a 1980s Greek. What do you call it? Like guy who works in a fish, not a fish shop. A vegetable, fruit seller.
no-
Beautiful, mate.
Oh,
you know?
okay.
If you
I think
go
he's
up
talking
and you
about
go,
Joe's from Seinfeld. David,
Yes. Right.
Joe's fruit stand. You remember the guy? Goes,
That's exactly
you're banned,
right.
You're banned. You're banned.
And you can't,
worst
you
mango I
can't
ever had.
return it. You can't return fruit.
Who can't return fruit?
Only Jews return. David said only Jews return fruit. In the
I did say
background.
that proudly.
But in Australia, if you went up to this guy at the fruit market and you picked up an avocado and you said, "Oh, it's a bit tough. It's not very soft," he'd go, "A couple of days, mate. Beautiful." And a comedian in Australia had a big routine on that, which he's now.
I want to thank Tendrils for her Sony candor up here. They are. a
What does
strange
that have to
company.
do with this story?
Nothing. I just because it's going to go away and I want to forget because she wrote here. Anytime
bored
I
of
get
the
a story, I worked at Sony Pictures when the first Spider-Man came out. It pulled, I know, $1 billion. Sony threw a party, gave every employee $100 bills. That's how confident. You know, that got them out of bankruptcy at the same time, Tendrils. I'm
Right.
sure you knew that. And those were the days. So that was like the second, no, I'm saying third Marvel movie. It went Blade 1, X-Men 1, and then Spider-Man 1. And then it was believed they were subcontracted to Sony. Marvel didn't own the rights to Spider-Man. And that, because of what Marvel reaped from that pulled them out of quote unquote bankruptcy. That's a great story. Thank you, Tendrils. I love your Sony anecdotes. Can't get enough.
Thank you,
Go ahead,
Tendrils.
Bon. I don't know why I thought of that. Bon, what'd you go? Mad Morgan, Han Solo, Warwick Davis.
Oh, and let's not get on to Warwick Davis. Let's talk about Sarah. So, thanks, big ups to the Sarah band. And this week, we are looking for a face shot, and everyone get on the Venmo. 'Cause what's she gonna do if everybody donates and gives her the MF money? We're looking some kind of face, and John, you know that. Maybe just the eyes. If we could get a picture of Sarah's eyes, close up, maybe eyes, a little bit of forehead, a bit lower.
You're obsessed with eyebrows and eyelashes, right, Sarah?
That kind of thing.
I love him playing drops on his own while he's his own speaking. That is multitasking 101.
That's
There's
setting
not a
up.
lot of people do that. Drops on their own dissertation.
I'll send a video of my hands playing piano next time. That should bring in the parishioners, you know.
Between David's hair and Sarah's hair too, right? You talk about
two full-headed brunettes running the show here, right?
Her hair is the envy of all of Oregon, and yours is the envy of all of WeHo, and that's saying something, right? Because you have the beautiful people,
right?
So I'm gagging for that because y'all know. Don't you love
y'all?
when people say y'all?
Wow,
Look at y'all.
No,
I never
nobody
used
asked
y'all
you that.
earnestly.
Chet
Someday.
Haze, oh my!
Not a lot of white people can pull off y'all.
Yeah,
and
Chet Haze guy.
have it sell. I think A. Smith's one of them.
John, I love you agreeing with yourself in drops. Like, yeah, I agree with that, John. Yeah.
It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
Look
It's a lot
at
of fun.
this. You know, Sarah. She was resting maybe or reading, and look at that. That no is the answer about the eyes. We can't even get.
I mean, don't we have a
that's
picture
eyes.
of that in the logo?
Yeah, I
behind
do.
glasses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's tough
but
to
we haven't
draw a comparison there.
We haven't seen one for years, though, and of course we've got a lot to work with, you guys. Like this can just go. Oh my God, yeah, this could go. And while I'm at it, let's talk about this. We just need to get here. We're done with Sarah, but let's talk about John. Look at this, everybody. How about John? The outpouring of emotion last week for your 10-year anniversary, John. Have you been enjoying the kudos you've been getting, all of the emotion?
I mean, this is this bleeds into it. This is part of the Chet Haze thing is part of it. I didn't real. I mean, it's amazing that 10 years had gone by. It really started like before that. I was trying to get that thing going in like 2012, 2013, and you just couldn't get any like takers, and the technology wasn't there, and I was kind of scared of. There was no StreamYard, there was no, and if you're
No.
so yeah, it goes all the way back to like 2012. There's a lot of what we have today that goes back to that era, like starting
So
at
it's
like
been it was an emotional week for you, and look at the medallion, as I call it, that I presented to you, that I had custom made. I think it's golden. It's made of gold, and you're the only person to have one on YouTube.
yeah,
Look
it
at
was
the
amazing. Yeah, well, I was so touched by the work you did. You and David, and the
Oh,
secrets that you kept, to quote the Romantics, and it's really, it's a testament to just following through with something. I'm proud of what we did. I'm proud of the information that's been on the dialogue and what we do, and kind of providing that kind of service. But I'm proud of being able to follow through with something for 10 years straight. That's
that's it.
that level of commitment.
You were amazing, and keep it up, people. Keep leaving comments about favorite John moments over the 10 years. But thank you.
Before I
Thank
forget,
you
I
for
have two
me.
shows. I have two shows I need to recommend to you, Bon,
Oh.
specifically you, because we have the same taste in this. And David, I know you'll enjoy this too. This is for everybody. I've never been wrong. I know my instincts are right on this. I'm not bragging, but this is all I got. And in terms of trusting my intuition, my arm
Is
tuition.
one
here.
of them about the mob?
No, not really, but it might as
Okay.
well be.
No,
Maybe
continue.
they're no, it's not this one. So one of them is from Jon Hamm from Mad Men, and he
Oh,
is on a show called Your Friends and Neighbors. I don't love the title. I
Looks
would
like
have
a
called
chick
it.
It looks like a chick show to me. I've seen the trailer. I'm sure
No,
David's
it's
seen the
not.
trailer. Everybody's probably seen the trailer. They've been pushing it everywhere. What's the deal with the show? Give us the lowdown, John.
I would have called it Hedge Clipper. That would have been my title for it. I think it's snappier. Your Friends and Neighbors is a title I've heard a million times. I think that's too generic and forgettable. I would have called it Hedge Clipper. He's a hedge fund manager who goes bankrupt. He just loses it all, and he can't deal with parting from the lifestyle, and he starts. You can incorporate Howard into this. So he basically lives in the Hamptons type neighborhood, or like Connecticut or something like that, and he decides that he's going to burglarize all his rich friends' houses of the things they're not going to miss. So his attitude is like, Beth has 3,000 pairs of shoes. I'll steal the last 30 of them. She's not going to know or exist. And so he steals. Apparently, he burglarizes all his friends' houses to try to maintain the lifestyle while he's with them.
So he calls it a victimless crime in some
He
ways.
says like
Okay.
it's kind of a commentary on the have and the have-nots. So he's like saying you have, it's like David, it's like stealing Seinfeld's 65th car.
Right.
He's not going to miss it. That kind of thing. So he knows like what his friends aren't going to miss, and he burglarizes all their houses to maintain the lifestyle because he's bankrupt.
Interesting.
Okay.
By the way, I changed my picture to me at that Browns game when I was like 10 years old. So I'm in a Browns shirt right now. Yeah.
That's a great picture. That is a
10-year-old
great
David.
picture.
Yeah.
That's a cute kid.
Yeah, photogenic.
So the brown
Aw.
shirt is kind of covered, but yeah, that's me.
Like a
It's all right.
young River Phoenix.
Yeah,
in that.
trying to not pass out from heat stroke. It was like in the dead of August. It was.
Oh, you went
right
to a
on the lake.
preseason game?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh my God, that's
like
rough.
right
That-
before
Pure
school
humidity,
started.
right? You're swimming in humidity apparently over there.
Oh, it's awful because it's right on the lake. The Brown
Right.
Stadium is right on Lake Erie. So yeah.
Even early September, Cleveland, Ohio is horrible, right? As far
Oh,
as
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's the extremes, because then you get the worst winners at the same. I don't know how that's possible. I don't
So
know how
Jon
it's possible.
Hamm is great in it. And then what's the other show that you're recommending everyone
The other
watch?
show is another heist show that we love, and it reminds me of a little bit of Animal Kingdom a little bit, and it's called Dope Thief. And so these
Dope
two
Thief.
friends. This is what I say about how if Sarah put on an FBI windbreaker, all her problems would go away. These guys do that. So they pose as feds, and they steal. They just steal from drug houses and they just
This
run
looks
through
good.
Philadelphia.
I'm looking this up now. This looks very streetwise.
It reminds
who
me
are the-
of Mayor of Kingstown. If you didn't go to prison, like if they didn't focus on prison.
Oh well, you know, I'm definitely going to be watching this today after the show, and I'm just.
I'm
gonna
not
bring
sure
Up...
how deep it is into the series yet, so I don't know. I'm just telling you to get in front of it. It's called
So
Dope Thief.
How many episodes have you watched?
Nothing
sir?
yet. I just found out about it 2 days ago.
Oh, so you can't recommend if it's good. But
So you see that you see the badges they have
just
on?
make you think. Yeah, are they undercover?
They're just like a detective.
Yeah, they're undercover.
Drug enforcement agents. I think they're
Who are
posing
these
as.
two gentlemen here?
I don't know them too well as actors, but I'm going to get. This is what's good about these shows: is you get to know people from these shows, and then you start following them after that.
Great title, great font there, very simple. It makes you feel like this is gritty and dirty. I'll be watching this. I'm going to go look to where I can download this illegally.
What do you think? What do you think of my title, Hedge Clipper, instead of Your Friends, Your Neighbors?
Yeah, I don't mind. I
Because
think
he's
it's
a
much
hedge
better
fund
than
manager.
That title.
Right,
I can't stand that title. It's a mouthful.
Yeah, it needs. It's
It's
too
awful.
It's too generic. It needs to be. I'm changing it to Hedge Clipper right now.
Just call it thief.
And
call
that's
it
that's been done too. It's got to. You can need something that hasn't been done and is memorable. I think Hedge Clipper is good because it's a double entendre because he's in a rich neighborhood with huge hedges like Howard has, and then he's a hedge fund manager no longer, and then that's gone away. So I'm combining.
That works even better when you've got that.
Yeah, the double meaning. Yeah, it's one of those ads where it's like, is it a TV show or is it like an ad for the spring collection at Hollister? Like you can't tell. You can't tell which.
That was lovely. And look at this. Pal-El, aren't you just a beautiful
Thank you, Pal-El.
man? Oh my God.
Thank you
Sarah
for the compliments.
The Sarah man has something to say to you, Pal-El.
You know, Pal-El, I have an issue with you.
There you go.
Also, Pal-El, I feel really good about the Superman movie. And my instincts are never wrong when I watch a trailer. I feel really good. I think they went back to the fun, idiosyncratic aspects of Superman that makes him so much fun, and the Fortress of Solitude and Crypto and all the nuance, all the idiosyncrasies in the Superverse. I have a really good feeling about the movie. Not even just Hawkgirl and Mr. Terrific and Guy Gardner, Green Lantern, and who are in it. And you can't have enough cameos for me. And Lois Lane looks like Lois Lane finally with Rachel Brosnan. Take that, Amy Adams. Shove it up your ginger fucking
You got
ass.
mad at Amy, the broad. That was part of the charm
Suck
of the
it.
ARM. Rare rant. When you get that fiery, you do a 2-minute rant. That's
Yeah.
a long time in radio.
So speaking of rants, well, not really. I have one last thing before we go to Val Kilmer. This is an issue to the mighty Pittsburgh Steelers organization. I have been a fan, because David's picture here, I've been a fan younger than this kid, this young, aspiring, brilliant, virtuoso composer in this Browns picture. And it's funny because my first memory of the Pittsburgh Steelers is in my living room / den on the floor, laying down, watching a Browns Steeler game at 5 or 6 years old. And that's when I became a fan. And Franco Harris's first name was also the same first name as my favorite snack, SpaghettiOs, Franco-American. And so I became a huge Steeler fan. This is to the Steelers. It kills me to have to come to this. This is an ultimatum. This is an ARM ultimatum. If you sign vaccine denier, smug, fucking fake Jeopardy host Aaron Rodgers, washed up, smug prick and a half Aaron Rodgers, I am becoming a San Diego Chargers fan. Stat, summarily, no questions asked. I'm never coming back. I don't care if you cut him on day 2, on game 3. I'm going to my second favorite team, and they're close, the San Diego Chargers, and I'm never looking back. They never disappoint me. They never piss me off. They come really close. And again, it's very unique to say you're a Chargers fan. They've always been my second favorite team, and it's a close. I'm warning you now, Pittsburgh. You are going to lose me as a lifetime Steelers super fan. No more steel curtain. No more terrible. I will towel snap you with your own towel if you sign Aaron Rodgers. I can't believe the Jets didn't lose every fan. You're not ruining. He's 41. Forget about the age. You're not. Anything less than a Super Bowl with this team is a failed season. They have 6 Super Bowls. They're tied with one. If you don't win a Super Bowl, you're not going to win it. You know you're not going to win it with him, so that's out. So what is the point in even bringing his name up and pissing off the likes of me? They've been flirting with signing him for 2 months. If you sign him, I'm out. I am out. I am a San Diego Chargers fan. Tone Cott goes, yeah, they're the Los Angeles, not to me, Tone Cott. They're always the San Diego Chargers fan. San Diego, what, you can't have Comic-Con and the Chargers in the same city? You got to bump one to LA? Even David's like, do you really need 2 teams in LA?
I know, it was like, what, we can't have fish tacos and the San Diego Chargers in the same time?
The San Diego Chargers have the coolest uniforms. They remind me of Black Lightning. Every variation of it is great. I have loved that team, secondly to the Steelers, my whole life. In addition, I go back to Dan Fouts and Chuck Muncie and Kellen Winslow and John Jefferson. There is no look, because I know the Chargers won't piss me off. I know they won't. And I know Herbert will be there forever. And I know what I'm working with them. They're always competitive. They're always likable. They're always good. I know Harbaugh's a great coach. He doesn't shake hands with Schwartz. That's it. You're never going to reel me in again. It takes so much for me to defect on that. I'm done. If Aaron Rodgers is one snap in the preseason, I'm out. I'm done. That's it. That's it. I know. I don't know how the franchise is going to recover from losing me, but that's on you. That's your problem.
Yeah, their local Dennis Miller should relay the message to them. Go back to Pittsburgh. And,
I can't believe you knew that. Did you know Ed O'Neill tried out for them?
For Monday Night Football.
He's from your area too. He's from either
to play the game,
Columbus,
right.
Ohio. Then he tried out for the Steelers.
Yeah, I think he's from Youngstown.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, A. Smith, sir. We love you, A. Smith. Thank you, Mr. D.
Sarah.
Christian nationalist Aaron Rodgers, MAGA's washed-up quarterback and fake Jeopardy host. Election, not just that, but and then QAnon, conspiracy kook, and the vaccine stuff. God, I hate his guts. Oh. Yeah, he tried to become the Jeopardy host. You see that?
Oh, he did. Oh, I didn't. I missed that.
I was wondering if you liked him because isn't he dating Taylor Swift? Is that
no, God, he's such a
no. That's
I'm not going to even correct it. I'm not going to even correct it.
So this guy got injured and had to resign, and he's got like $100 million that year or something, and then he got
this
injured.
huge contract. He got injured on the first snap. Then ruined the Jets' work. It's impossible. The Jets will ruin them. They'll find a way to ruin themselves, and he set that franchise back further than they already were, and now Pittsburgh's flirting with taking him. Justin Fields was the quarterback last year for a little while, and then they had Russell Wilson. Justin Fields is the best scrambling quarterback in the history of the NFL, and they wouldn't even try it. And they wouldn't. That pissed me off. First, that was kind of strike 1 and 2. If you sign Aaron Rodgers, even for a game, I'm out. I'm done. I'm a Charger fan. That's it. And there's no going back. That's my threat. Suck it, Hines. Suck it, Rooney. Suck it.
This is why I bring up the medallion when we get a golden arm moment, which we're getting right now. This is going to be in a shorty. Arms, football, whatever it is.
I'm sure I'm not alone. I'm sure I can't be alone. Yeah, Youngstown. Thank you, Housey.
I'll bring up the medallion when Arm's got to each show. Arm should be sort of hoping that this appears on the screen because that means he's kicking ass, making home runs, and quarterback.
We need the pomp and circumstance graduation music. The da 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 when you're giving it a yeah.
The Chargers are good though every year. The Chargers don't have a Super Bowl, but they're not now. There's 17 games. They're 10-7, 9-8 every year. They're competitive and they're in a tough division and they're so effing likable. And they're always going to be San Diego to me. PC23 is a Steeler fan. So is Tamara Francois. So is we have how many Steeler fans? We have at least 5. There's a lot of them because they're good every year, and they sucked you in the 70s, and they have a huge likability about that franchise, and they always get it right. They couldn't have butchered it more. This is something that is a deal breaker for me, and it runs deeper than that. But Chubby Pickle's also a Steeler fan, I might add. Angels in charge. I'm an Angel fan. Now, yes, Telly Savalas. Yes, Theo Kojak. You remember that. So, yeah, I'm an Angels fan and a Chargers fan, and they're kind of the bastard stepchild of both cities to the Dodgers and the Rams. But, yeah, I'm impressed you knew that. I am an Angels fan.
excitement of it. Like, should we just, to calm us down a little, let's go to the Sphinx for a moment, you know?
Are almost like symptoms of the bigger, problem. And it's like attack the bigger problem rather than the symptoms.
Look at Johnny Meyer going back. That's right. Just speculation. I don't think Aaron Rodgers and Jimmy Kimmel. The Aaron Rodgers Jimmy Kimmel feud was great. Johnny Meyer. That's what Howard does
John
not
can't
deserve.
get off this subject now. Yeah, let's try and calm
Are
him down.
almost
That was
like
a great feud, by the way, in the
symptoms
song.
of the bigger, problem. And it's like attack the bigger problem rather than the symptoms.
Thank you, David.
It sounds like I'm trapped in a pyramid and I'm just talking to myself to stay sane. Like,
you're the Sphinx, though. You're not in the pyramid.
No, I know.
Are
Just
sort
the
of
way that I
you are
visualize
the
it.
pyramid.
Mr. D, that's so crazy you say that. They are my third favorite team. The Lions, when
Oh
I was
my
a kid,
God.
my favorite player was Billy Sims.
Don't play
when
it
I was
again,
a little
Bon.
kid in
I'm not going to play it. I can't control this, man.
So the
Continue, John.
Lions, yeah, I love the Lions. The Lions, my third favorite. Billy Sims, my favorite all-time player, and I always loved them in my top three as well. And I can't believe you said that. Debbie's from Cleveland. All right, guys, you ready for some Val Kilmer?
I'm ready.
This is Val Kilmer on the Howard Stern Show. Not really, adjacently through other people, and we'll see how this goes. Some really interesting stuff here. Come on. Present. Come on. Here we go. Val 1. Let me say. Down here. There we go. Jack Black comes on the Howard Stern Show, and he tells a story. He tells a story that Val Kilmer is stalking him. Not a joke, for real. And you'll realize this is not kidding.
No, not in the Lenny Kravitz, the party zone. No, but that Val Kilmer's kind of stalking me a little bit.
No kidding.
Yeah.
How'd that happen?
I don't know. He likes to rock. You know, he was Jim Morrison in the Doors.
Right.
Yeah.
Still living it?
He just wants to rock. I don't know. He wants to party with me or something.
And you don't want to party with him?
No, I do, but
He's creepy, dude. I'd
whenever
watch out
there's
for
a
him.
stalking situation, it gets a little creepy.
How does he stalk you, though? It's always creepy when another guy...
He just shows up where I'm supposed to be. Hey, man.
And what do you do?
And now he's got a big, beefy, scary beard. And
Bon, did you hear what we said about him before, Kilmer? Do you think that when he played Jim Morrison so brilliantly and how he didn't win, I think it's one of the top 3 performances of all time. If someone said it was one, I'm fine with that. That Jim Morrison seeped into him so much that he never could let go of the persona of Jim Morrison for the rest, as some people do. Like,
true, sure.
Yeah, I do too. I think if anyone has like an FU
times 10, yeah.
This
accountability.
This is a low energy Jack Black. He sounds very out of character, like an offstage
He's probably
voice.
stoned off his face.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it's
7:30 in the morning for him. I'm sure he can't stand these hours. Definitely, that's a great observation by you. He hosted Saturday Night Live last week too, as a matter of fact, and that's the real guy. They tweaked like 6 sketches around him playing guitar. They had one sketch where they had 7 bass guitarists at the same time. It's kind of funny.
Oh,
It was one of those
goodness,
weird.
that
It was funny. That was the point of it. How it wouldn't work.
He could overpower you.
looks a little man's in it. I don't know, man. I got some meat in my bones.
So you don't want to hang with him. There are certain people you're leery of.
Yeah, I don't trust anybody. I'd like to kind of... Yeah.
What's he doing? Is he IMing you constantly? Or?
Explain why Val Kilmer was in the smoking room with me and Scott just before.
Like, where did he...
This is Artie's like been on the show for like a month at this point. This is like the earliest days of Artie.
Okay.
When's the last time you saw him?
Hey, Val.
Well, I just saw him yesterday. You know, we're going around promoting movies. He's doing his porno movies.
Right. Yeah, you'll do better.
Does he cruise by here?
No.
Yeah, so Howard reveals here he's been booked to do the show and skipped out on him. And this isn't just once. This is one of the times. I knew I heard that.
Yeah, you'll do better.
Does he cruise by here?
He was supposed to, and then
Is that right?
I saw he was booked on here, and then suddenly he was unbooked.
That is weird.
We
Hey,
could have
it's
told
Val.
We just told him Jack Black was going to be here. He
Yeah, we could have lured him in. I'd like to interview him. He's a real freak. You should hang with him just to see what's doing.
I think maybe I will.
I hear he's real strange. Like,
Really?
I mean, like weird and crazy strange.
He turned me on to a really funny band, though, man. Have you heard of these guys, The Darkness?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Bon, Is that band like a joke? The Darkness.
Oh, they were huge.
Yeah, but are they a joke though? Is that like a tongue in cheek?
Oh, they should be. They're trying to do like a Queen ripoff wearing a leotard. That's what it was. That big sort of rock glam.
Yeah.
Almost return, and the guy's name's something Hawkins, Justin Hawkins or something. They're nothing now, but they were huge for a while.
In America, it was only big for about a year or two.
Yeah, it was that just that rock thing.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. I remember. Yeah, it was like a.
But I didn't
Queen
like
or-
that at all. I'm against that kind of music. That's all just pretentiousness and garbage.
I think it's a waste of time. I think it's a boondoggle, David.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
it's a waste
They
of
were
time because it's
huge,
not.
though.
It just doesn't. I don't want your shtick. Either mean it or don't do it. You shouldn't even be signed. If it's a joke, don't go into it. What do you want to get from that? What do you want to move people? You want people to think? What do you want from that? You want to be famous? I don't understand what you're going for. Leave your shtick at home.
Yeah, David, are you familiar with these names, these groups? Did you listen
Well, I know
to
Queen.
this sort of
I don't know the Darkness.
Well,
but
I mean, the Darkness. I mean,
yeah, no,
I'm sure
don't
you.
know that.
I'm sure you're impressed with Queen because Freddie Mercury was a credible talent, unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean,
talent.
I have to say, like, Queen isn't my favorite. Like, their hits always annoy me on some level. Because you do see them trying with sort of their classical training and stuff, and trying to make it more not academic, obviously, but just more curated and kind of there is a pretension to it, I think.
Definitely.
And so it never has really because it feels so overly structured. It's hard to get into it because, well, and the writing of it, even if it was just like piano and voice, is kind of like it's hard to feel like it's a genuine like almost.
Oh, I know what you're saying. My cousin, I know what you're saying. I speak Davidinese.
Thank you.
I had a conversation about this. I had an argument, huge argument with a musician friend of mine, and I said to him that I don't like music where they write the music first, and then they crowbar lyrics in to fit the music, because it sounds like the lyrics don't mean shit. You're just crowbarring lyrics into rhyme,
Right.
and it has no substance and there's nothing behind it. And then his argument is like, well, no, the music goes first. Like, no, write the lyrics first and then put the music in. That's I like when a song socially means something. I don't want crowbar generic bullshit to rhyme just because you wrote the music first. We had this huge argument about it.
Very few people write the lyrics first, though.
I do.
Oh well.
like Bohemian Rhapsody.
For once. Yeah.
My string
Bohemian
quartet,
Rhapsody.
Yeah, my string quartet plays Bohemian Rhapsody at weddings, and it's just the vocal line is covered by the instruments, and it sounds cool just because it feels like that's supposed to be meant for it feels like it's supposed to be an instrumental just because it's so, especially when you get to the middle section, it's so back and forth and all this stuff. I don't understand a lot of Queen too. So I don't know.
Brendan is a very important question here. Arm, please tell us your 4th, 5th, and 6th favorite teams while you're at it.
That's right. You win.
Arizona Cardinals,
Here
Cleveland Browns, and
thanks, Brendan.
Eagles. Yeah, Eagles.
Blow me, Brendan.
Blow me, Brendan. Cardinals, Browns, and Eagles. Thank you, Brendan. Everybody was wondering. It's just on the edge of their seat. What 4th, 5th, and 6th teams?
That was an epic rant John went into about 10 minutes ago. John was unstoppable. I had to bring up the Sphinx twice to try and calm him. Did nothing. He ignored the Sphinx the first time. And I love this comment. Jack Black is a blustery fake talent, the loudest guy in the room. Seldom the smartest. And I never understood Jack Black, and I still don't.
You don't think? I heard he's a good guitarist. I don't know. I've heard that from actual guitarists that say he's actually a talented guitarist.
I don't know where you heard that.
I've heard it from a few people. I'm not debating. I don't have a strong opinion.
He's not.
You guys all play the same licks over and over again. But
he's better at the cowbell. Put it that way. He's better at the cowbell.
I think Jack Black capitalized on doing when Arm does the fake operatic singing on like the Vanderpump Rules theme song or something, and it's really hilarious. I think he capitalized on being able to be like, you know, this kind of outwardly stoner looking rocker that can do sort of these more character voices in a rock song, and therefore it's funny. And
It's kind of just like Chris Farley all over
right,
again.
exactly, right. But
Well, he's lucky he found a niche in show business, because that could fall miserably. He kind of latched on to John Cusack initially. If you remember, he was playing his sidekick a lot. He
Yes.
replaced Jeremy Piven as John Cusack. When Jeremy Piven got Entourage, Jack Black kind of slid into Cusack's sidekick in all his movies, and it kind of worked. And he did this thing, you know. It's very, very, that could fail so miserably what he does, and somehow he grabbed onto some lightning bolt, and it worked.
well, yeah, and it's like we say about like Leonardo DiCaprio was like, you know, the #1 teen heartthrob in 1997 for Titanic, but then if he didn't sort of impress really prestige directors like Spielberg or Scorsese, would he have continued to have a career after that, you know, or would people
Yeah, it would be. I would
realize that
very.
it was a fluke?
That's a great what if with him. That really is. Now Jack Black's also like completely like
He's a fluke.
fortunate, and
Yeah.
well, again, they let him do the guitar thing in every movie he's in. In addition to this, like they write scripts around
Yeah.
him doing that. It's, you know, it's like whatever you want to call it, like joke rock or whatever it is. But they let him do that in virtually every movie. From as soon as School of Rock was successful, they just let him do that in every movie.
Right. King Kong takes place in the 30s, and they still let him play electric guitar. Well, time
Wow.
travel
He
for
should
you. just
never
to
have
get the
been in
guitar.
that film, though. That was
That's
the,
a
like,
weird
the
casting.
jumping the
That's
shark
bizarre.
of Jack. Yeah,
That's
he's a
stunt casting
douche.
101. Yeah.
And I really think this is a lefty thing to try and bring him back after last year's horrific moment where the guitarist in his band made that slur about Trump, and they almost got blacklisted, those guys. I don't know if you heard.
Yeah,
about
no, I
that.
remember. I totally remember that. I totally remember.
So is Lorne Michaels trying to help a lefty comedian get back, because
He's not an SNL guy. SNL just co-opted him when he became famous, when he became like big. He's not from Saturday Night Live at all.
Oh,
You
look
know,
at this from PC. This is a comment. Jason Alexander said Jack Black took all his potential roles. I love it.
They were in fucking Shallow Hal together. Remember that?
Well, I
Yes.
haven't. I wouldn't. I can't watch a Jack Black movie. I can't. I have barely seen any of them.
I love School of
couldn't
Rock
put
as a
myself
kid
through.
because it was made for me at the time. I mean, I was the age to see it, and then I just, you know, there wasn't anything else in his filmography that would have appealed to me, you know.
He was in Orange County with Chet Haze's older brother, Colin Hanks. I might add, if you remember that.
That's right.
When you sort of, you know, the darkness. Anthony Cumia wanted to call him the Darkies, and that's they nixed on that name. That's what Cumia would call it. I'm
Classic
positive.
Arm.
And then he got fired from Sirius XM, right?
And the darkness. Okay, so let's finish with Val.
Way into rock, dude.
Get your hands off of my
Here you go.
woman, mother beaver.
I cleaned it up for you. It's really good. Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, you did a good job on this movie.
Thanks, man.
Thank you for stopping by.
You're a true talent.
The pleasure was mine.
Val Kilmer's stalking Jack Black, and it's not a joke. He's truly stalking him. And he can't seem to have it go. By the way, Crazy Robin, God damn it. You talk about going away, reunited, and it feels so good. Crazy Robin is back, everyone. Who goes away and come back better than Crazy Robin? Only Artie Lange. And he is so a part. It's so weird that we're doing, because that's Artie's comeback is very much a part of the show. Welcome back, Crazy Robin.
Yeah. What movie was Jack Black promoting in this interview?
Shit. School of Rock, I think.
Oh, okay.
I think. He's been on Stern 4 times. And there was one time that he got caught talking shit about it. It was great. Him and Kyle Gass from Tenacious D. They were on Adam Carolla's Love Line, and they started just shitting on Howard in private parts. And it got back to Howard, and then Jack Black went in there and like apologized to him. And it was that is definitely constitutes down the road. It's a really good saga and mini saga.
That's a randarm we should do later. For
yeah,
sure.
it is. That's a cleaning out the computer if there ever was one.
Right.
Okay, so Val Kilmer is now in the studio. Comes for the first time, Daryl Hannah, and Daryl Hannah had her tryst with Val Kilmer, as a lot of people did that you don't realize. You talk about soporific, and you think Jack Black sounds shitty in the morning. Listen to Daryl Hannah. She makes Greg Allman sound like Pat Cooper. Listen to this.
I get a very sexual vibe off you. Anybody ever say that to you before?
At 5 in the morning, or what time is it now? 6?
It's 28.
Yeah, it's pretty late now.
The world is up.
Oh Lord, I'm so turned around.
Yeah. So, I was saying, your resume of men disturbs me. I don't like it.
Disturbs me too.
It does, right? You've never been with like a secure, confident man, I feel. Except for maybe JFK Jr. But he's
Yeah, by the way, I found the JFK Jr. Howard did a JFK Jr. interview in '96
in George Magazine.
Yeah, I know. I'm obsessed with George Magazine jokes, and I have. I'm going to put that on my Patreon channel along with our Patreon, along with our new Vander Arm rules. It's a very brief. I mean, it's like a 20-minute interview. I mean, he's out of
he was a surprise guest, right? Like,
yeah, surprise guest. Yes, exactly
Okay.
right. Did you hear it?
I've heard it. Yeah.
Okay, it hasn't been played for a long time, and I'm just wondering if we can cull anything out of it that we didn't like. Maybe our minds weren't with it the first time.
a player.
Yeah.
I know him.
The most disturbing, though, is right now. The Val Kilmer thing.
I'm in trouble with that.
I'm not going out with anyone right now.
You're not seeing Val Kilmer anymore?
No. Oh, We're just good. friends.
I hear he is completely whacked out of his skull.
He's a character.
How do you get caught up in that? Do you dig him because he's famous or because there's some real attraction there? I don't get that.
If Daryl Hannah's calling you a character, you are a character. What was the story with her and Jackson Brown? Like he's one of the original wife beaters, right? Did he get arrested for that, or did she drop charge? Very, very similar to Josh Brolin and Diane Lane.
Here, I'll read it to you quick. Daryl Hannah, the actress, was in a relationship with musician Jackson Brown from '83 to '92, and they began dating. There was unsubstantiated rumors that Brown had been physically abusive to Hannah, which Brown later prevailed in a defamation dispute with Fox Television.
What the fuck?
Yeah, so
and that was a while ago, right? Wasn't it like many moons ago?
it was like 90. Yeah, I'm seeing LA Times articles from like 93.
Well, that's Depp and Heard, isn't it? Defamation and domestic abuse. It's the same.
Right.
Imagine that's
Should
crazy.
do a side by side.
It's the
show.
same
Yeah.
thing. Holy
Yeah.
shit!
Huh.
And I'm sure she swears by her truth and everything. I never introduced my favorite ones to you. I guess because it was 92, it didn't get, but I certainly, there was a while where Jackson Brown was totally synonymous with being a wife beater. That's the only thing you thought of with him and Daryl Hannah. Holy, I did not know that was the closure on it. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah. It looks like Jackson Brown. I'm seeing articles from like 2003 that Brown prevails in the defamation dispute. So maybe that's when things got settled and he wasn't considered an abuser anymore. I'm not sure. I'd have to do a better timeline.
Jackson Brown is a weird place on the dinosaur rocker Hall of Fame of icons. I don't quite know what to do with him. He's almost like Bruce Hornsby, where they're friends with all these guys and they're as good as all these guys and they're musically as respected, but they just didn't quite pop album sales enough to be put on the plane of Springsteen and blah 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 and Elton John. And David thinks Elton John is that is a ballsy stance in your community, David. You think Elton John is the most overrated pop rock musician in the history of the sport?
Well, actually, I know you're making a joke, but I kind of do think that.
Oh, you do. You said that. You said that to me.
Billy
last
Joel's
month.
better. Yeah, Billy Joel is better.
Yeah, I think
That's
that's
a
what we're
big
talking.
call.
It is
That's
a good call.
That's a pretty controversial call, I have to say. Like,
Yeah,
for a gay man,
please
it is.
explain.
Well, and
Explain.
I'm like a whore for harmony over anything else, and I think Billy Joel has better harmony in his music than Elton John does. Elton John's harmonies are kind of like
Way better
overly
songwriter
diatonic
too. And
and
he doesn't need
better lyrics, and
Bernie
not that I
Taupin.
know. Right, exactly.
Well, that's okay. You're comparing between two musicians, but it made it sound more like you were just sort of panning sort of Elton John in general.
Well, no, John's making it sound that way. No, I like Elton John. John is
Classic John.
sensationalizing it.
Yes,
no,
he is.
I like them both. I like Billy Joel better. Billy Joel like sort of hits my nerve endings the way that's. I hope you clip that.
You got it.
It's
Don't
great
worry
as
about
little
that.
clips
Yeah. Can't wait for that to be dropped all the time now.
You'll
Yeah,
get it.
I respond more to Billy Joel's writing than Elton John's writing.
I do too. I mean,
Thank
just
you
as
for
a
that.
Long Islander, Billy Joel tries to Long Island what Springsteen is to Jersey, and he writes great socially conscious songs. Sometimes he mails it in, but sometimes a song like Allentown or Big Man on Allentown was supposed to be Levittown. Levittown's a Long Island town, and it's about he changed it to Allentown about the factories closing down. It's very applicable to today. And that's a tremendous. He's got so many. I mean, I don't know where to start. So many great songs. Captain Jack, and so I understand when people get too smitten with him and people go overboard with him. But yeah, he's the Bruce Springsteen of Long Island without a doubt. And what Mellencamp is to like Indiana.
Yeah.
At the same time.
But by the way, I should just put out a disclaimer. Even though I'm a professional musician, I don't work in pop music, and I sort of don't listen to it of any era.
So don't take a word he says seriously, anybody. That's what he's saying
that's exactly
when he talks
right.
about
My
when he starts
opinions are-
talking about Pantera and if they had 2 albums that were great or 3 albums great. No, let's not.
I disagree. I think those musicians, I think they're more interested in impressing you than me. I think they would rather get a compliment from you than me. Someone who actually, you play more instruments than Beck, Prince combined, and and the skin flute is one of them. And
Exactly.
they
Oh,
would way
come on,
rather
let's not-
get
keep
a
it out of the
compliment from
gutter.
you.
The job on when I am a panelist on the show is to be a blowhard about shit. So even if my opinions are controversial or not,
Controversial. You're like the Simon Cowell of Lotus Notes. Is that what you're saying?
exactly. Yes. So
I gave Sarah a homework assignment she has never fulfilled about she's supposed to do a Donnie Brasco video for me to Big Man on Mulberry Street. And I had the whole thing worked out in my head as to what I just don't know how. I don't have the what would you call the film program you would use for that, Bon? Canva
Final
or
Cut.
yeah,
whatever,
I don't have
editing.
so I had it all in my head, and she was gonna Lefty Rogerio's whole plight in that movie is he's from Mulberry Street and he thinks he's a big man, but he's not. And that if you listen to the lyrics to that song, it's really eerily similar to the plot of Donnie Brasco and the anthem to Lefty Rogerio in that.
Well, I would have loved to have Sarah read what we're going to hear later in the show, Jamie Presley's text messages.
Yeah, that's a
but
good idea.
I'm too scared to ask Sarah. So can I have a directive from you, John, in the future?
Yeah, that totally.
Should
Yeah,
I
I'll ask her.
ask Sarah?
Yeah.
Because you could have done a good Artie for this
I
as
could have.
well, but
I could have, but
would
it was
have
funny
taken
to hear
time.
that AI.
Yeah.
But I think there's a level. I think that by the way, thank you, Chubby Pickle. We love you, sir. I hope you heard my Steeler rant. I'm out of here. If they sign Aaron Rodgers, and you could follow me, Chubby, if you want. I'm not coming back. And it was such an honor to be a Steeler fan at the same time you were. If this happens, if Aaron Rodgers plays one snap, not one game, one snap, if he suits up, even in the preseason, I'm out of there. I'm a fucking Chargers fan. That's my mandate. That's my ultimatum, and I'm never coming back. But it was an honor to root for the same team as you, PC23, and Tamara, even for, as I realized it, for a few months. Mr. D says he was arrested in domestic violence against then wife Daryl Hannah. The incident involved allegations of physical altercation. Brown denied the allegation. That's it. That should be. It's amazing the similarities to the Depp trial. It really is
Yeah.
amazing. Johnny Meyer says, I've met Daryl Hannah. Isn't it? There's no name you can't bring up that Johnny Meyer cannot. It's unbelievable. She's nice
Daryl
with
Hannah and Amber Heard have both played mermaids in some capacity. You know?
Very true. That was brilliant. That should have been me connecting that. So Mira in Aquaman is Amber Heard, and then she's in fucking Splash with Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
And they're both in the same domestic abuse defamation scenario, and lying, and got caught lying about it, seemingly. Isn't that crazy?
Mermaids have
That's
no
an
sense of
amazing
morals.
connection, W.
Right. Yeah.
Aquaman's wife is named Mira. It's the same thing. It's crazy. God damn it.
go.
And I thought of Mira when Splash came out because I was obviously an Aquaman fan my whole life. I'm
Right.
like, could you imagine if there was an Aquaman movie and Mira was? I remember going, that'll never happen. And then here we are.
And here we are.
I'm an hour behind watching Bond.
Wow.
Oh God! So Hooper's behind watching you jerk off to Sarah's hair, Bond. Isn't that crazy? There's
Okay.
There's Tamara now. Wait, no, Tamara. I'm issuing a threat to Steeler Nation and the mighty Rooney family. If they sign Aaron Rodgers to any degree, I am out of there. I'm done. I'm a Chargers fan.
John is ironically
this close.
Yeah, John is ironically throwing a Hail Mary pass to keep Aaron Rodgers off the team.
Yeah, like there's going to be someone in the Steeler organization watching this right now, and
Right.
or an old running back like Cliff Stout or Mark Malone's watching this right now, and they get the word out to the Rooney family. A Bears. That's interesting. A Bears fan. I know the Bears are such a pitiful organization. God damn it. They've been bad for so long. They're very similar to your Browns, David. Same fans. The Browns and the Bears have a lot of similarities.
You need to do a football show. Listen
I
to
was thinking
how-
about having my nephew on.
This
for
isn't a
that
football
because-
show.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, listen to how excited John gets when he talks about football. Like talking about Howard Stern, John's like, "Oh, what are we looking at next?"
It's going to sound crazy,
and then you
but
start talking about footy, and you're like, "I just get it. I can't believe this."
it's going to sound crazy, but I don't. I'm a piker when it comes to people like my nephew and my cousin Mark. Like they know backup safeties on the Jacksonville Jaguars defensive schemes. Like I'm a piker compared. I don't deserve. I could host it and guide them, but I don't really deserve. There's so many people. I'm
Oh, but
amazed.
you've got the chutzpah.
You could be the
to
moderator.
do it.
Yeah.
You're
I could be the
one.
moderator, but I don't deserve. I'm by
you
no
would
means
talk
an
more
expert.
than anyone, though.
Yep.
You would still dominate.
And then we could have Housey football on, right, and bring him into the fold.
Do
I'm
it and
definitely
get
willing to do a
Sarah
sport
on
show.
because she loves football. She's fascinated. And talk
Daryl
about
Hannah.
abroad. I know
Yeah,
I can't
we're
stop
done.
talking about Sarah, but talk about abroad. Who sends out tweets. I've been.
Yeah.
This girl
Half her
does
tweets
about
about the Cleveland
50
Browns,
tweets
David.
a day.
Half of her tweets are about the Browns.
I was gonna put some of her tweets up because they're so fascinating, but then I thought, that will get me in so much trouble. So I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna put her tweets up. But she, like I've said before, she's a viper. Follow her on X, everybody. She is throwing out little comebacks to people, little sniffy. What's the word I'm looking for? She's pithy little. She's antagonizing people. She's making amazing comments. She is
An imp, yeah.
outstanding on
She's a
there.
ball buster.
She
She's a
she
ball
says
buster.
some stuff that I was like, God damn it! You could get this girl on Saturday Night Live. She's just riffing
She's a
with
great
people.
joke writer. She's a great. I can't believe.
And
Speaking of
she-
joke writers, before you let me stop you there.
Not
I don't want
done
to
with
forget.
Sarah, but okay, go.
Fred Norris's birthday is coming up.
Oh
July
wow, we
9th.
roll out the carpet.
No,
Yeah.
he turns 70. So
Oh,
we're gonna do a
no.
Fred show that day
Oh no.
or that week. And I
I'm
want
ready.
everybody to submit their own Fred Norris roast, even if it's 20 seconds or 30
That'll need
seconds.
to be two
My
shows, I
roast
think.
my roast contribution will be covering "Don't Talk Down to Me" on cello and piano. So
Okay.
I will send
Okay.
that.
And
to
he's
you.
not
That's
lying
good.
about that. Everyone listening,
I'll
he's
do
not
it.
just. That's not an idle threat. He's going to record a track. I can't wait. I can't wait for that, David. It's got to open the show. That has to open the show.
Definitely. I can't wait. Now I'm really excited. Now, King Norris, Crazy Robin's the title of the show.
I'll have to time travel. I'll have to time travel back to 2006 and get Fuse TV in order to hear it.
Oh yes, that's epic reference there. That is the classic live show. That Fred actually got to perform that garbage on a show.
Rick the Electrician's right. There's so many young men who grew up in the 70s, and even the Cowboys haven't won a damn thing for years. It's amazing that they were on national TV so much. And even if you're just watching the Super Bowl, the Steelers and the Cowboys, people just became fans because they were nationally in your face all the time and had this cool factor, especially in New York when the Giants and Jets were completely unlikable and unwatchable. Just utterly, just a test pattern, repugnant. You couldn't watch them, and all those weird blackout rules they have. And it was very easy. I had on my elementary school playground, I don't remember a single Jet or Giant Sears jacket. Everybody had out of town shit. I had a Steelers jacket on. One kid had it. My friend Dennis Baldante had an Eagles jacket on. John O'Rourke had a Raiders jacket on. The whole playground was everything but the Jets and the Giants. And this is Long Island, where the Jets play in Shea Stadium at the time. And they lost a whole generation of fans. That's interesting you say that. Here we go.
You like bizarre, like the out there kind of guy.
I'll introduce you to Fred right now. If you want to get freaky,
you want to get really out there.
You want to be bizarre.
This is how much Chubby loves the Steelers. He has Steeler colors as his super chat.
Right.
He has the black and yellow as a super chat.
You're a man will tame you.
My gal.
Yeah. Go ahead, right there.
I'm a new dad. I can't.
Oh, you.
They want to set Daryl Hannah up with Fred as we say that.
Ugh.
Go ahead, right there.
I'm a new dad. I can't.
Oh, you can.
He's going to hold himself back like you're going to leap over there. You can't have me.
You only date famous dudes?
No, God, no.
It seems that way.
Well, that's because you don't know about the ones that are famous.
Really?
Yeah.
What's it like to be in a relationship with you? Is it crazy or what?
Well, it depends what kind of guy I'm going out with.
What do you like to do for fun? I'm going to get a whole handle on you.
I like to snowboard. I like to. It's nice to be outside and.
Do the farm hands and stuff see you running around?
I don't have farm hands.
So you're all alone running around naked? It's hot. You got guns up there?
No, I don't.
But you need to protect yourself in case any animals come.
Well, I have mace, not mace, but it's bear pepper spray, and I have an X-Acto knife so I can cut my way out of the teepee.
Really?
Yeah. Daryl Hannah is a fascinating story about, we talk about this all the time, guys, with how do you make a living on the stuff she's done. She's literally been in, it seems like 5 movies. She's in a movie every 15 years. And she's just, it's almost like her ethereal personality is monetized. I don't understand how you could, and she doesn't demand a lot of money per movie. Who's paying Daryl Hannah 7 figures? So how does she survive on that?
She almost caught the wave of the Farrah Fawcett obsession and took it into the 80s. And not that they had the same, but she has the same energy of a Farrah Fawcett to me.
She's married to Neil Young, Tatatoothy, right? Isn't that now? Right, she's currently married to Neil Young. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. How she can do one movie every 20 years.
It's just it's 2 words, Blade Runner.
Yeah.
That's all it's yet to be in to become an icon.
Bizarre career. When
Didn't work for Sean Young, but
yeah.
You don't even have an agent.
No. But
how did you negotiate your fees for movies?
I have a manager that I've had since I was 17.
No, Daryl, ask Howard how he negotiates his fees for radio.
Yeah,
volley it back. That's what you got to do. It'll shut him right down. Just volley it back.
This is the interview where she asks him if he's gay, right?
No, it's the next one.
Oh, it's not.
This is a lost one that was never made it to Howard TV or E or anything. This is from 2003. The next one with Tarrant is from 2004 when she says that with Tarantino.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna get a helicopter and a camera and take pictures.
Now, wait a minute. How do you get a manager at 17?
See, what Daryl should say to him is go, you have a helicopter, right? You take it to the Hamptons.
Yep.
That's what you say to him. It shuts him right down.
Right.
with Bethany Frankel. Right. A. Smith, the Depp. Thank you, A. Smith. Thank you, sir.
What is it, Gary? You gotta go.
Sorry,
We're just getting into it.
No.
What are you doing?
I'll come back and visit you.
We need more time.
You know, I was supposed to come here with Quinn, so it's pretty brave of me to come by myself.
It's very brave.
Very thank you so much.
Why is everyone so afraid?
Because you're a maniac. I love you, but you're a maniac.
I've never been on a radio show like this kind of situation before.
What kind of situation is this?
I don't
She's going to go with a lunatic?
Yeah, I mean, you know, she looked at you like, Roy should have looked at those tigers.
Was it about, but wait a second. Val Kilmer's as nutty as they come. How am I? I think I'm goddamn rational compared to the guys you've dated.
You actually seem quite rational.
I am
But
rational.
you have this reputation, I think.
So it was cool.
So what happened with you and Val Kilmer? How long was that going on?
About a month or...
That's it.
That's enough of Val.
Why? He drove you crazy?
I know I love his kids, but, you know, sometimes it's just better to be friends.
What does that mean?
What does it mean to say?
Yeah.
You love his kids.
Yeah, he's got amazing kids, and he's a very fascinating and fun character, and I enjoy his company, but you know, sometimes you have to,
I think she's stoned.
I think it's a combination of that, and she hates these fucking hours. That's what you get when you interview her at 6:45 in the morning. You know, it's both those things.
Make healthy.
I mean, I'm amazed. You're a night person too, Bon. To get you on here at 10 a.m. Australian time's not easy.
Oh, it's not. You know what? I've had bad. It's been bad news for me this week because daylight saving ended this week. So this was a 7:30 a.m. start today.
Oof.
Oh wow.
That's why I was late. I guess I slept through the alarms. God damn.
You can come on later. I mean, I'm not. I totally am up.
Well, I did today, but I love the show. What can I say?
I don't think people realize how tough it is to get your energy and circadian. I think morning radio is an oxymoron. I think it's the dumbest thing in the world. Man, you remember those Stern shows when they did the roasts in the evening? It was an incredible energy. And could you imagine that was every day? The morning radio thing is the dumbest thing in the world. I'll never agree to it. I'll never understand why they insist on doing that. Replay it the next day.
Right. I was going to say just pre-recorded, and it doesn't make sense.
Well, is that what they did, John? Did they record the roast in the evening and then?
Yeah, the roast, the Artie with the big ones, the Artie roast and the Gary roast.
That, but the next day they'd replay it at the top of the show.
That's exactly
and come in
right.
Later, an hour later.
They didn't come in because they recorded it on Thursday night, and the Friday was off anyway, and they replayed it. But even if they did, they would have replayed like when they did like they would record some of those like LA shows, and they were great, and they were different energy, and they would replay it in the morning, and it was great. You don't need to be live.
Sorry, Davida interrupted you. What
no,
were you saying?
You're fine.
You bet
no,
I'm done.
I looked up Val Kilmer's kids. He also has a son named Jack. So that's another.
Oh god, it's like a cool factor kind of name, right? I mean, what are his kids? Anything notable that are they actors or? God forbid they're not. Right?
Jack is an actor. It looks like his daughter Mercedes is
Mercedes.
I have a son named Honda Civic.
Yep.
Yes, that's classic ARM.
My nephew Dodge
classic.
Dart. Yeah, she's kind of an actress too. Not really, not as much as the son, but yeah, they're trying to Lily Rose their way through life as well. So.
They will. They will.
Okay, here is
living at your mom's house. Did you ever like?
This is Cindy Crawford's first appearance on the Howard Stern Show, and she handles things very well. And we find out that she also dated Val Kilmer.
Living at your mom's house. Did you ever like wake up one morning and see a dude in your kitchen and go,
oh no, wait, no, this is Elijah Wood. I'm sorry. This is Elijah Blue, who is okay, you tie this in. This is Cher's son with Greg Allman, and he tells a Val Kilmer story to Howard. And this is like these are the guests they would get in the early days of Sirius.
Right.
You can't get Cher, you get her son.
Right.
This is Elijah Blue.
go, I can't believe this person's in my house. Like, I can't believe, like, Superman's in my house.
No, well, I mean, I'll tell you one story. When we were here, and whenever I run into him, he always insists on reenacting the whole first meeting. Was when Kilmer was
Val Kilmer.
He was 21. He was really young. When my mom was here doing Jimmy Dean, we were living over at the Mayflower, and he cruised in, and I remember just like mad dogging him, and just like looking at him, and he always like reenacts the whole thing whenever I run into him, and I sat there and just looked at him for 15 minutes, just like big time. When I was a little kid, I would just big time adults and just be like, "Well, you think you're gonna walk into my house?"
You like Val Kilmer? Is he the
I
guy?
love Val,
he
yeah.
gave you a human scalp as a gift.
Yeah.
What's that all about?
I got some message from a Native American dude who's like, "I want you to put that scalp to rest back in the earth."
Val Kilmer's broads, right? Cher, Cindy Crawford, Angelina Jolie, Daryl Hannah. I'm sure I'm missing a few. Daryl Hannah. It is crazy. I'm sure there's probably like 5 more. Do you remember he was in Alexander with
No.
Rosario Dawson, Angelina Jolie, and Oliver Stone directed it. So obviously he's Jim Morrison, and so he was in Alexander with and Colin Farrell, and they wanted to call Did you know they wanted to call the movie Big Al instead of Alexander, and then Stone had it made Alexander.
on an email, right on the MySpace.
How old were you when Val Kilmer gave you a human scalp?
Well, he was around when I was about 6, so that was probably
was he
5 and 6, 81 to 83.
So he wasn't Batman yet.
No, this is before Real Genius. This is he.
Yeah, Housey, and they're up there saying it. You remember when Howard would say that Connecticut is for hillbillies? It's one of the most affluent states, well-educated states. I think it's number 2 to Massachusetts in terms of all the things you want to be known for. There's like a couple of towns that are rural with farms and shit. Go ahead, David. I'm sorry. I hear you.
No, it's the waspiest state I can think of in the United States.
There's like a couple of towns that there's farmland, and like my cousin lived in a town named Ellington, and that's kind of farmy, but it is one of the most progressive, well-educated. It's like number 1 or 2 in every important category in the United States when you do all the things. It's the dumbest thing. That is such a typical. And Howard's in Hartford that time. He'd never even been to Connecticut other than that one time in Hartford. He's the worst take on. Isn't it amazing he got as big as he did? Could you be more out of touch with the entire
epitome
map?
Of fail up.
Yeah, just like, could you be more out of touch with the entire map than he is with all 50 states and have the access and money he does? Isn't it amazing how little he knows about life?
Well,
too?
and you've met you've met and interviewed some of the most successful people in whatever field they come from, and you've learned nothing about how to conduct the life of a human being. You don't travel, you don't take up new hobbies with any degree of seriousness.
And he loves it that way. He doesn't eat what you eat. He doesn't act the way you act. He doesn't take subway. He lived in New York all day. He hasn't taken a subway. And the one I think he did once and hasn't done it since like the late 70s or early 80s. He doesn't drive. He doesn't buy groceries. He doesn't wipe his own ass. He doesn't change his own channel. He doesn't put his dishes away. He doesn't cut his grass. He doesn't do chores. He doesn't do. There's nothing. He's like I said. He makes Michael Jackson look like Hooper 45.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
He had just done, the Farley brothers, the Zucker brothers movie.
Isn't it illegal?
Top Secret.
That's right. Isn't it illegal to own a human scalp?
I don't think it is.
Where our fathers fought the Second World War, ESG, spent the weekends on the Jersey Shore. That's a line from Allentown. I love that line.
It's an artifact.
But they never taught us what was real. We could tie the Steelers into this. Iron, chrome, chromium, steel.
I'm talking to Elijah Blue like he can hear me. Like, Top Secret, your dad was in Top Secret. Not your dad, not Greg Allman, sorry.
This is Tendrils. That's the next appearance that Daryl Hannah made. It's not this one. The one we just heard. That was. It's the one in 04 that she makes.
It's an artifact. It's an artifact. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
Where do you have it now?
Yeah. Where is the human scalp?
It's in a glass case where it's been all these years, and I have it. I actually don't have it hung up right now.
Why do you want that?
He keeps it next to his stuffed Mexican.
Because Val gave it to me.
But you know what? You want to know something? I had a weird period where I used to collect skulls, not human skulls,
Yeah.
And then I had the opportunity to buy a human skull, and I was going to go buy it, and I thought it was kind of cool. I'd put it on my desk and put a cigar in it.
Oh.
And then I found out it was a Chinese woman, belonged to a Chinese woman. I said, somewhere, this was a woman's life. Does she imagine she'd end up on Howard Stern's desk with a cigar in her mouth?
She's an ornament.
In some way, isn't it? It's sacred.
Okay, he's being Jay Peterman here. Like, who did he buy that story from and integrate it into his own life?
You know that storyline, Bon, about Kramer and Jay Peterman, where Peterman was running out of life experiences to facilitate his brand, so he bought stories from Kramer and used them as his own, which is really kind of
great
analogous to
from David.
Yeah, Larry David. Well, Seinfeld using Larry David stories as his own on the show. Anything interesting?
Yeah, but I've never heard Howard until this very moment, and I've listened to a lot of the history of the show talk about collecting skulls. I've never heard him talk about that before.
Well, he's collected his skull named Beth Ostrowski.
Yes.
I think he was jealous. I think he was jealous of the skull's weight, and he was aspiring to get down to the skull's weight.
Can I just be the marrow? Do I have to be the encasing too? Yeah.
I gotta tell you, that skull looks like it'd lose about 15 pounds.
In a sense, it's a man who lived. His scalp is now artwork.
I was just daydreaming on the fall.
Howard's scalp is artwork, right, Tendrils? Every follicle is manufactured.
Wow, from the Tilex comment.
Oh, you're back on Tilex.
I was absolutely...
Yeah, thank you, Tonecott. Dr. Moreau is a Marlon Brando, Val Kilmer movie. I think it came out in like 96, 97.
Yeah.
That is, could you imagine that set? Dealing with those two at the same time. The director.
Throw Faye Dunaway and Jerry Lewis on there, and I think it would have ended in murder, suicide.
But that's the power of Depp, isn't it? That he could seduce,
he could tame these people,
the likes of Marlon. You know, he was friends again. We'll get into another Deppening at some point. He was friends with Val Kilmer for a brief period, and something happened in the same way that something happened with Sean Penn and Depp. And I think the two of them, almost in unison, had started to shit on Depp's career trajectory. They said, you're no longer an actor, you're a performer, and I don't like the direction you go. They started to like kind of push back on where this is like even before the Amber Heard stuff. Like there's a period where you're going, whoa, what are you doing? What is this? Whoa. I remember the first time we're going to talk about Jon Hamm in this. We talked about Jon Hamm in his new series. Jon Hamm told a joke at the ESPYs, which he compared. It was something like, oh God, you have to see the new, all the flopping that goes on in the NBA. No, I'm not talking about Johnny Depp in the last Pirates movie. I was like, oh my God. It was something like that. I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy. We have, Disney owns Pirates. Disney owns ESPN. And that's what the ESPYs is. We have Jon Hamm making Depp bombing jokes and lazy script jokes. This is about as dire as it gets. That was when I knew there was a downward spiral happening before my very eyes. I knew it before. I knew it before that, but I knew that once you're making jokes about him in the ESPYs, that's about as bad as it gets.
You're making jokes about him at the ESPYs with a franchise that is owned by the company that's producing the show.
Like you would think Disney would have him yanked out off someone just puts a silencer in his forehead.
That's how much they hate Depp. It's like the call is coming from inside the house. That's how much we
I couldn't believe that.
Genuine in doing it. My friends were just laughing hysterically, like, dude, you're serious right now.
I'm a germphobe. I'm with you. If I was to do that, I'd be scrubbing down with.
You hear that, Tina Fey? You hear that?
Something weird.
One wonders what Paris
little
is.
Howard Hughes.
Way Howard Hughes.
Look at Elijah Blue with the Howard Hughes red. That's prophetic by him. This is a smart kid.
Yeah. Artie has Babe Ruth's nuts in a jar, so you can talk about this.
Well, Babe, look, he deserved to have his nuts given away, but I like to assume that maybe the guy's scalp,
he was a bad guy.
Yeah, like when people mourn a plane crash, think of all the assholes that were on the plane.
I don't know. Elijah.
That's an interesting theory. That's a really interesting theory. That's how I feel about 9/11. Here we go. Here is Cindy Crawford does the Stern Show for the first time, and we find out this.
So he works you for about a month.
Oh, yeah.
And he gets you in the sack.
He's talking to Richard Gere here. And speaking of which, I can tie Artie into this. Did you ever hear the story about Artie? He told he knew Howard was done, that he had made this innocuous Richard Gere joke. And he told me this, and we went to a break. They go to a break. Howard leans into Artie, goes like, you know what? I don't want you making Richard Gere jokes. I'm kind of friends with him now out east. So could you back off? Going, and then Artie's like, what? Richard, not that he's like he couldn't be friends with him, but like, are you really censoring me on Richard Gere jokes?
Right. It's like,
and it wasn't that big a deal, the joke. And he's like, okay,
Yeah,
that's how I know I'm done. I
It's
bet
like,
you
was it a
that
gerbil
pushed him out of the
joke or
show.
something? Yeah, it could have.
In addition
By the way,
to
Richard Gere's another one. He's kind of like beyond like Officer and a Gentleman and Pretty Woman. Like, what movies? I mean, I know he's done a million movies and stuff, but I feel like he doesn't have hit after hit. You know?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't, and he gets cast over. I was amazed when he got cast in Chicago.
Right.
And he was doing I'm like, what? He's doing a musical. Like, I guess he's like a little more talented than I realized.
Yeah.
Whatever. I don't know what people think of him in the acting.
I also just don't see a lot of the like Runaway Bride rom-coms that he does. So maybe I'm just not hooked into that world. But I also feel like how is he a name that has come up, even if just as a like cheap hacky showbiz joke reference for the last 40 years, you know?
He was brilliant in a movie about manic depression called Mr. Jones.
Oh,
it's one of the most underrated, certainly by him, but boy, it was eerily accurate about what someone who's just like in a up and down kind of thing. It's never talked about. It's like one of the only times that has been tackled in cinema. It was about being bipolar and manic depressive. It's called Mr. Jones.
Okay.
Mr. D says, when I worked in Detroit, we stayed at a shit apartment on Jefferson and never left. Oh yeah, that Howard's Detroit story. He was in Detroit for like 5 minutes. We ascertained on Gunk that he'd spend a total of, was it to be a year and a half outside of New York in his entire life?
Yeah.
If all together with like Washington, Hartford and Detroit, it was like 2.5 years or something. Jesus.
And poor Allison is trying to, like, she has to, like, dash and dine on her latest employer, because she's got to follow her husband to, or dine and dash. Sorry, I reversed that.
You do that all the time. I'm surprised you don't know that. You do that all the time in West Hollywood. Right. You did it at all Lisa Vanderpump's restaurant.
I'm not paying for that whipped cream French toast. Yeah.
How funny would it be though if you did that and Ken Todd's chasing you out onto the street? What street is it on again?
On Robertson, yeah.
Okay,
right.
you're sprinting down Robertson, and Ken Todd, the 79's chasing you down the street
with his arthritic hobbit legs, right? Tracking me down.
Thank you, Ida Greenbacks. Thank you, Ida Greenbacks. We love you so much. God. Ida knows what we speak just now too. She loves that show. Yes. Ida loves all things. Every time there's a Bravo recommendation, Ida's right there. She catches everything in that Coen verse. To give you. Thank you, Ida.
On
love you.
On a Vanderpump watch too.
That's a great idea. I wonder if she would do it. Would you do that, Ida? A Vander Arm watch along for the 6th episode?
That'd be fun. Yeah.
It would be fun.
I feel like we need female energy on that show. Like that was what was nice about having Sarah there. Was first of all,
she's the one who got me into the show.
Right.
And then I'm like, well, this is Melrose Place meets Real World LA. It's the same thing. I'm like, I'll watch this.
I'm sorry, his dick would be cut off and he would never be able to use it again.
Bond's got Vanderpump dropped.
I love the eccentric circus music behind her as she says that.
Yes.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
And like, is that like a big decision for you? I don't know if I should give it to you because then you're not gonna love me and it's all gonna fall apart. Like, why a month? Why does a guy like Richard Gere have to work for a month to get Cindy Crawford?
Well, maybe she's working.
No, I don't buy that.
Like come on, he's
all worked up and
Cindy Crawford turns 60 very soon. I know she was born like in 6 months or something. Isn't that crazy? Wow. 60.
She looks great here.
She does look good here. She looks good now.
That time he was
You broads age, I mean, magnificently now, and that's not me trying to be some progressive woke pussy. You just do. 60 is not the 60 when I was 15. It's crazy. Everyone looked like Conrad Bain when I was 60.
Her daughter Kaya Gerber really looks like her. Like Kaya Gerber today looks like this image of Cindy Crawford that we're seeing now.
Only a gay man would know the full name Kaya Gerber like David just did.
A former paramour of
the Pete Davidson, PR machine. Right, yeah, exactly. That's a good catch. Very good catch.
Other woman.
Oh, he was.
Yeah.
But when he's with you and you're kissing and like maybe he's doing some light petting, guy gets aroused. You got to finish him off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No.
You got to do something for
I
him.
absolutely do not know what you're doing.
You don't. Oh, you're so naive. That's so cute. All right. So that relationship goes sour, and then you go into the arms of Val Kilmer.
Val Kilmer, did you think
what
that
are you
was
thinking about?
Forget about
that guy's such a prick.
And not only that, he was dumping his wife.
Did Jackie write that guy is such a prick? Because we know Jackie only laughs at his own jokes.
I disagree. I think Jackie does laugh to just kind of like sell Howard or to get attention, even if it's off the cuff stern.
I hope you're right. Because that's an odd thing to have pre-written if they knew. They obviously met in a Tuesday meeting and they said, okay, well, she dated Val Kilmer. What a dick. And Jackie just wrote, what an asshole. Like, and then he wrote that out. He literally wrote that out for Howard. I mean, it's possible.
I think it's a in character. Jackie's sort of like the, giggling sidekick to Howard whenever he says something super inflammatory, and it's also a way for him to get attention from the guests, like who's giggling over there, and then they get curious about him.
Sidekick.
And not only that, he was dumping his wife and not paying her off.
Yeah, he wouldn't have paid you off either.
I don't know about. I didn't get involved in it.
So he has an alimony or valimony with a wife outstanding. Is that what I'm to hear? That was a story, I guess, back then. I don't remember that. Let's call it valimony. We just coined here.
Yeah.
Get involved in the finance.
Why him? He's a good-looking guy. I give you that.
Yeah, he's good looking.
Yeah, I mean, he's intense, and I think at that time in my life, I was attracted to that kind of intensity.
Guarantee you didn't make him wait a month. He wouldn't wait a month.
No.
He needed you now.
No, that's absolutely not true.
Really? You waited a long time?
Absolutely.
Really?
Probably longer.
Oh, you're a pain in the ass.
Speaking of asses, G Canada, didn't Howard have a whole thing with, and I believe he's on the way to doing this, a bidet? Isn't that the equivalent of not wiping your own ass?
Yeah, I've never used one, and so I don't know how thorough it is. I thought Howard was still on the wet wipes thing.
Wait, I can weigh in here. I was in Japan for a few years.
Well, thanks for telling us that now, friend. Are you just telling us this now?
I was in Japan for a couple of weeks, not years, I'm sorry, but I used it all the time, and I can tell you right now, once you go there, you'll never want to go back. It's up to normal. It's fantastic, and it's definitely squirting a lot of warm water all there. And at first you just go, wow, fascinating, and then you just go, this is the most brilliant idea ever. And
but how about this,
I don't think you'll find anyone who doesn't like it.
But how about this? How did it become a rich guy thing? Like, what's the big deal? It's just you're just shoving warm water up your ass. And why is it a rich guy thing?
It's
Anyone
in
can do
every
that.
bathroom in Japan. It's
why
just
is it a rich
general
exclusive to rich
thing.
people?
I think it's because the name sounds bougie, like a bidet.
Oh yeah.
That silent T just screams money,
But that didn't last very long.
No.
You realized who he was. You saw through him.
You know what? It was exhausting.
It was.
It was exhausting.
He's a real high.
That's a pretty candid commentary by Cindy Crawford to hit a very major A-list star at this time. He was at top of the food chain in 1998, Val Kilmer. That's pretty candid, or call him, even just saying he's exhausting. That's pretty fucking, I got to give it to her there.
Yeah. I also, when is this, like 98?
98.
Okay. I also think that she could say something like this, and like maybe it's in like physical print newspapers for like a day, and then it doesn't, she thinks it's not going to live on in any form because
it would today. You're right.
But that's
Back
what I'm saying is
then,
like now she feels comfortable because it's like, even if I get a little blowback, it'll die out because the physical print newspapers where it will be carried will disintegrate and it'll never be brought up again.
Good comment. That's well said, David. Hooper says, "Hey, where's Sarah? Now I'm waiting on her bathwater. Can I combine the bidet with Sarah's bathwater?"
That's a good one.
That is a really good one, Hooper. Thank you, sir. I'm going to ask Sarah for you for that generous donation. Dono, as the kids say. Oh, there was supposed to be a remake of that, right, Dr. Moreau?
Oh,
that's right. I read that too. Horatius says definitely not. My point is, Howard is complete disgust for anyone who doesn't live in. Yes, Horatius. That might be of one. Howard has no qualities, and I think one of the many repugnant things about him that might be it makes me embarrassed to be from where he's from. I don't think like that at all. Right. In fact, I root for all out of town. You can tell I'm a Trailblazer fan. I'm an Angels fan, soon to be Chargers fan. I Steeler fan currently, Quebec Nordiques fan, and I go out of my way to not. I've lived in enough states, but New York has things wrong in a lot of ways. I'll admit when they get things right, but it really is embarrassing.
It's
thinking
it's
that
a
way.
big it's a big wide world out there, and a lot of it is really interesting and worth getting to know if you only go there.
Some of the smartest people I've ever met are from Cleveland, like you and the Russo brothers.
Right.
I mean, that's what comes out of Cleveland. And George Steinbrenner is not from New York, by the way. He's from Cleveland.
That's right.
He originally wanted to own the Indians.
That's right.
Maintenance guy, huh?
Yeah.
Robin could tame him.
Oh, I'd fix him.
Yeah, right. Robin could really.
He's all yours.
You could have him. Yeah, I don't know what his story is.
No, but I mean, I think he's
Very
also
shallow.
a brilliant actor.
I think he's one of those guys who brings his role home.
Oh, please.
No, he's not shallow. He's not shallow.
Really?
It's almost that he's too deep. It's like...
It's exhausting how deep he is.
Yeah, it's like...
Everything has to be analyzed.
Yeah.
Overanalyzed.
Oh, he's miserable. He's about as miserable as you, it sounds like.
More than me? F him. Nobody's more miserable than me.
You guys could have a contest, maybe.
Yeah, oh, trust me. I could depress him.
I say he's about on the same level.
Right.
Okay.
Well, that's about as good a Val Kilmer candor I've ever heard. I gotta give Cindy Crawford
I'd love to see that whole interview. She does a good job with them.
She does. It was good. I was skimming through it, and I was amazed that she had effortless candor about questions she was being asked. If she ducked something, it wasn't. She would give a reason why, and it wasn't like, "Oh, fuck you," Like it was sort of like, "Oh, okay, right. I get it." She wasn't snooty. She wasn't pretend. I thought she really, she's impressive on there. And it's
compare
amazing.
That to Julia Roberts and how repressed and sort of humorless she was. And they're both kind of big, pop culture female icons of the late 90s, and they just.
It's hard to maintain that supermodel status as long as she has, because it's so few of them. But she managed to there's got to be something else going on besides being good looking.
Right.
That you could maintain that sort of iconic thing.
I bet she's also desperate to talk too, because it's
I want to prove how smart I am. Yeah.
Right.
Remember that argument I got into with Billy Baldwin where he defended Julia Roberts on the set of
when she stole
what was the piece of shit he did? The fucking I forget the name of it.
Yeah, I forgot too.
And he said, "Oh, you don't have no idea." He's right. He was probably right in that instance. Okay, that's it for rest in peace, Val Kilmer. This is what David's been waiting for. Yes. We got to get right into this. How do I do? Let me start with the chronology of this. We booked Artie on Radio Gunk in the most obtuse, unorthodox of ways, and this is how it started. I called in to this New Jersey radio show as Johnny Depp, but my name was Turk after Marcy in Rumson, just to get that said over and over again. Artie probably knows what I'm doing. He doesn't know it's me, but he's probably going Turk. What? I don't know. Maybe he doesn't. And Bob Levy is in studio, and this local Jersey radio guy has Artie's an attempt of a comeback here. And I let him know I want his opinion on Robin Salem and Howard not contributing to the GoFundMe for Robin Salem. And I call in here, and this gets the ball rolling.
You see a tape and you're like, oh my God. And when you're, you could read them on Rowan.
Hey, we got Turk in Rumson on New Jersey 101.5. Want to say something to Artie. What's happening, Turk?
Artie, I love you, man. I love you on Crashing. I mean, I think you're blowing it away on that. You're the Matt Noakes of HBO 2. You really can.
Look at that reference.
There you go. Matt Noakes. Yeah.
Matt Noakes is an old Yankee.
Yeah, so Matt, we just talked about Brad Hallen before. Matt Noakes is part of that era. Matt Noakes was a very good home run hitting catcher. Wasn't great defensively, and he also played for the Tigers. And he's part of that era. So if you don't, with Artie, you don't make a Derek Jeter reference. You make a Matt Noakes reference, and that gets him on the hook.
I wish you had done a callback as Jamie Pressly and mentioned Matt Noakes in the text. Like,
oh my God, that would be great. Oh, that would have been great.
Give him a weird sense of deja vu, like he doesn't quite remember where he's heard that before.
Yeah, here's Johnny Meyer again. Look at this motherfucker. Cindy gave me her hand in September of '92. That's Howard's Fartman VMAs. Dana Carvey was the host. Johnny wasn't even 20 years old, I don't think, here. She was passing me by on a golf cart. I said to her, "Hey, you're rare." And she said to him, "Never been called that before." That's a good story, Johnny. That's cute. I like that. You're rare. That's just very, very subtle, funny.
That reference.
There you go. Matt Noakes. Reference. There you go. Matt Noakes.
I think you're blowing it away on that. You're the Matt Noakes of HBO 2. You really can.
Look at that reference.
There you go. Matt Noakes. Yeah.
Matt Noakes is an old Yankee.
I heard you drop Rumila.
I thought that's who that was.
Yeah, Rumila. Yeah, he's
a pitcher, right?
This guy's making old bets I lost references.
No, you know what? I've had a bucket list. I would love to hear you on the Radio Gunk podcast, so please consider it, man. I listen to it all the time. Nobody praises you more than them.
And I just paused it. You're doing Depp. You can't even get out of Depp, can you? When you call into these shows, you've so much. Listen to his voice, everyone. I'll continue.
Yeah, that was deliberate. That's totally deliberate.
Channeling Depp. He can't help himself. He's not even trying to pull a Swiftie on me.
I got to segue into this. I want to compliment you and Bob because I don't think I've ever heard of a more menschy move, and I know you're going to heaven because I want to hear the entire front to back of you doing the benefit for Scott, the engineer, his wife.
Right. Well, Bob's mic's not on, so I'll talk.
I put his mic on.
No, listen. Again, when I left Howard, a lot of crazy stuff happened where the whole TV crew that was there forever got fired, and apparently Scott, the engineer, got in bad way with Howard somehow, and Scott's wife got sick, and it wasn't the attention wasn't paid enough to her. She was a sweet woman, and Bobby and I did a benefit, and whenever we do a benefit, 2 weeks later, Bob is driving a Corvette. I don't know what that means.
It's not mine. Is he still?
How much you want to bet that's reality? How much you want to bet that's the truth?
God, I love Artie.
Oh, God.
How much you want to bet he does steal money from? I guarantee that's true.
He's such a bastard, Artie.
Skims the tills of the money collected for a good cause.
It turns out that he skimmed the tills. I think later on that he never actually, but nevertheless, let's lionize Artie while we're here.
Yeah.
Does anybody shit on Bob Levy better than Artie does with the Chappelle jokes?
The Chappelle thing is one of my favorite.
They really shouldn't be friends.
Yeah.
Artie looks at him like, what a big fucking dunderhead. Why am I hanging out with this guy? And
it's not mine.
Was he still DJing? We do benefits because Levy needs a couch.
I do need a couch.
No, listen, and she passed away, and Scott is, he's not the same guy, and the whole show's different, but Scott deserve more respect.
But Artie, this treads the line of inhumanity. I mean, this guy worked for him as long as anybody. To not even just one mention on the air.
Yeah, to me that doesn't make
sense. The game.
Yeah.
To not do that, it's inhumane. I mean, you can't. No one. I don't care who it is, can defend this. The lemmings of lemmings can't possibly defend this, but you stepped up in a way. I mean, you never got credit for it. I mean, it kind of was a blip. I mean, I think Adam Levy from Daily Mail.
It's amazing. So Adam Levy, our friend from the Daily Mail, comes up in here, and that precipitated this whole thing because I said, Bon, did you ever open that article from the Daily Mail? Could you not do it with the VPN? Because they only give you one shot to read it.
Yeah, I couldn't.
Okay, we'll get to that next time. I'm going to try to have him on.
I'm sorry, I have to go back to this. That is insane, spot on. Earlier Depp before the real accent kicked in. That's perfection.
with him, it's tough because I have to speed it up because he speaks so fucking deliberately slow now.
You can't go slow with
can't.
these guys.
Lose.
They'll
You can't.
kill
You're not
you.
going to get enough words out.
It's Sleepy Hollow Depp.
The speed.
Yeah, that's a good era. Yes.
Armabod Crane.
Common Radio Gunk had a 50-page thread on it.
So this is me trying to book him on Radio Gunk by kissing his ass by referencing it over and over again, and it worked.
It kind of was a blip. I mean, I think Adam Levy from DailyMail.com and Radio Gunk had a 50-page thread on it.
This is what Artie does.
It kind of went away.
Artie helps people. I mean, how many fundraisers have you done for people? Turk, thanks for the call. I mean, right? Remember we talked about Union High School, right? And you raise money for the firefighter, and and then you should be in the Hall of Fame for that, the Wall of Fame.
Doing stand-up is sort of an overrated thing to do for charity because I'd probably do it anyway. It's just you go on stage and it's an overrated art stand-up. I think.
I agree.
It's not like being in Cirque du Soleil. You learn a stupid act and you say it. Why not help somebody out if they need it? And
not everybody thinks like that, though.
Right.
That's to your credit.
Right. I mean, listen, I appreciate the guy mentioning Scott because that was a weird situation.
Yeah, and Scott he definitely deserved better than that. And for him, I heard he's not even on, he's not even on the show.
By the way, it's 29 in Monroe.
It's getting warmer.
It changed, huh?
But not to
I
mention
automatically
his
say the
name.
weather in Monroe when Bob talks.
No, it's not. It's when you make believe somebody's not on your show anymore. From what I heard,
that's what he just did to you.
It doesn't matter to me. I don't care because I told him.
Well, no, Howard. The guy I knew was a very generous guy, and stories I hear back that's not the case anymore. And
the generous thing, you couldn't misuse that word more, and because he hired you to get his bonus to get to Sirius does not make him generous.
Yeah, it makes him advantageous.
Yes, it makes him transactional, which is really his whole right. Has Howard done anything that's not fully transactional, where he doesn't benefit from it in the end?
Yeah, Howard on your birthday buying out a pizza place for you to have your birthday party in one time in your 8 years on the show, and still keeping your pay and your options and canning offers from CBS late night for you, that does not make up for it. I'm sorry, that is not generous.
When I mean, what does it cost? And I bet promoting, you don't know how this guy works. Promoting that pizza place probably got it for free.
Yeah,
you don't know what wheeling and dealing buck
all the Howard TV footage that was promised to be on the in-demand channel, and it
is crazy when you think about that. When the Howard TV stuff. And someone like Artie not getting compensated for that is insane. It has got to be the biggest breach, Johnny Meyer, you'll probably back me up on this, of the Screen Actors Guild that there ever was, or a loophole in the Screen Actors Guild that you could have someone be the whole draw for the fucking service. It is a pay-per-view service. And he's the draw on it and doesn't make a cent off it. That is insane.
Sorry, quick side note. Billy West did a new interview a couple days ago on a voice actor Jim Cummings podcast, and he talks about Howard.
Okay, good.
I'll pull the clip.
Jim Cummings is a big. He's in every superhero. Yeah. I think he voiced Shocker. Did he voice SpongeBob?
No. I mean, he does a lot of Disney stuff. I think he's the current Winnie the Pooh, and he,
Cat Dog.
Cat Dog, yeah.
My nephew watched Cat Dog, and I remember he was the voice of that. He does a ton of superhero stuff too.
Yeah, but Billy West talked about how he wasn't doing the show for free, but he wasn't, he was going against all the guild and all the SAG-AFTRA stuff was not covering him.
Oh, okay, cool.
So
cool, good catch, David. I don't know,
Does he bitch a bit about Howard or not?
I mean, he still is playing it I can't blame Howard. It's really Tom Chiusano's fault. And, he's blaming all the people around Howard, even though it's Howard's.
I'm sure John and Jackie have gotten to Billy by then. It's going, no, it's Howard.
Right.
It's Howard, Billy. Yeah, Halle Berry, right? Another Clevelander. Right. Good call.
Yeah.
All right. So after this, Artie's handler and assistant goes on and signs up for Radio Gunk and starts talking to me, and we're going back and forth, and I give him Monique's phone number. Artie texts Monique and my number gets in on the group. This is like some Pete Hegseth shit. This is a Pete Hegseth thing go right. This is the best part of this is what I think Pete Hegseth was in on this group text, and I get the number, and I'm thinking to myself, all right, Artie changes his phone number like every fucking 3 days. I better do something with this while I can. What can I possibly do? And I'm going through the channels of like who he knows and what can I do, and I'm thinking about, and somehow I land on Jamie Pressly, and I'm like, what? I don't know why the slap the yarmulke thing comes out, and I'm just like, maybe I'll pretend he's not going to know because. So I go and I research Jamie Pressly's like current status that she has kids and she had a DWI and she was drunk. I'm like, okay, I can tie in her DWI with Artie's addictions and they have commonality there. And I'm just kind of going in. David Spade, she did Joe Dirt with, and Artie was with David Spade and fucking Lost and Found.
Yep.
So and their friends, I'm just like, I know I could probably do something with this, but will he believe me? My whole point is, the little time I have, I'm going to eviscerate Howard with the most salacious things I can think of to try to get him to admit to all this stuff. I'd only heard some of this as a rumor, the stuff about the talk show, the Kilborn show on CBS and stuff.
Yeah.
And so I have a text exchange going with Artie, Bon Jovial brilliantly. So I told you this before, and I did this AI thing, and I'm transcripting, and I put it back on. Bon Jovial, I hand it off to Bon Jovial, and he incorporates the real text into the thing and then puts stills of Artie and Jamie Pressly talking to each other from the AI that I used. And this...
It's a bit...
No,
it's not perfect, everybody. It's
good.
Missing a few words and stuff. It's not perfect, but it's still...
in advance. It's actually missing
that it's
wig wearing hump is actually
I don't know where that
on that. Yeah,
it wasn't there, but when I was making it, it's just amazing the effort you went to with Artie in this conversation. It's just unbelievable. It
lasted for a day and a half. This exchange,
and I asked if you still had all the texts so I could put them in because it's unbelievable as you're watching this. You go, my God, this is our John. Riffing, it's so fascinating to me, and I'm so proud of you for doing it. You just nailed it.
It's really. This is not me jerking myself off, but this is just like if this should get more traction than it did because there's so much dirt in here of him shitting on Howard in a way that you haven't. You know, like you're fixated on Stuttering John getting a ticket for an expired registration or something. This is the shit. This is what you should be fixated.
John.
It'd be funny as, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
It'd be funny as you're pumping him for Howard information, like he comes back at you pumping you for like Jason Lee dirt from the 7 of My Name Is Earl or something.
That would be great. That would be great. So
you have to make up shit about Jason Lee, you know.
Oh, that's so funny. And I could see him doing that in another, and like during this whole exchange, I think he's running around comedy clubs. Like, so he's at the Comedy Cellar, and for some reason I bring up Governors on Long Island. Yeah. I think he was booked there. So I looked up to see what his book schedule was. And either I made it like I was on Long Island. I'm Jamie Pressly and I'm on Long Island. And I know that he's going to perform at Governors on Long Island. And I'm going to come in to see him because I'm on Long Island. And somehow, why would Joe Dirt be filmed on Long Island? It's about a hick in like Arkansas. Like it's the furthest thing from, I don't know why. It was just, it's so, I mean, and I knew this, he's going to change his phone number if I don't get to this fast enough.
Yeah, I mean, there was probably several funerals going on in Arkansas, so David Spade wouldn't show up.
Very nice, David.
12:37 p.m. Hey, Artie, it's Jamie Pressly. I'm sorry, I just...
Tell me to pause it when you want, and I don't have to play it all the way through. And imagine getting the copyright from Artie there on this. Somehow the algorithm goes off, or Jamie Pressly gives me a...
He owns the graphics of, whatever BlackBerry he was texting from. And
by the way, the statute of limitations is off here. I think I have no problem like sending this to Artie on. I can't go on Twitter. You're gonna have to do it, Bon.
Yeah.
I can't send anybody.
He'd probably love it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he'd love this now. I really think it would. I think it would brighten up his day. I really do.
Absolutely.
And I'm not jerking myself off. I think this is just so. You did such a good job on this, and your production would make him smile at the whole.
You can send this to Artie because you have access to the Deppening Twitter account. So.
Oh right, I do. You're right. All right. Sarah kind of bogards that, but I'm gonna have to take it back.
Hey Artie, it's Jamie Pressly. I'm sorry I just missed you on Long Island, filming Joe Dirt 3. I was hoping to come down to Governor's to watch you slap the yarmulke on stage. Lol. Howard Show FN sucks now.
I just throw in right at the end. By the way, Howard Show fucking sucks now right at the end. Right out of the gate.
The other thing about this too is like I feel like Jamie Pressly is sort of like who is this? You know, I know they've met, but it's not like that name totally springs to mind like, oh, you're the girl who's on, you know, Mom with Allison Janney or something, you know.
Her appearance is excellent. I have the whole thing in this folder.
Yeah.
She's really like 35 minutes, and maybe we could skim through it to go to the fucking yarmulke part. But it's really good. She's really feisty, and she's atypical for a lot of broads that come in there, and she kind of hits back and stuff. Like what I'm saying is not wrong.
That's true. Yeah.
5:30.
Jamie Pressly, the smoking hot blonde. This is someone fucking with me. Spade? If this is really you, we only met once on Howard, and you hated me. If so, I think you're as cool as you are hot. Tough. Funny. Thanks for the kind words if it is you. If that isn't some fucked up shit.
For about 10 seconds, Artie's in this pussy fog of well, not pussy fog. The pussy fog is what gets him out of it.
Right.
He's cynical and circumspect. He's like, nah, this can't. Someone's fucking with me. And the pussy fog sets in 5 seconds and takes him completely out of that circumspection, and now he's hooked. You know what I mean? Initially, he was like, "No, come on," and then I guess I dropped enough things where it took him in. He wants to believe this,
right? It's wishful it's magical thinking, right? That
But again, she is a loose cannon, and she does know everything's right. So he can't fact check me because all my facts are there first.
Right.
How do you fact check when I've done the fact checking for myself?
That's the way you get in with these people is like you overwhelm them with trivia to the point that they're like punch drunk and they have to believe you. You know.
Alec Baldwin on the street.
6:54 p.m. Back at you, sweetheart. Tough and smart was exactly my tact when I did Stern. I never ever hated you, for the record. I told everyone you were the funniest on the show, and the reason people even followed him to Sirius. I thought Howard was crossing the line with what I was pre-interviewed about by his nest of vipers. So God forbid I bit back. I'm actually shocked Howard hasn't been definitively meted yet.
Yeah, so this is... I made sure to throw that in there. I wanted to hear Artie's take on that this entire cancel culture, right, of these people just getting, you know, some deserve it, some don't.
Right.
And how could he escape it? So I'm trying to kind of get him. I think if I regret one thing is I would have gone into the serious partnership thing.
Yeah.
That to get him to, I should have, I don't know if I even thought of it while I was doing this.
I love how you put nest of vipers in quotes as if he knows that's what Bill Maher said.
Yeah, I think that's why I did it, because Artie's like obsessed with you know, Bill. He's kind of obsessed with Bill Maher in a negative way.
Right.
And so because he was, you know, Maher shit on him when he did Politically Incorrect on ABC once.
Oh, he did.
And Artie said something, he tried to like say something goofy, and Maher was taking politics way too seriously. He's like, oh, okay, thank you for the dumb opinion. And he said that to Artie, and Artie never forgot it.
Because it's not a religion.
The interesting thing about this is that, John, you sent your first message at like midday.
Yeah, watching the time
you
go
can
by,
see
right?
Artie's sleeping habits. He's just woken up an hour before. He's woken up at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m.
You're so right. You're so right. I was thinking that you get to see Artie's like circadian rhythm, or lack thereof. You know, during how he operates during the course of a day. That's
Larry
really,
Delabate is like knocking on his hotel room door to try to have that 3-hour lunch with him. You know, sleeps through it.
That's callback.
There's probably dozens of examples more egregious than the dudes who have been skewered in media so far.
7:18 p.m.
So Artie's got a little bit to digest the Me Too thing.
Yeah.
And he comes back. He goes. He's in between. He's about to go on. It's 7:18, and I guess that's kind of early for most comedy clubs, right? So I guess he's gonna go on and do like a 10 o'clock set at the vaunted Comedy Cellar, which is like a huge draw now. When I was there, it was not. It was, you knew it, and then all these people were there, but it was not. It was because of Colin Quinn's Tough Crowd show, and then Opie and Anthony helped it along too, and then it just became bigger and bigger and bigger. But when I remember going there in the 90s, it was not. It was nothing. Not that it was nothing, but it was just this underground thing, and it got huge like in the 2000s.
What kind of comics were doing it at that time? Before
everybody, all the same guys.
Oh,
You just didn't. The club is so tight. It's right by NYU. It's on McDougal Street. It's underground, so you have to go into this like basement. It's a cellar. It's an actual cellar.
Right. Okay.
And you walk in on the stage. It looks like every old comedy club you would see in the 80s of like the depressing thing. It's 2 a.m. and the comedian's repeating the same act, and there's 3 people there, and one of them are that's what it felt like.
Well, because you got to figure like the Seinfeld Paul Reiser comedy boom of the 80s is probably done by like 92. So now the cycle has to start.
The Comedy Cellar came along after those clubs, like a couple years after like the Improv and the Comic Strip and Catch a Rising Star and Caroline's. I think its first year was 82 or something, 81.
Okay.
But that's what made you memorable. Howard's getting away with insane revisionist history. You should come by the Comedy Cellar one night. Cool hang, and the best comedians on earth perform there. Thanks for reaching out, James. Means a lot. I just got out of jail, but I'm clean.
You kind of feel sorry for Artie here. He's got her. He's kind of hitting on her.
Yeah.
But it's not too aggressive. It's just doing a thing you can do, like in that level of fame. Come down and watch me own the stage at the Comedy Cellar. Even if you don't think his stand-up is good, he'll probably just get insane applause.
Yeah.
Well, hey, Herbert Arnold.
Oh, that makes me sad a little bit.
And yes, he's an actual moron, Herbert Arnold. I agree. Bagman. And he's kind of like, he's not. Give Artie this. He's not creepy at all in these texts.
No.
And he could be.
No, I would have been much more creepier if I thought it was actually her.
There's not a creepy bone in his body.
The weird thing is that he doesn't ask, how did you get my number? Who gave it to you?
I think I said Spade gave it to me. I think I kind of like implied that.
Spade gave it to me. That makes sense because you mentioned
that's what you
Spade
could,
a few times. Yeah.
Right.
But you're right. It's part of the pussy fog. Like, I've got to will this into existence. I'm just, I'll do my best to, at the top of the text, like dispel that. Is this someone fucking with me? Is this a prank? And then, once I clear that, I'm just going to go with it,
Artie himself could probably tell us, the play-by-play of what was going on at the time. Like, he was probably talking like Dave Attell or something. Like, oh my God, look at this fucking Armie Pressly's fucking next to me. And he's showing it to these guys, like in the classic comic table over there, and that would I'm sure he's got something on that, like what went on that night.
Jim Gaffigan's doing an upper decker and marveling at his phone.
That's fun. I bet you Jim Gaffigan was there. I bet he did pop in. That's a good name.
Not Jim Gaffigan. I'm sorry, Jim Norton. I'm sorry. I told you.
Jim. I think Jim Norton sleeps there.
Yeah.
7:57 p.m. No, hun. We all have our demons and addictions. The most seemingly normal people are the scariest when it all goes down.
I bet therapeutic Armie Pressly
Alan
going into
arm right here.
This is almost a bit creepy, actually. Where you go with this, you're really starting to mess with him. It's a bit creepy.
Yeah. I'm trying to like make him, go, hey, I'm with you. I understand. I didn't realize, and then I'm looking at her biography. I'm like, holy mother of Christ! She had a D. She had a fucking D. She got arrested. She can't judge anybody.
The most brilliant thing about you is you, on a dime, can shift from like, entertainment gossip, arm to therapist arm, like within it's just amazing how well you read the direction that the other person's like thoughts are going, and you conform to that.
But I'm also at such an advantage. I'm at such an advantage because I know everything about Artie. Like, what is he gonna do in to? And he's just like he's in a pussy fog, so that's all he cares about at this point. And I'm trying to. The age difference between them is not that big a deal. It's probably 10 years, if I had to guess. I know what Artie's age is. I think she's probably born in like I'm gonna guess 77, 78, something like that. It's probably 10 years.
She's 47. It says.
Okay.
So yeah.
So I'm right. Yeah, Johnny Meyer goes, Debbie, can you raise your volume up, or is that me?
I can. Hang on. Is that better?
Johnny Meyer, say again?
Is that better?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Okay. By the way, I'm sorry. I'm going to go back to this horrible joke I just made. So who is the comedian Robin dated that?
Florentine.
Jim Florentine. Sorry.
He could have been there that night.
3 Jims. That's who I meant the
Yeah,
first time.
he could have been there that night. That's a great guy to look at that. It is a non-union show. So you're talking about Howard TV. It's not Johnny Myers. The SAG rules don't apply to it. And Howard loves that. You don't think Howard knows every bit of like what apply? And he plays stupid that the SAG rules don't apply to this. I didn't know that.
Right.
He goes, that's not my business. He knows exactly what he's doing. They had them sign that fucking Bible from the E! Show that none of them got paid from it.
Right. I remember during the 2007 writers' strike, Eric the Midget called in and was like, what are you guys doing on the air? Like, don't you have to, like, doesn't your head writer, Fred Norris or Benji have to not be working? And he's like, no, the Writers Guild wouldn't. He's acting it like the Writers Guild rejects people who have businesses that are making money off of writing.
But he uses it when it's convenient and then backs out when it doesn't. So when you need the Writers Guild, oh no, Howard TV doesn't. So he moves the goalpost on the Writers Guild, like, and he masterfully. And I don't mean that as a compliment. Like, it's what a greedy fucking miser would do.
Yeah.
And Buchwald knows exactly what. I'm sure he gets that advice from Buchwald. That's why he confides in him so much, because he can duck deals like that.
Right.
That's why everybody leaves that show on bad terms. It's
Look
impossible.
at this, John. Hooper can look into the future. Well done, Hooper. You're about to see your.
I can't believe he said, unless he knew what we're about to show.
I don't know if he's heard. Have you released these?
Briefly.
Before?
It was not
on Gunk a couple of years ago.
Briefly, it was not. We didn't harp on it long enough. We should have been the whole. It got glossed over too much. And Hooper, be honest with you. If you knew this in advance,
at least you're on Front Street with it, and people can learn from it. Just know.
Oh, this is the worst segue in the world. Look at this. Look at what I jumped to here. Hey, by the way, did you know Howard makes $3,000 a minute? Look at this. Right after this, like, deep intellectual conversation about psychology. Hey, did you know Howard? Look at this. This is the worst segue.
Street with it, and people can learn from it. Just know you're far more talented comedically than the Stern Show deserves, and your addictions don't define you. Spade told me Howard makes like $3,000 a minute on Sirius. I wonder how.
Let's do that again. That is the fucking
AI
segue.
The AI voice, like, bulldozing from one thought to the other, just makes it funnier. Like, there's.
But how about the yin and the yang, the dichotomy of the least, the most, the deepest thing you could say, followed by the most shallow thing you could say immediately after it.
Also, the most, like, the words to build him up, and then you just, like, slap him in the next sentence.
I'm trying to get him angry. I want to stoke him.
Right.
It's a compliment too. It's like, you deserve a cut of that, and I'm trying to stoke him. I really want to drive that home, that he ain't signing that Sirius deal if it's not for Artie and the transition there.
Yeah.
I really want to drive that home. I can't say it enough.
Pello makes a good point in the comment. That's actually flighty enough to think that she's saying it, like that sort of, like, goldfish brain all over the place. Going from therapy talk to money talk.
Spade told me Howard makes like $3,000 a minute on Sirius. I wonder how much of that is on your blood, sweat, and tears to give him that bloated contract.
Look at how outraged she is. And then she goes, I'm venting. And then she's going to vent about her own career here. I feel like no actress could be self-absorbed as they are and not talk about themselves a little bit. So here's my, I pulled this out of my ass. I don't know. There's not a shot in hell she's offered Harley Quinn. I mean, if there's a list, she's 150 on the list. She's a TV actress now. She's been in some movies, but she ain't getting brought up for Harley Quinn.
To give him that bloated contract. I'm venting LOL. That penal colony bitch of a Wall Street, Margot Robbie beat me out for Harley Quinn role. I was promised it, and it motivates me to this day.
She was promised it. She was promised it.
To this day. John, you're
8:28
classic. God, you're classic, aren't you? You sizzle chest.
8:28 now this night. So this is an hour and a half later. Artie he probably just gets to the Comedy Cellar or something, or on his way, and he writes her back.
That's funny. I've always been a fan of yours for more than the obvious. Your interviews are always amazing. So I appreciate your comedic judgment. Howard sold out and he didn't have to. Keep in touch.
9:06 p.m.
Artie's thing in all that time is like, he could have been the counterculture hero and icon. You have to come to me. And he compared him to Thompson and all these people. And what he says there is spot on. You literally didn't, you have your richest creases and you didn't have to sell it. That's the worst part. It didn't benefit him in the slightest.
Right.
You selling out, usually you already had the money. It's not, he didn't get more money for selling out. This is a guy who sold out, and then actually it didn't benefit him at all in the eyes of everybody that would ever respected that show.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm saying this as a person who's never been rich. When he was still doing somewhat, when he still had ratings to get, and he still had rules to follow to actually produce good content, and it forced him to be high energy. Wasn't he making enough money then? I mean, it's just...
Yeah, he was making $40 million when he left terrestrial.
Yeah, isn't that enough?
Yeah, you'd think. But someone like that, a megalomaniac,
no, I know.
Never
it's
enough.
Psychology.
It's never enough. There is no bottom. But his real goal is that you don't make any. So he wants you to not, in addition to him making all of it, his real goal, or as much, he wants you to not make anything. So his goal is to be the have and have-nots of have and have-nots. Jackie said, if there's 25 marbles, Howard has to have 24 of them.
And I think that the how's my volume, by the way? Is it better?
Good.
Okay. I think the money is more important than the fame to him, because he probably does make more money than Kimmel or Colbert or any of the late night hosts that he compares himself to, but he's just not as famous anymore. But I think that's okay.
That's
with
the
him.
argument in show business is, does your fame, it's a whole thing, does your fame equal your monetary compensation?
Right.
For the people who it doesn't, does it haunt them, or do they care? There's a whole list of people who are way more famous than the money they make. And there are people who make too much money for the fame or for what they contribute to show business,
right,
which is nothing. So that's a great conversation when there's certain people where you're like, oh wow, he's really, really famous, but he is broke as fuck. And he shouldn't be. And that's, they're not, sometimes you are dealing with artists who aren't stockbrokers. Right. They're not sitting there worrying about points and back end shit. They're really in it for the art. It's hard to believe, because they get so corrupted, including people like Depp along the way, where everything is a cash grab. If you told Hunter S. Thompson and Marlon Brando that Johnny Depp would be doing a fucking Dior Sauvage commercial, they would excommunicate him from every form. They would never, ever speak to him again. I guarantee it. How embarrassed those two would be if they knew Johnny Depp was doing a Dior Sauvage commercial, and the laziest one imaginable.
Yeah, I remember Artie saying on his Artie Quitter podcast that he was talking about Howard, but he said he had a discussion with Gilbert about how it's so embarrassing that Robert De Niro is doing The Intern with Anne Hathaway or something. It's and how these guys, like a De Niro, will say well, my legacy and my career doesn't matter to me, and it's but it matters to the fans, it matters to us, and it is disappointing, when
De Niro, I think you bring up a good name. It's kind of what Artie just said. De Niro's a guy who doesn't have to. He gets insane offers all the time, every time. So he really can be very selective about not embarrassing himself. That's not Pacino was a guy who actually lost insane, like that, an insane fortune, blames his manager. He couldn't keep up with his own checking account, and he claims he lost it. So he's just taking Adam Sandler movies, and he's at a certain, like, what is going on with Pacino doing these pieces of shit?
Well,
he didn't do a lot of bad movies until that happened to him. You can really trace it back to exactly when.
Yeah, and I bet with De Niro, it's like his agent must have said, like, you know what, do Meet the Parents. It's a one-time comedy for you, and then you don't have to do that kind of movie ever again. And then it's like
you can live off the fat of the land. And you can always blame the kids, right? It's the kids.
Right,
it's for my kids. So an actor's excuse now when they do a piece of shit is, oh, I wanted my kids to be able to see one of my movies, like Cat in the Hat and all that.
Right, his Robert De Niro's kids, who by the time Meet the Parents came out were firmly in their mid-20s, probably.
That would be so funny. And if the interviewer pushback goes, aren't your kids like 28?
Right.
What?
Can't they rent a car now? Yeah.
The way you calling me James reminded me of something that Jerry O'Connell told me.
So now I segue to this rumor that I vaguely heard from Artie, and I wanted him to like put his stamp on it, put his name on it. That this had not been substantiated, that the Craig Kilborn show, who eventually went in 2004, Artie was up for that. So he to follow Letterman and Colbert eventually took that. So it's names like Artie and Adam Carolla and D.L. Hughley, and I think Jerry O'Connell might have been in the mix. Ferguson, who eventually got it, David Allen Greer. I mean, just like the names, like the who's who of, and Artie was about as big as in 2004. He had been on the Stern Show for 3 years, and that's about as the height of. And then he got the beer league thing, and not that beer leagues did anything in terms of his popularity, but he wouldn't have gotten that. So just Artie Lange's name, I think it was probably as respected as it ever could be in like 2004.
Yeah.
Hearing him on Howard, like, could you imagine this guy every night?
That was his apex for sure. Yeah.
Like the Real Deal Howard superfan.
So I'm trying to connect the dots, and I realize that Artie knows O'Connell, and he knows that he's a Howard superfan.
Right.
ARMie Pressly knows Jerry O'Connell, so I'm like, this is me just kind of, covering my ass or doing
Kevin Bacon the text thread.
Perfect, David, perfect. And it will seem like, oh, this is legitimate because O'Connell, who has pushed back on how bad the Stern Show is a few times, and so I thought he was the perfect name to talk to her and confide in her about the show, and then tell her this bit of gossip about Artie getting, well, you'll see, blocked.
Howard sold out and he didn't have to. Keep in touch.
9:06 p.m. By the way, you calling me James reminded me of something that Jerry O'Connell told me. He's like the Real Deal Howard superfan, and more like X-fan now. I think Howard thinks he's not A-list enough to book. Jerry told me he thinks Howard blocked you from getting a legit shot at the CBS 12:30 a.m. talk show. WDF? Is that true? What a jealous wig.
So it says wig-wearing hump, and then AI cut it off. I don't know why, but it says wig-wearing hump, and it's... So now I lay that in. I need to hear this from Artie because I'd heard this in a while, and I didn't. It just flew out of me. I'm like, I need to know the truth behind this, and so I want to hear it in black and white. Him say it. He goes on to talk about it a little bit, but he's very vague when he does talk about it. And I love this. He goes, "This is true. This is how I perceive a guy like Jerry O'Connell on today's Stern Show. He's actually not big enough in their eyes." No matter how many things, Jerry O'Connell is a new show every 2 weeks, canceled, and he's been in so much shit. He turns down nothing. He's on the fucking Talk, for Christ's sake.
I know, it's insane.
Every 2 weeks, he'll have another show get canceled in 3 weeks. I guarantee you. Like, he's got a holding deal with like every network, and nothing succeeds. And I like the guy. He's actually a Chargers fan, by the way. And I do think I'd get along with him. But he had pushback, and I believe he probably is bitter in real life that he can't get booked on this current horrible show. And the only way he could get booked if he talked about Rebecca Romaine.
Right. Well, and also he's someone in that like Corey Feldman gang that sort of somehow did it right for not becoming Ethan Hawke. It's like, you didn't become Ethan Hawke, and yet you turn nothing down. You do voiceover stuff. You're a talk show host.
Turns nothing down.
Yeah,
Nothing.
But
He's just like, I'm gonna take it what I can get. Give it to me.
But isn't considered a joke like Corey Feldman. You know.
No, somehow he's not the joke. Corey Feldman. He's not, like you said, he's not Ethan Hawke.
Right.
But he's not Corey Feldman. He sits in between that, and he gets all this mainstream shit that's out there. It's an interesting. If you get a chance, look at his IMDb. It is pages and pages of shit that gets like these one and done 3-episode pilots. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's very Mario Lopez-ish, his career. You know,
right? Worse, probably better or worse. What do you want to call it?
Yeah.
WDF? Is that true? What a jealous wig.
Wearing hump.
9:43 p.m.
So Artie comes back at 9:43 and says this.
It's true. We gotta talk. It's too much to text. He totally did.
9:50.
So there he is admitting that it's 100% true. But could you imagine if it wasn't too much to text and he did write all that out there? It is a lot to text. I agree with him.
It's a manifesto. Right.
Even with those stubby Union, New Jersey third baseman hands he has. But it would be so great if he wrote that out in black. But here we got an admission. It's all true.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted, even though I would love to see an expansive version of that.
9 p.m. It's all too daunting and hurts. Just know you have major buttress support from people you didn't even know were fans. And in your corner.
So come back here, and I think this is the end of it. I say to him, I act like I tell Artie now that David Spade is now with me. And he's next to me, and he's telling me what to write to you during this text exchange.
Is that a word that you guys say? Buttress, like good looking.
It just means like support. It means like a like a.
Is that?
Yeah.
Do people
it's an architecture. It's like a stone or brick thing
like
built
a bridge,
against a
like
wall.
supporting something. You know, like a.
Oh, buttress. I know what a buttress is, but I didn't know that. I was thinking it was a completely different kind of word, like broads with asses, female love.
You sounded like you got offended.
mean?
You got offended like Lefty Ruggiero there with Fugazi. Yeah, I know what a Fugazi is.
Yeah, I realized that you just meant. Now I realize you just meant buttress. I thought it was like a street sort of talk thing. Now I've got you.
David, doesn't bulwark mean the same thing as buttress?
You got me there.
It's the same thing. It's like I remember like the two B's, and they said they're literally the same meaning. And bulwark.
Yeah, you're right. It's a bulwark is a defensive wall. Yeah,
that's a good name. That's a good fake name on the internet. Bulwark, a Bulworth, right? Wasn't that a Warren Beatty movie?
Warren Beatty. Yeah, right.
10:37 p.m. Still breathing.
Okay, this is Artie's actual. So Artie sends me a selfie. And he sends me this like grimy. Look at this.
The nose.
Yeah, the nose. So but he's got the Merchant Marine ski cap on, still breathing. So he sends Jamie Pressly a selfie.
Let me get in front of like a like the reddest stoplight that I can in New York City and take a picture.
Could you imagine I said back to him like, "Am I supposed to masturbate to this? What do you want me to do with this?"
Oh, John.
As Jamie Pressly.
No.
10:37 p.m. Still breathing.
LMAO. It's like 1979. Hell's Kitchen. Just stole your soul. Watch out for the Westies, jumping you at the Blarney Stone for not knowing the secret handshake.
10:49 p.m.
Jamie Pressly, among the many things she has no business knowing, like David, she has no business knowing the Westies, for all that don't know. And maybe you don't. They are the Irish Italian mafia in Hell's Kitchen, New York, which is streets that go like the high 20s to the low 50s on the west side, and it's called Hell's Kitchen, and that was the Irish gang that ruled those streets. She has no business knowing what they are. There's not a shot in hell. But Artie hears anything mafia he is in such a pussy fog. That's all he needs to know.
What does the "just stole your soul" part mean?
It means that he's inhabiting what the Westies looked like in 1979 with the ski cap, and it's really dark. The dark streets of old New York, because it looks like, right, it doesn't look like he's getting out of a cab in like 1979.
Yeah.
If you ever see the movie Sleepers,
Yeah, but I can't remember
all right,
anything from
some
it.
of that movie is set in Hell's Kitchen in the late 70s, early 80s, and some of the Westies is incorporated into that. You remember when Billy Crudup is walking down the street and they
No.
get Kevin Bacon at the Blarney Stone?
No.
What was that?
That's my eBay alert.
Oh,
going to the shower.
What are you looking at? What are you buying? Tell
It is
us.
a
Stop the
Arizona
video.
Diamondbacks batting practice hat that I've never seen before. If I miss
you
it,
lost
I'm never gonna...
you lost your baseball cap collection during
No,
COVID, right?
I did, but this is one that I had never seen before. And
How much does it cost?
$11.
That's
I
nice.
love the notification sound. I've never heard that. Have you ever heard that, David?
I've never heard that sound.
That's the Kryptonian sound on my phone. That's the That's the
Oh,
Krypton
you've
sound.
customized it. You crazy little ferret. Right. I loved hearing that sound, and that sound will be in the shorties, and I'll probably make it into a drop.
Here we go.
Westies. Wow. Nice reference. We gotta hang out.
11:17 p.m.
Artie is horny.
Okay, so he says it to me, and is this the last one? Okay, so she writes back. This is, again, a half hour later.
I have to be a good girl for now. I have
Gotta hang out.
I'm trying to let him down easy.
Yeah.
I don't want to crush his ego. At the same time, he has to know, and the best way to do that is she does have kids. She just had twins at the time,
Right.
which I found out. And it's the best thing to do is to let him down. I'm married. I have kids. Oh, other than that, this would be on. This would be on. It would be
Right.
on.
This would be a match made in heaven.
Yep.
Right.
11:17 p.m. I have to be a good girl for now. I have twins, but certainly somehow we can go drunk driving together because I'm no one to judge. I got a DUI about 7 years ago. But this just in.
What, Bon?
We can go drunk driving together.
We can go drunk driving together. I thought he'd like that.
That is absolute. That's brilliant there.
Being self-deprecating a little bit here. And so David Spade just walks in to this fictitious conversation and writes a joke to Artie on Jamie Pressly's phone about Peter DeLuise. And as she would say in the Artie style, this is an Artie format. But
That's a young Albert Brooks.
A young Mark Hamill, right.
Right,
So he's Peter DeLuise. Always bring it back to Jump Street. And AI butchers Peter DeLuise's name.
Yeah,
brilliant.
A Jump Street reference is like your Z in your Zorro world. That's the market that you've been there.
Who says you people don't like comic books?
But this just in from Spade. Artie looks.
Oh, to tie it into Batman, David.
Yeah.
Bruce Wayne's parents, when they got shot in Crime Alley by Joe Chill, the movie they were seeing with young Bruce was Zorro.
Oh, wow.
That was Bruce's hero, his pulp hero as a kid. So right before he lost his parents, Zorro was the movie the Waynes were seeing.
I take it the Batman creator is a Zorro fan then.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
sure that Kane and he cut through the alley, Crime Alley, and that's where he got shot.
Gotcha.
I'm sure Bob Kane. Yeah, right. He's probably a huge Zorro fan.
Like he's 5 spin classes away from a young Peter DeLuise. And I miss you, like the Expos missed Tim Raines.
So that was a joke that Artie and Spade had together.
Hey.
You know that song by Everybody But the Girl? It goes, and I miss you, like the heavens miss, like the desert missed the rains. So Artie and Spade had a joke about Tim Raines and the Expos, which is a very funny line, their own kind of parody song. And I use that, and that proves that it's David Spade. Who else would use that?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That would validate it all, right, David Villatoro?
Totally, yeah. Oh, Villatoro, sorry.
You're a nice guy, though, John. You could have screwed him at the end of that conversation and said, "Oh, just effing with you, you loser." You know, you could have been a prick, but he doesn't reply again.
No, he doesn't reply again, and I wanted it to go on another day. He changes his phone number, and I don't even know if that's the reason why. I bet it wasn't even the reason why. He changes his phone number just a little bit after that, and he goes on Radio Gunk, like 2 days later, and that's how we booked him. That's exactly. I don't think it was ever revealed to him that that was me.
Yeah, it's. I wonder if he, when you dropped that you had kids, that or that when Jamie, not you, but Jamie Pressly had kids, that he was just like, oh, I'm not getting involved, and
yeah, that was right. That was the
you.
best way to stave off him. If he has kid, I mean, guys like that sometimes don't want to be with women with kids anyway. But she's married. But I thought that was just the greatest way to just cut it off. That I have kids
you played it. I mean, you don't know. He establishes right at the top that when he believes that it's her and thinks that she's so hot, like, you don't know if he's gonna like start with the sexting or sending dick pics or something.
It was the least creepy exchange you could ever have.
Right. I mean, you got out of there just in time. So yeah,
I don't think he was gonna be creepy. I don't think he.
I
don't
agree.
think he does that.
Artie's a good guy. I agree with that. Yeah.
I don't think he does. I think he thinks it's corny. I think he thinks it's cliche maybe to talk like that, or I just don't think he has it in him.
He wasn't sober though. When he said he was sober, that's not the case. We know he was drinking.
Oh, I was gonna try to talk him into drinking again. I mean, that was my next move. I was gonna work into that. I'm like, you don't need. You're not.
As Jamie, you were gonna say, oh, by the way, as apart from acting and stuff, I'm also a drinking coach. So do you need any?
I was going to say you were going to recommend, Jamie Pressly was going to recommend you, John, as a drinking coach for Artie.
Yeah.
I was just going to be like, drinking has been so important to your career. I mean, your album's name, everything you do, your whole brand is drinking. I don't think you should abandon it. I think being sober has been worse for you. So but drinking's not his problem. It's heroin. We don't lump. I was gonna say, like, was there a script? Don't lump drinking in with heroin. It's not the same thing.
Oh, you can't even be.
I'm serious.
Really,
I don't think you could lump in that.
Coach.
Yes.
You believe that, don't you?
I do believe it. I don't think 12. I don't think 10 Coors Light as a barbecue is the same thing as heroin.
This is my show. Excuse me. The drinking is like a gateway to inhibitions falling to the floor, and then somebody hands him a line of heroin, and he's going to go, yeah, why not? And it's not. Don't you see that though? You can't.
That's where the drinking coach comes in. I say no. We're staying on this. You have to drop down to court. There's no reason it should be a gateway to anything. It's because he's hanging out with these people. How do you do that? If what you said, just you say that, and then he goes, yeah, but the moment I have a drink, I want to snort a line. What's your next comment as a drinking coach? I'm putting you on the spot right now. Why is it when he hung out with Jim Florentine, he doesn't have any problems? Do you see Jim Florentine on heroin? No, he sticks beers at a barbecue and has no problems. Why can he handle
that's
it?
Not a comeback.
Nick DiPaolo too. Nick DiPaolo, they both can just drink and they have no problem. It's who you hang with. If he's going to hang out with drug addicts, he's going to do with. They don't carry that shit around. That's where the drinking coach comes in. I throw my body in between him and the heroin dealers. And nope, we're having a Heineken. We're having a Heineken. Nope, no thanks. Okay.
Listen, what happened to that clip you were talking about a couple of episodes ago that they started talking about drinking coach on that show, remember? They had a drinking coach.
Oh, that was, the political show.
Did you get the clip? We need that
I don't
clip.
have it. I don't have it yet.
I actually went, and that woman's name, Rachel or something, her show, I tried to find that clip.
It was Johnny Bye-Bye that caught me on the show posing, and I said, and it was Tara Setmeyer from the Bulwark political wonk. She's runs all these she's on like the Lincoln Project and stuff.
Yeah. And
she brought it up. She's like, hey, this guy's a drinking coach. He thinks he's reading his eyes.
I tried to find that. I tried to find that the other week. I looked up her name and I listened to a few podcasts that week to try and find that part where your comment came up on the screen, but I couldn't find it.
Good call, Tata Tooth. He already had the Gary Carter perm. Good call. I like that. Spin class.
John's motto as a drinking coach is stay in your lane. Don't go to other derelictions. Just stick with the alcohol.
Yeah, good point, David. I don't know if you've proved yourself as a drinking coach yet, John, because you're just saying don't hang out with people who take drugs.
You haven't seen me. I have to physically be there. I can't do it from here. I can't zoom in being I have to physically. I'm willing to throw my
This
body
is a
in front of you.
social
I need
thing.
to see
You
it
have to be
up
in the
front.
same room. Yeah.
I'll take the drugs for him if he doesn't want to. It's not
I
going to do
love
anything
this.
to me. I've taken cocaine twice in my life. It did nothing to me. I don't have anything good to say about marijuana. I've done that about 40 times. It did nothing for me. I have nothing good, nothing positive or negative to say about it. I did acid twice. One time I sang like a pop song as Chris Cornell. I think I sang like Richard Marx as Chris Cornell. That's what the acid made me do. So that was a pretty good experience. I had it in a mudslide, but it did nothing to me. I'm going to throw my body in front of him and the drugs. I'll take it if he doesn't want to. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to bat that away like a Jump Street episode, and I'm going to take a Heineken out and hand him the beer. Every time, it's almost like the one on, one off with the, like one of the drinking coaches' ways is like you have one alcohol drink and then you have water, and you do that all night. And it's a nice little buzz if you can maintain that. It works well. But you got to keep it up.
Dehydration. But what happens when you need to go to the bathroom and then he racks up a big freaking finger-sized line while you're gone? It's
no,
he
goes to the bathroom with me.
And then
he goes to the bathroom with me. It's like stuck on you. It's like stuck on you with the handcuffs.
You do this for payment though.
Yeah, of course.
You're getting paid. Good. Hourly,
and he's paying for the drinks, and he's buying me a bag of ice on the way home.
Oh, that's gold, and not drug ice, an actual bag.
No, he's going to buy me
just ice that you
put
in the freezer.
Bag of ice available on the way home.
For the way home. What's that?
He's going to buy the whole refrigerator at the front of CVS for you, full of ice. Yeah.
And you know how Artie brags about having Sicilian pizza in a cab on the way home from Albany and stuff? I'm getting one of those pies. So he'll buy 2 Sicilian pizzas. One of them's going to me, and then I also get the ice.
Look at Pal-El, just being honest.
You think I'm not serious? You watch. I've done it before. I'll do it. There's nothing you can't. And I'm fixated on it. I'm as a hobby, I'm obsessed with what people drink anyway. So I'm staring at you. If you hang out with me, I'm looking at what you drank, and I'm watching kind of what is this guy? What's his tolerance and what's he drinking?
Well,
I'm looking at
so
other
how
people.
Would you deal with
I
me?
love watching it.
How would you deal with me? All I'm drinking is Pepsi Max.
Well, that's part of
a huge problem. If we're in the pub together and you're trying to, what would you say? Would you say you have to drink this beer now and then?
Thank you, A. Smith. No, well, here's the thing with you too. You Aussies, you have the original Pepsi Max insignia. We don't have it anymore here. Ours is just called Pepsi Zero. They took the Max off. Max is our favorite first name, right, David?
Yes.
And that's where it went. And it's called Pepsi Zero now. So you still have it in Australia called Pepsi Max.
I know. When I showed you the product when I purchased it, you were freaking out.
I was.
All right.
Okay, the next thing. Do you want to do?
Just do
Chet
whatever.
Haze.
Just do it. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of how this starts. Okay, this is Chet Haze. In 2000, this is how this really starts. And this guy is turned on Howard. You guys remember Perez Hilton?
Oh yeah,
of course.
So Perez Hilton contacts Howard and tells him, "You got to see Tom Hanks has got a wigger son, and he's trying to be a rapper. He's 19 at Northwestern University." This is how Radio Gunk starts, by the way. This Chet, we owe it all to Chet Haze. This is 2011, and Howard comes back from these Super Bowl shows, and he's told about Chet Haze from Perez Hilton, and it goes into this at 6:20 in the morning. Thank you, A. Smith. I won the auction, by the way. What a great day this is. I won the auction.
How much?
It shot up to $13.
Oh, that's nothing.
I do the last minute thing. You do what you do is you bid at the last second.
Right.
Why would you drive the price up? This is the only thing I know about money.
I've had an argument with a friend like 20 years ago about it. He put down all he wanted to pay. He said, "That's the most I want to pay." And I said, "Are you stupid?
Are you right?
Why would you do that? If your bid goes high and somebody else is trying to find out how high you bid, they're just going to keep adding $1, and the price is going up until you're out."
Thank you, Bon.
And he said, "I don't think so." And I said, "Oh, you're a fucking idiot." And I still believe that. Anyone who believes that
By the
is
way,
a
thank you,
fucking
Bon.
idiot.
I haven't. So I was talking about this the other day. How many of these big sellers on eBay would ever let that happen? You ever see like a ridiculous deal that's too good to be true? You know, this guy has 5 different accounts on 5 different debit cards, right? And he auctions on himself, right? There's no way.
Shill bidding, yeah.
Yes, there's no way a guy would let some collector's item go that usually goes for $200. Now it's $14.
Right.
You really think he's gonna let that go?
Exactly. I can't believe how stupid some people are to think that, I'll just put my biggest load. I'll drop my load before I've even. I'll jerk off before I've gone out on the date. That's what's happening here.
Oh, by the way, Bon, that's part of the drinking coach. You have to jerk off before you go out because you cannot be in a pussy fog when you do this. So you have to. That's part of the plan. You have to jerk off an hour before you go out.
Demons out of you.
Yes, you got to get the poison out before you go out.
That's
because
amazing.
that causes you to do stupid things, as you just saw.
Oh, John, I love your brain because I've sniped eBay stuff.
Tom
I look
Hanks
at the
is
history of what people are bidding, and then I see, okay, it's going up by increments of $5. And there's 2 or 3 people, and I see their names, and I go, all right, so it's these 3 guys, and they all go up by $5 or $4. So I'm holding, and in the last 10 seconds, I'll just boot it up by $30, and no one's winning out of those guys.
Yeah. Our precious video game systems, Bon. You ever see what they do with those on eBay? Right? They'll be like $14 for a PS5. You're like, yeah, oh, sure. Oh, in 4 hours, it shoots up to $85. Who's bidding on that? And the auction is in 6 days. Who's bidding on that now? The same guy who owns it is bidding on it.
I've done what you're saying. I sent emails to my friends saying, hey, can you put $5 on this? Can you put $10 on this? Let's just get this moving up. Yeah.
Like and subscribe, everyone, while you're at it. Thank you for reminding me.
Look at what we're giving you right now, people. Look at what we're giving you. Drinking
I don't
coach,
think I'm saying
eBay,
anything.
Hats.
You got to see my hat collection. I'm gonna show you next time what I've been able to recoup.
Make a video moving.
I'm gonna
put all the hats on your bed. Make a camera moving
like some
around.
corny song. I'm gonna do that.
And
you
got to
see
clips about each cap and tell us the prices you paid, how much they're worth.
Oh, I have a cap. I have a cap, Bon. I have a cap. I won't go over $25.
You have a cap for your caps?
Yeah, cap for the cap. I won't go over 25. It has to be the most rare thing. And the problem with the hats is because the Major League Baseball, I have the fitted hats. So my head lies somewhere between 7 1/8 and 7 1/4. You can't always go by that. And so that limits the hats that you can get in a certain style. I will not go over they sell hats now at Lids for like $55. My cap is 25. I will not go over. It has to be the most rare thing that I know I can't find again. That's the only time I'll even go to $25.
What's the most expensive rare hat you've ever seen? The price?
I bought a Arizona Diamondbacks alternate hat with a lavender top and the rim. I want to get just 2-tone hats. The rim is black, the top is lavender, and it has the A insignia from the Diamondbacks. I think it's their best hat, and it had the World Series insignia on the patch on the left side, and I spent $27 on that. That's the most I spent because I couldn't find it, and it was the only one that had my size. I had to do it.
Is there a rare hat that's sold for $5,000?
Not that I'm sure there has been. It's got to be like signed by an actual player and stuff. I have 6 Blue Jay hats now because I love Canada.
What's great about that little hobby you've got is that you're never gonna just waste money.
No,
you've got a limit.
I wear them too.
Low price limit, so you're getting a lot of enjoyment out of that hobby.
I get a lot. It also decorates your room too. It's a great.
Well, that's what I do with guitars. I hang them on the walls, and they're like art to me.
So are these. I mean, I'm designing hats.
So how do you hang them? Have you made like a little thing that has all little knobs sticking out of it, and each one you can hang the hat on?
I have 2 hat racks, and they're all just you got to see the state of it right now. Like they're just piled on there, but I'm trying to display the ones that I like the most, and eventually I'm gonna have to try something else. But right now and they're just piled up just all around the room and different. But I have the ones featured that I like the most, and they're very eclectic, and they're all 2-tone, and they're obscure. Like when you see these hats, I think a lot of sports fans are gonna go like, "Where the hell did you get that? I didn't know that existed, and a lot of times there's a World Series patch on the side. I love the patches. I love the special edition hats. The 40th anniversary of the Blue Jays or something like that. I love that shit.
But it's tough because you've got competition. There's guys bidding that are just like you.
You know, it's funny though. I'm surprised how few people are looking at that now. I'm amazed how much real estate I had. It's funny you say that. Every time I get one of these hats, I'm like, there's nobody bidding on this. And they have the offer thing where you can go down. So say the hat, the guy wants $32 for the hat. I'll just go, you know, what the hell? Let me try something. I'll say $8.
Make an offer.
I'll say $8.
Yeah, love it.
Sure enough,
I love it.
in my purchase, it says purchased $8, and the guy just said he's just getting rid of it. He doesn't want it. He's just getting rid of it. He can't.
He took his best shot at gouging you, and it's like, all right, you caught me. I'm
not even a money guy. You know that. I'm like one pubic hair away from socialism. I could care less. But this, for some reason, I had this like deft skill in negotiating petty eBay things and with hats and stuff.
You got to slap the yarmulke.
I did.
There you go.
If it wasn't for my husband and kids, you'd be slaying this pussy, says PC23. Crushing that puss, right?
Is that Artie talking to you right now?
What is Brian Callen, right? Crushing puss. That was a stupid ass from Rogan show.
Wow, that's
Hilton. This is Tom Hanks.
Okay, so this is Chet Haze Hanks, and Howard discovers him through Perez Hilton.
That's a weird picture of Howard. He looks very fish-faced more than usual in that.
I think that's Joan Rivers' funeral, and I deliberately got that because it looks like that's the face he would give if Chet Haze showed up at Joan Rivers' funeral.
Guns a-blazing.
Yeah.
Right.
Hilton, this is Tom Hanks' son, who's like a full blown out wigger. He's a what do you call it? A rap guy.
Yeah.
And his name is Chet Haze. He calls himself Chet Haze.
What's his real name?
And he goes around, yo, what up, what, and it's like, you're Tom Hanks' fucking son. Who are you kidding?
At an elite education.
No, Mr. D, you and the romantics. You and the romantics. Here's what I'll do. I'm throwing my body in front of his. It's not just don't do it. I see the transaction. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to the bathroom with him. I dare him to do cocaine. I will kick it out of the dealer's hand. I will become 21 Jump Street on the spot. I'm bringing handcuffs with me, and I'm cuffing the guy right at the bar. I'm kicking it out. He's not going near the cocaine. I'm throwing I'm not stupid.
Jeremy Renner sort of moves.
Yes.
Mayor of
yes.
Kingstown.
Watch me.
Vicious.
I'll do it in Detroit, too, right in front of you. I'll do it in Detroit. You watch me. Watch me.
I'm picturing...
I mean, okay, you could kind of buy...
Go ahead, Doug.
Sorry. No, I'm picturing you doing that in slow motion as Whitney Houston's "I Will Always Love You" plays over.
The Kevin Costner bodyguard.
Yeah.
God damn it, that's a great.
It's acting.
You can kind of buy Eminem talking like a black guy because he grew up in Detroit and he probably grew up in a shitty neighborhood. I get that, although at this point he's been wealthy enough for a long time that he can drop that bullshit.
Yeah, but he can't because that's his living now.
And by the way, when did Eminem get such credibility? He's on 2 commercials last night.
I thought that myself. I said, here's a guy who just got...
That was my experience, Pellel. All it did is Pellel says Coke. It's just sobered me up, and I was too pissed drunk to drive. I have nothing to say beyond that, about it. The 2 times I did it.
Out of rehab.
How come he gets commercials?
And now he's, a role model.
Isn't it time for me to...
Johnny Meyer thinks that Artie really thought that was Spade all along. I don't know. That's a good theory.
That's a good point.
I think he thought it was both. I think he thought Spade was there all along, but I do think, why would you make that up with ARMie Pressly?
I could see him checking in with Spade. I mean, was Spade talking to him at that point?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
He was talking to all his comedians. He was talking to everybody but Howard, really, at that point. So we all act like, because Howard's not talking to him, he's not talking to anyone else.
Right.
But I think he was talking to Kimmel, everybody but Howard. Thank you, Pellel. I know it sucks. It's not called Pepsi Max anymore, and I'm still gonna call it that. Like I'm gonna call the Chargers San Diego.
To be a role model and get commercials?
Never. I don't know what it is.
I mean,
what do you have to do?
If Eminem can have a positive image, he curses.
I'm like that too, Tata Toothy. There's a lot of things to me. I know myself, and I'm afraid I'll like it too much. And I do have an addictive and I'm actually able to go, you know what? I know it's not going to end well with me and that.
Putting him in claymation. He's promoting Detroit.
Yeah. Well, how did he get... He's got enough baggage that he shouldn't be in commercials. Because commercials, believe me, don't I know, these guys won't touch you if you're controversial. They're afraid.
Top to tooth, he goes, Chet Haze, Pacific Palate, Sades Wigger. His dad should have pulled out a Rita Wilson. Wasn't there a movie with Jamie Kennedy called Malibu's? Yeah, wasn't that the premise of that?
I think it was, actually. I forgot about that movie.
Oh, my God, it just hit me. I don't know why.
I love Howard talking about how he gets, like, you know, he doesn't do commercials because they don't want him. Not that, you know, they offer him shit and Buckwald doesn't just shut it down immediately, you know?
Yeah. Johnny Myers, hey guys, John, hey Arm, be careful. $13 is a lot of money. Be careful. You're right.
Reckless
I know.
Spending.
Monique doesn't give you enough credit, says Brendan. Arm, do you really think she'll give any credit to Chet? Well, we're gonna give him credit here, Brendan.
Yeah, and he's not doing liquor. He's doing iced tea and cars.
Yeah. I was even surprised Joan Rivers got a commercial.
That was funny.
That was a real funny commercial, the GoDaddy one. David Hinckley said in the Daily News today he didn't think it was so funny, but... Or maybe it wasn't David.
Illiterate.
Word. Can you imagine that conversation?
And the two whitest people are his parents.
Right. Yeah, come on. And where did he grow up? Beverly Hills?
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, that real, gang-infested neighborhood.
What's good? It's your boy Chet Haze. I'm in the studio finishing up the next day.
Listen to him. He's got the hat and the whole fucking look. You know, he's got all the rapper shit on.
He's 19 here at Northwestern University.
Yeah.
And somehow he's on Howard's radar now. And I guess I don't know if he released this on YouTube or whatever this is, but he actually has a gaggle of rap videos. If you go, I played one in the beginning of this, and I played the most cliche, rap tropes you could put in the same thing with him doing it.
Hey, my homie just showed me this beat, and
my homie. What a fucking dude.
Well, how do you even hear somebody who talks like this when you're talking?
Yo, my homie just showed me some beats, motherfucker. I'll fuck you up.
Did he go move into a project so he could
to study black people?
Lingo?
It's really funny and amazing when Howard decides to go to the megaphone, like what makes him. He's such an untalented impressionist that he thinks if I take the megaphone out, that's somehow going to cover that I can't do any impressions of anyone ever.
Right.
And somehow it's going to give a different. It's just funny when he decides to use that.
It's yet another way to hide behind his insecurities of being untalented.
Yes. That's Billy West.
Yeah, he moved to Africa. He wanted to get down with real black people, the blackest black people.
It's like unanimous decision, absolute fire. So I gotta go in and fall on it right now.
He's gonna fall on it. This is what. When we have Tamara Francois, we have to talk about some black phrases you hear a lot, and when they started and what fall on
it. It's like unanimous decision, absolute fire. So I gotta go in and fall on it right now.
Fall on it.
Yo, man, I grew up in the shitty part of Beverly Hills, motherfucker. We'll fuck you up over there. You try fucking coming to my hood. Beverly Hills. Fuck up, man.
Barn, what are you supposed to say to Brendan here when he writes this? All together.
Oh, give me a sec. Let me do one thing here. One thing. Brendan, blow me.
This is where you and G Canada come together and blowing Brendan. Or getting blown by Brendan.
Tag team Brendan.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Tag team Brendan. Yeah, the two.
Going down over there. Son.
Yo, Pops.
Yeah. It's Chet Haze, baby. 2010 freestyle. Coming at y'all. Yeah. Check it out. Let's just go on.
If Howard had any ambition, even back here in 2011, this is 14 years ago, right? You replace the Rob Zombie song with this in the opening of your show.
That's so true.
Right? Wouldn't that be great to kick the show in the ass and change it up? That would be the ultimate. I think I might do this for us. From now on, that's going to be the opening. Hey, Melvin, welcome, Melvin. I found some pictures on it when I was going for the text, the Artie Jamie Pressly text exchange. I found some food pictures you'll love. I don't have them with me right now. I'll get them for next time. I swear to you, I'll get them.
Boy,
I have a huge tray of sliders that I made in 2018. It's the first foray into Sicilian pizza, chicken cutlets.
Oh my
soup.
God!
So much shit. I found my shandy. I found the Jameson, the drink I have with Guinness and ice. I have
Melvin
that. Huge,
will be hyperventilating on the floor right now.
To Sarah's hair and that.
Look at that.
Yeah.
That was the line that Howard fixated on, the ski pole in the pee hole.
Yeah, right. He loved it.
Stab you with the ski pole in your pee hole. 834, I'm sharp like the Space Needle. Nobody's equal.
I'll stab you with a what? A ski pole in your pee hole.
In your pee hole, I guess.
Yeah.
I agree with that, Tata Toothy. I'm gonna. This is the most controversial thing I'm gonna say here today. I would change the Red Sox hat, and what you're saying is I take the base and I make that red, and just like you're describing, and then the rim is that dark blue or black or whatever, and that's going to be that. I would changing that boring ass one color. We don't do one tone. We do two tones in my collection. Every now and again, if I have a one tone hat, it's only because there's a great patch on the side to spice it up. But we all agree, and we all agree. I'm going to go say something even more controversial. I'm changing the Yankees hat, and I'm going to make the rim silver or white. Like kind of off-white, or that sort of not white, but that sort of off-white or that gray kind of thing. And that the Yankee hat will become two-tone on my watch.
Well, now you've just gone too far in my
opinion. I've gone too far. I know. It's telling you. This video could get taken down for that.
Yeah, man, when we was young.
The Mets hat, I think we'll all agree, right? Everyone. The Mets hat is officially Hooper, orange rim. Two-tone orange rim, and then the base remains blue with the Mets insignia. That is what it's going to be, all 162. Everything goes two-tone. I don't care if you're the Yankees or the Red Sox or the Cardinals. Everything's two-tone.
My father forced me to go skiing with him, motherfucker. Took me right out of the fucking hood, so I put a ski pole in his pee fucking hole.
Well, at least, I've never heard,
God, how great would Artie be in this segment? He'd been gone now for about a year and a half. God, this segment begs for him.
Yeah, he would have started rapping. Artie would have been rapping and screaming. That would have been really good.
Bon, look at this. Bought 6 Toronto Blue Jays caps. Midlife crisis.
Absolute classic. What a callback from the Pellmeister. Oh my God. Or was that the Pellmeister?
I have 6, and I love them. They're all like my kids. I'm telling you, Tata Tuesday.
Jay-Z never started rapping about ski poles.
For me, cause I'm the fucking illest. So listen, I'ma tell you what the deal is. And if you don't feel this, fuck you, cause I'ma kill this. I'm a young gun, you an old bitch.
Son, we're rich.
How did he get so angry?
Yeah, exactly. My dad didn't visit me one Sunday. He's angry.
Melvin,
Son, you're rich. You're a theater major at Northwestern University. I don't think this is going to fly, but what do I know?
Nice act.
Now you realize who this is coming from, right?
Yeah.
Emily Stern. So, cut to 4 years later, and Howard comes back to this. And now, do we play? Let's play the actual show first, and then we'll play what becomes of it in the formation of 2015. But even this little time, there's a noticeable difference in Howard's lack of swagger and his voice. He's really stilted and speaking slower, and there's just less. Not that he's terrific there, but it's better than this.
Right. He rose to the occasion of doing the hack Wigger impression into the megaphone.
Where was I? Oh.
Yeah, that's about as good as David. That's about as good as he sounded like in that time, like in that year. So he circles back to this.
Had the energy, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it was good. I mean, definitely. And he circles back. We got to give credit where it's due. If we're going to have credibility here, we got to give him credit where it's due. I've said often, some interviews in the 90s, there was nobody better than him as in certain situations. Like one of my favorite interviews he ever did was with Richard Lewis, and he goofed on his champagne drunk. He's a fake alcoholic.
Right.
I thought that was one of the greatest angles to ever take on an interview. And I'll always give credit where it's due. It sounds hollow if we shit on him for the wrong, where.
No, yeah, and for sure. I mean, I still contend that when Jackie was on the show, he got Howard into like a rhythm where Howard could say occasional things that sound like Jackie lines, but are actually Howard saying them. Howard came up with them.
So this is 2015, and Howard goes back to the Chet Haze well. Thinks that no one's, of course. I mean, this is game on. I mean, who's going to possibly push back on this, right?
Right.
And he knows at this point the fans have really turned on him, and he knows that. And there's very little things you can agree on. I think he thinks we're all just going to rally around shitting on Chet Haze. Well, think again.
So I was trying to tell you the other day that, do I have time before we start yeah, we got another half hour, right?
You can hear the compression now, like he's really relaxed and stilted. And
okay, this might take me some time. So over here at Shade 45, they had on Tom Hanks' son, who's a rapper.
Right, we started to talk about this.
Yeah. And the kid named himself Chet Haze, I guess because he wants to not take the Hanks name.
Right, Chet Haze.
By the way, Tom Hanks' other son is a pretty damn good actor.
Yeah, the guy who's on.
His son Colin Hanks is a pretty decent actor. He was on the show in the early 2000s promoting Orange County. Did you ever see Orange County, David?
I remember it. I remember the poster. The guy had the orange slices over his eyes.
I want to say that I can't remember it entirely, but I want to say that Jack Black is Colin Hanks's like mentor or something. He's trying to, or he's living with him, or there's some kind of slacker angle. I can't remember what with Jack Black, believe it or not.
He was on Fargo, and now what is he doing? What was the TV show?
He was on Dexter for a season. He was really good.
Yeah, he was a serial killer on Dexter.
Yeah, I mean,
how many seasons has Dexter gone?
Oh God, let me look it up.
Dexter's the Punisher, right? I mean, isn't it? I've only seen about 5 episodes. It's the Punisher, right? It's a vigilante just killing people. Does anybody acknowledge that it's the Punisher?
No, I watched all of it.
It's the same thing.
The first few seasons were pretty good. The guy, what's his name, Michael? He's a great actor.
I know people who love that show. Like
8 seasons it went.
8 seasons. Okay, it's a long time.
8.
2006 to 2013.
Crap.
Yeah. Michael C. Hall.
He's in some new series.
All right, so his other son is
David. Who else is on Dexter that we would know? Is there any what's the main cast?
What's
Jennifer
her name?
Carpenter,
Carpenter.
David.
There you go.
Yeah, Jennifer
She's
Carpenter.
great on it.
David Zayas, James Remar.
I know him. He was Samantha's husband on Sex and he did the voice of Hawkman and Justice League, and he was in the Warriors.
Oh, okay.
He was one of the main guys in the Warriors. I know that. James Remar. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. C.S. Lee, Luna, Lauren Velez, Desmond.
I know her.
Desmond Harrington, Julie Benz, Christina Robinson, Jeff.
Oh my,
Pearson.
Desmond Harrington over here.
I wish.
A rapper, and that's a tricky area for white kids to become rappers.
Oh, tendrils! You remember that shit? That's from Jump Street. Why don't you go up to Dennis? Here's a thing for black girls. That's fucking Marty on the season 3. You had that good play on.
Putting me on the spot. Oh,
I sent that to you.
Oh yeah, it's all you. Yeah.
But you get stuff on your own, even from stuff I like, which I'm amazed to this day. Some of the shit you excavate.
I hope that's not true.
No, Melvin, is that true? Are you kidding? Don't joke about that. Did you hear Artie is rumored to have early Alzheimer's? That's not ridiculous. All the drugs he's supposedly taking. I don't know where that rumor would come from. Nobody
When was the
seems to
last
have
time
any...
he surfaced? Was it the Artie's halfway house, or?
I think he tweeted about Norm Macdonald's death.
That was a couple years ago.
If you consider that surfacing.
No, I mean, I do.
I haven't heard him speak. I mean, the last time a good conversation with him was when he talked to Sabian, confided in Artie about his dad dying.
Right.
And Howard fired him when he found out his dad was dying. And he had to move to Opie and Anthony.
That's right. Yeah.
Kids who
especially kids of privilege.
Yeah. He took a beating over at Shade 45. You want to hear some of it?
I do. Spend a little time in this, and then we move to the next.
We got Chet Haze. You almost ain't making it on the show. What were you doing?
If you want to go after someone, go after Dennis. He has a thing for black girls.
That's such an underrated sound drop.
Oh, that was one of the best when I first started the drops. When you gave me that, I was like, oh my god.
It's such a good sound drop.
Followed by like a Peter Bernstein synth pad, like
dramatic.
Look at David pulling out the synth pad. What the? I got your synth pad right here, pal. Look at this. This is from the same show, this is from the same episode, by the way. This
Blacks, Jews, Hispanics, whatever.
Right? We love that episode. We did a 6 is it 6 hours, David?
6 hours, yeah.
6 hour 21 Jump Street review on fun with
Dennis,
animals.
you should have seen the look on that cop's face when you nailed him with a donut. You're kidding me.
I'm gonna message Greco after this on Instagram.
Out in the lobby, man. What was going on with you, man?
First of all, the security guard was flexing on me.
Yeah, listen to this. He got the security guard gave him a hard time. It's serious. I bet you it's a Howard mandate.
Well, the security guard was flexing on me for no reason, man.
What was you doing?
Bro, I don't know. They must have thought I was like a motherfucking troublemaker or something.
Were you just sitting there quietly?
Bro, I was sitting there quietly, minding my own business.
Bruh. He's got the whole lingo down.
I want to choke him.
Yeah, well, the guys at Shade 45 weren't too choked up with him either.
Hey, Tata Toothy, really good call. Julia Louis-Dreyfus, my favorite comedy TV actress of all time. And not just for Seinfeld, for Veep, she's just a force. She's just the best. Son did go to Northwestern, Brad Hall's son. And yeah, that's a hard team. It's got to be celebrity university, I guess, in the Midwest, right, Debbie?
Yeah, I think Julia Louis-Dreyfus went to Northwestern for a couple of years too. So it's a family school for them. But yeah, he's an actor.
That's a great call by Tata Tuthi, though. There's something going on with Northwestern and celebrity kids. There just is. Yeah. Bill Murray's son is God damn it, he's the assistant coach on Rhode Island. Bill Murray's a huge basketball. I don't know if people realize like how big a sports fan he is. Like he's a great guy. My dad said he's like better golfer than actual pro golfers, like as far as his mechanics go and stuff. Right. Like a perfect swing.
Everyone was giving me the stink eye.
That's the real thing, David Villator. Howard really wants to suck him off. You're right.
I don't know. Like people was grilling me.
Yo, what up?
Grilling. Please.
You're getting upset?
Yes. This guy had a private school.
We got to get Tamara Francois and Chubby Pickle on and talk about them. Have like a black guy roundtable and ask them what are their thoughts about the Wigger and how do they act around Wigger? When someone does this, and they get it all the time.
Oh, how do they handle this, John? I asked Chubby it. I asked him if he finds it offensive that these Uyghurs using, their language, but they're white people who are pretending. And I think I recall Chubby saying, no one gives a fuck about them. That's how they feel.
I think he's such a nice guy. I mean, Chubby's the best. I mean, I think he just kind of rolls his eyes and dismisses it as, I'm not going to engage this, but is there something underlying? This is patronizing to my culture. You think that you could just dive in. You did not live the black experience. You don't deserve to do that. You don't, and you're mocking us. I mean, it's not. And the worst part is black people don't accept it, and white people don't accept it. So it's failing on every level. Who told you you have to earn the hoodie pass?
It's blackface without the blackface.
It is.
basically.
It is.
David classic. Like, imagine walking past like a whole gang of black guys and just saying, "Hey, what's up, bros?" and just giving them thumbs up as you walk by.
Try that in prison.
Would you ever do that? Because
Yeah,
you
no,
imagine that they're just going to come over and go, "What was that, man?" And oh god,
You ever hear that D.L. Hughley line about this is such I love this line. He said this about and Artie everyone shits on Artie's stand-up. He has a really good stand-up bit where he makes fun of Justin Timberlake playing
Yeah.
in a 5-on-5 pickup game, and he tries to drop the N-word in the pickup game. It's just like this. So D.L. Hughley's line when he said everybody wants to be black until the police show up. And
Right.
Justin Timberlake is the prime example of the guy who tries to do the wigger thing until he's in court. And he has been in court now, as you see.
Yeah.
And he's probably going to get divorced from Jessica Biel. And you know he goes white guy full on when he's in court. He drops the whole wigger thing.
When the police show up for Justin Timberlake, they don't know who he is because the police are too young now. So
That's really that's so funny. Debbie, did we talk about that? How the cop was 20 years younger than him or something?
Yeah. we
Isn't that
talked about
crazy?
I know.
There's a chance he wouldn't know who he was. Or he did know who he was. He actually didn't know. He didn't know who he was.
He didn't know it was Justin
That's the
Timberlake,
best
yeah.
part about that.
Yeah.
They had a wigger on Prison Break, an early wigger, really. And that guy who is in Mayor of Kingstown now, he's one of the guards.
Yeah.
John.
Yes, the guard in the yes. That's a great call by you.
He's one of the best wiggers ever in Prison Break. I'll get a few clips of him doing
looks
wigger.
totally
it's just
different.
like Chet. It's just exactly the same. Yeah, and I saw him on Mayor of Kingstown. I was like, oh my God, that's the wigger. And he's a great actor. Thank God he got out of that typecasting that would have got it. And Dr. Sarah, the 4th season of Dexter is great with John Lithgow as the bad
Lithgow's in it?
guy, unsurprisingly, but he's epic in it.
I think what's most insulting about, I mean, Howard's not wrong in the sense that like Chet Hanks, like that's an affectation that you're putting on because neither of your parents nor your stepbrother talk like that, you know?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, the dichotomy of him versus Colin Hanks is incredible. Like, I mean, he couldn't. I mean, he's white even for a Hanks, Colin Hanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what does Tom think of his son being a wigger? He must just be like, oh, come on, man! I've given you every opportunity. You can do anything.
I mean, that's part of the pathos, right? The nepo baby can never live up to. Who can live up to like Tom? If Tom Hanks is your dad, and I'm not feeling sorry for him at all, right? Yeah. Tom Hanks is an amazing career. He's probably the best acting career. And it takes a lot for me to say. I have dropped depth so mightily in the last 5 years. But in terms of Tom Hanks' complete body of work from the 80s to now, he probably is the best complete, total acting career about
super
just
consistent. Yeah.
Super, just thoughtful work. He's a really smart guy. And he does has he ever done a bad job? And even in bad movies, he's noble in it. Like, you can't beat him. You're never going to beat his, no one's going to beat his career.
And he's charming as himself in interviews and stuff.
Yeah.
Like he's not.
He just gets it. He's even his Saturday Night Live stuff. He's like better than the goddamn cast. He's such a, he really is just couldn't handle show business in a better way.
Right.
And that's why this is so crazy. It's like, how does he, but I guess it just drives your son to become, I'm going to go the complete opposite way because I'll never, ever come close to my dad in this industry. No one's gonna. No one can. No one will.
You have proof of an older half brother trying to come close to his dad, and has a pretty good. Colin Hanks he
handled
career.
It well.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
School education.
That's right here. Then we go up to take a fucking picture in the little photo booth. Security guard tells me that I'm not allowed to do that.
Okay, then what? Well, you're not. So then what happened? You're not allowed to do.
Hey, man, the white man told me I couldn't take a picture in the photo booth. Yo.
This mandate comes from Howard, right? Everything you see with security and no photo, it's all from him in the hallway clearing. He's a partner, and he's kind of it's almost like he's backwardly exposing Howard's completely in on this mandate. I'm telling you.
I've seen the footage.
We've seen the footage.
Wait, somebody just gave me a note. The guy interviewing him is a white guy too.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I have to leave.
Two white guys.
I'm leaving here.
What is that like?
You're not a celebrity. You not Tom Hanks. You just came out of his dick, bro. Why are you talking? You're not on the mic. Shut
Are
the
you
fuck
kidding
up
me?
and leave.
This is a white guy.
Yeah, everybody's white in the room, I think.
Yeah, that's Rude Jude.
Oh, that's Rude Jude?
Yeah.
So who's the... Oh, I see. Rude...
This reminds me. You guys remember the earliest days of Sirius? There was this one of the fake, like a bad politician. One of the fake promises Howard made was that they're going to have all this synergy and all this with the rest of the channels, and then we're going to drop in on shows, and we're going to, I'm going to go down the hall and hang out with that. That was one of them. Remember the Shady 45, and he was jealous. They had a fucking curtain up or something, like we saw with the Cosmo thing, and he was jealous that Eminem's name was on that channel, and he never really had to do a radio. He never had to show up,
right?
And that started his whole bitterness thing, and then. The real Howard comes out and they shut their own compound. No one's allowed on the show. They're not allowed to. He knows exactly what he's talking about here. That was one of the things I really got bitter about very, very quickly, about how I wanted to see the synergy with the other channel. I thought that was an amazing thing that you could do, especially with the clout and power he had, that you could just go, hey, let's go visit the guys from NBA radio right now for 20 minutes. How do you not do that? Right.
Well, and also because he demonstrated, first of all, before it goes away, Tone Cod has the line of the night. Tom Hanks started in Apollo 13. Chet Hanks got booed off the Apollo Theater.
See, these are the jokes that go into these roasts that we want to do, like the Fred. Yeah. We should just tell that joke, even if Fred has nothing to do with that. We just tell that joke in the Fred roast, just because it's great. Just because it's great.
I love that. But I wanted to say, you saw a little bit of like Howard. He could, in a kind-ish way, and not kind maybe, but he was down to interact with Cabby and Booker and all these other people that had shows on K-Rock. Why is he not willing to do that at Sirius?
Why are you not doing that here? For about 5 minutes, he did it. And it was to lure you in that was going to be the tone of the show, and then that all went away.
Right.
And they had so many horrible guests, right? So many it was the longest the show had ever been, was the earliest days of Sirius. If you go look at like the Marx Friggin, it's like a manifesto. It goes all the way down to the bottom, and there was so many openings to do that, and I cannot. A bait and switch has never been more in full effect than this fucking show. He got his bonus and he ain't trying anymore.
Right.
Chet Hanks that can't be true.
Is that a joke?
No. Is he accusing Howard of promoting a Buckwall client negatively?
It's gotta be a
no way.
I'm looking it up.
Jude. He's white?
Yeah.
He's got that shit down. He could have grown up in
Roosevelt. You know
Roosevelt.
what? We got to interview him and see where, like, talk in your real voice and then talk like this.
See, when I lived in Roosevelt, I tried to talk like that. I was bad at it.
No, you lived in Rockville Center. Your whole high school career is Rockville Center, which is 98.5% white.
I'd be like, yo, ma. But I had an excuse. I was trying to survive.
Hey, hold on. No. Get the fuck going.
Is this a language they're now teaching in school?
That's right, guy.
Ebonics.
Yeah, that's right. Get the fuck going. Okay. Yep. Yeah, he's over here yelling at me off mic, man.
What did he say?
Yeah.
What'd you say, Kevin?
I'm a tight ass, bro. Beat it.
What'd you say,
okay, I'm a dick. Fucking bail.
I'm a tight ass, bro. Beat it. Does that mean that he doesn't tip, or he's a short fuse?
Yeah, I'm wondering if he misused, because to me it means you're cheap, but maybe he meant it like I have a short temper. I wonder if he misused the phrase.
Haircut. Shit just got
Thanks,
real
man. I
here.
appreciate you, man.
Oh shit.
Say it while you walking. Thanks. Oh, now you're gonna fight me? Okay, beat it.
Man, shit just got real.
Oh, they just threw out.
They threw out his other guy.
Yeah, they threw out Chet Haze's guy.
What's up with your boy, man?
Bruh, I don't even know what he said.
He wasn't supposed to say nothing. That's the whole point.
Man,
I'm over here to talk to you. I don't know that guy.
There's a lot of things with Sirius that if you missed it, it was gone forever. Like this, even though they have they have technology to library stuff forever.
Yeah.
But this is the type of shit that if you didn't record this is gone forever. There's no way they're replaying an old fight like this. There's no way. There's no library for it. There's nowhere you can download it. It's just gone.
So yeah, and he has like instead of anger at the man keeping you down, he's angry because he's entitled and rich.
Yeah.
So it's the same anger on the surface, but it's motivated by a totally different experiential background.
You got to be fascinated by how the security's handled there, not just with Howard in the hallways and shit, but just what they have and the protocol and how they handle stuff. It's really, they treat this place like it's the Pentagon.
Right.
Some of the over the top security stuff. It's like, what are you possibly gonna? You remember Chauncey told us that about with when he saw fucking Shuley on a Saturday night at in the compound, like the ridiculous security that you have to go through in this stupid place. What are you gonna do to it? What are you gonna do to it? They wish somebody brought the semi-automatic weapon up there.
Yeah, it would bring subscribers for God's sake.
It probably would.
Jesus.
What are you gonna do with it?
John, I have about 5 minutes, and I have
okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know that guy.
I don't know. Shit just got real.
That was your manager?
Nah, it's my homie.
You gotta get better friends, bro.
Man, he is a good dude, though. He's a loyal motherfucker.
Yeah, but sometimes loyalty, like, sometimes cats gotta know when to be quiet.
Man, I hear that. I hear that.
Oh, my God. Tom Hanks what must he be doing?
I feel bad for Tom Hanks.
My white son.
Tom's like, oh, shit, my white son has homies.
What made you want to start rapping?
Well,
So it goes on, and it's a lot of that. And so now Chet Haze is he's like, there's no way I'm letting this fucking goof on me or clown on me, as they say. This is 4 years later. Chet Haze is probably 24 now, and word gets back to him that Howard's goofing on him. And so he goes to Twitter, and then I just happened to be following Chet Haze on Twitter. It's like one of the first people I followed in 2000. I got on Twitter, I don't know, 5 years before Elon Musk did, in 2009, and I started following Chet immediately, hoping something like this would happen. Truly, it sounds like I'm playing like Monday morning quarterback, or I'm telling you, hoping something like this would happen.
Yeah.
And so Chet Haze goes on a Twitter rampage, and I see it, and I send it to our friend Adam Levy from Radar Online, who had done an article here about me on Dog Shed making prank calls to bring Emily Stern's Zoozazoo to light. And so it's me and a bunch of people from Dog Shed, which became Radio Gunk eventually.
Yeah.
Radar Online. Adam Levy. May 22nd, 2013. Published 10:24 a.m. Eastern Time. Howard Stern's name spread, in part, through a sect of pranksters devoted to hijacking local and national TV and radio shows with phony phone calls.
This article is going to come off as super detailed and super accurate because this is a super fan writing, an expert writing this, and he's on, Dog Shed and Radio Gunk. This is when you get it right. This is a guy
top tier journalism. Yeah.
Putting out their hero's name and show references such as the nickname of his producer, Baba Booey. But now the radio legend might be getting a taste of his own medicine from a band of fans disappointed with his current product. As one disgruntled listener points out, that Baba Booey has been replaced with Zoozazoo, the title of a folksy spoken word track released by
Again, this is a real article from Radar Online. I just copy and pasted it and put it in AI. There's nothing doctored about it. This is off the page.
You can look it up separately.
Yeah, Radar is a big deal.
Aaron's oldest daughter, Emily. From her album birthday. Vashir, a representative of Dog Saloon, the site where outspoken former fans of the Private Parts star congregate to rip on their one-time king, told RadarOnline.com that the reference gained steam. As a way to needle the America's Got Talent judge, who previously devoted chunks of his satellite show goofing on the musical efforts of Tom Hanks' rapper son, Chet Haze. He went on and on about how ridiculous it was for the son of a celebrity to release an album, Vashier told RadarOnline.com in an email. Well, seeing how Howard was saying that celebrity children should not attempt to be in show business, while his own daughter was releasing an album, the hypocrisy demanded the light of day be shined on it.
Now, you got to remember, Howard has not acknowledged this in any way. It was something we found by accident, and the goal was to say it as often as you could, so
Right.
he was forced to say it. It's crazy, and when you see it, it's worse than anything Tom Hanks has ever done. And if you haven't seen it, this is a little taste of it. Bon, do you have anything Emily Stern while I'm looking for? Oh, here, I got it.
You are the dream I never knew I had.
It has nothing to do with Emily or her talent. Stern's lack of publicly acknowledging his daughter's artistic efforts have only fueled the fire of phone pranksters, YouTubers, Photoshoppers, and message board posters, who often put a hashtag in front of the phrase in attempts to make it go viral, Vashier said. One passionate prankster dog's devotee, nicknamed ARM, took it upon himself to get the word out on Zoo Za Zoo, Vashier said. ARM, posing as a regular caller, has cleverly worked the phrase into his dialogues on shows such as Dennis Miller Radio, Mike's On, Francesa on the Fan, and the landing spot of Stern's former sidekick, the Artie Lange Show. ARM has also successfully uttered the phrase on many of the programs on Stern's two Sirius channels, where Vashier said is the only place that the calls have ever been either dropped or edited out of the replay altogether. While the fight against censorship has been a battle Stern's famously fought throughout his career.
Johnny Meyer's a great point. Grey's Anatomy, season 20. David, do you think that's animated now at this point, like The Simpsons?
Yeah, Ellen Pompeo is just they took her likeness and yeah.
Thank you, Brendan. What do you say, Bon? What do you say? Blow me, Brendan. Thank you, Mr. Villataro. Yeah, Thursday is a really good day, David Villataro. My only problem with Thursday, this doesn't come up for a while now. We'll figure it out. What I do, thank you, Ida Greenbacks. Thank you. You're pretty genius in your own right. We all are. I love each and every one here, by the way. Don't think I take you for granted for 1 second. What was I saying?
Thursday.
Oh yeah, Thursday. Thank you, David. So Thursday is the day. What I do is, like the NBA, I avoid the NFL at all costs. And I know that there's a lot of people in here that are huge sports fans. And so I will never go against the NFL in any way. I will never do a show on Monday night. I will never do a show on Sunday night during the NFL season. I will never do a show on Thursday night. I will never do a show on Sunday afternoon. And that's pretty much the extent of it. So I will do Thursday as long as it does not clash with the NFL, or we can get it in before the game starts. That's my rule. I find how pompous do you have, Hubert, self-important do you have to be to think you're going to go against the NFL on any level, this stupid show, or anybody for that matter, including animated Grey's Anatomy. Anatomy.
I agree. Yeah.
And includes Australian football.
Guys, I'm going to jump off. I'm going to listen in the car, but had fun today. I will see you on the next one.
Thank you, David. Do you have anything to plug on the way out? Alan Thick would say.
The way out. When our Vanderpump gets released.
Yes. That's on tonight. That's going to be released tonight. The Vander Arm, which is 4 hours.
Patreon.com/WinoForever.
Yes.
Check it out. Awesome.
Thank you, David.
Right.
We love
guys.
you.
Love you too.
Bye.
So back
Sheena is just so below me in terms of class. She's not the type of person I would ever want to surround myself with.
You guessed it, Tata Toothy. Yes, Lucas Delabate is Chet Haze, and that comes up. But you guessed it. That was, in fact, Stassi Schroeder. You got it.
The crucified by the FCC star cited the political fallout of Janet Jackson's Super Bowl flash as a key factor in his decision to leave terrestrial radio. Vashier speculated the Zoo Za Zoo references have serious engineers with one finger on the dump button at all times.
Bon, how aware of you? How aware are you of this movement? Because you came way later when we were doing this.
Of the movement of
the Zoo movement that we did. So what I would do is I'd go on these shows, and on Howard's channels, his engineers had a mandate to drop it, and so they had a 2-minute drop that you could somehow. I'd have to slip it in where they couldn't do it. I managed to do it about. I think I have most of them saved, and one of them is different. I play them now, but we'll do that maybe next time. And so you had to like fool the. They would eventually they knew who I was. Meaning like my number would come up. You know, they had something where you couldn't hide your number, and then the engineer would go, "We know you're from that fucking dog shed." Like before I even called while I was at home.
When you talk about that, I mean, you sang Zoo to Monique and Grace, and they didn't even know what it was.
They didn't know what it was.
2015.
That was
so
right.
There you go.
That predates them, and
so I only learned about it. Years later than Monique and Grace, so no one would know listening.
No one would know
if that got through. They would say, "What's he singing?" They wouldn't have a clue.
Yeah, I sang the whole thing. The Pat. Remember? Did you hear the Pat O'Brien thing? Do I have that saved? Do I have it on this folder? I called Pat O'Brien, who Howard was obsessed with the whole thing with the, his weird sex. Speaking of sexting, right? And so he had a radio show in L.A. And I found out about that, and I called it, I don't know, as Emily. I talked about Emily Stern to Pat O'Brien. Let's see if I have it here. I don't see it. Pat O'Brien. Fuck, do I have to go fishing for this? Come on. Nah, fuck it. I'll get it next time.
Adding,
next time will be fine.
There's been word sent down to not allow it to be mentioned on air.
Pat O'Brien?
Yeah, was that 2016, 17?
No, 2013.
Oh, so you were into Zoo back then? I didn't know that.
Yeah, this goes back to the 13.
So how far back does so they're talking about?
It all started at
Stern
Fan Network. It all that's my first thing I ever did when I had a home computer was join that, and the first year I joined it, I think it was 99. 2000 or 99, and I think that's the first year it started, and that just kept it kept morphing into then it became Dog Saloon and Dog Shed, and that became Radio Gunk, and it's kind of where it's at now. Howard's gotten so irrelevant that nobody would care to spin that off into anything else. You know what I mean? There would never be. You can almost have like a Lotus Notes message board in a way, right? It's a good name for a message board.
Oh, it's perfect.
Vashier noted that while Stern continues to passively encourage his prank callers by playing their work on the air, admonishing them with a wink and a nod, he continues to ignore the groundswell of reaction generated by his daughter's work. America's Got Talent. Howard Stern and co find booms and busts in Las Vegas. What's funny is that you can tune in to Stern on any day and hear at least one Bob be yelled at a golf match or a reporter doing a live piece, Vashier wrote. But you won't ever hear a zoo, which is basically the same exact thing. Stern, in both his...
Now, Bon, you obviously, at least the Baba Booey thing, right? Where people that was like the big go-to. It was eventually it became like, almost like a basic bitch. It was like not impressive anymore because it was boring. Like to say that, it was like, you have nothing to say.
He
and
stopped it a few years ago. He couldn't do it anymore. He ended up doing the golf ones, and that was it.
Yep. And it's just lost anything that it ever meant, right? It's just lost it all. It has nothing. It has no meaning left at all in it anymore. It's all anything delightful has been sucked out of that.
History of Howard Stern radio anthology and his best-selling books Private Parts and Miss America cited the phone antics of show regulars Captain Jenks, king of all messengers, and Ponce de la Phone as priceless promotion.
Those guys were great. You remember those old prankers they used to have in the 90s?
Yeah.
Holy shit, those guys were good. That was good stuff. So underrated. They would call like Kathy Lee Gifford at a press conference, and it was amazing.
Arguably, the most famous call of all was placed to Peter Jennings during O.J. Simpson's Bronco chase in 1994, where a caller named Maury punctuated the farcical call with the line, "And Baba Booey to y'all." As we previously reported, the Long Island native last week said he had someone investigating who was bullying him and his wife, model Beth Ostrowski, on Twitter, causing a backlash of anger.
So that you heard those, you remember the Gary Puppet text when he brought it up, and that Howard was being bullied on Twitter. Remember that article? So that's in that same era, and that was the Gary Puppet. So that's what he's referencing here.
From fans who said the serious superstar was being hypocritical, considering his past rants on others. On his show Tuesday, Stern said he appreciates his loyal fans and said, to be arrogant and pee on your fans is the wrong thing. ARM reiterated, there's no war with Howard Stern. If Howard would only listen to his fans' advice about the show, it could become what it once was.
Look at that, Bon. So I had right here. I become a Netherlands resident. Right about here, I changed my VPN to the Netherlands, and I come back to Germany after that. I had jet lag, believe me.
Oh, you travel. I love that.
Look at what Sarah
Thank
writes
you
here,
for leaving
Bon.
that little bit into what. Yeah.
When this episode began, Ben had just raised Ray's leg to place her ankle on his shoulder before he deposited his demon seed into her womb. Oh my God, Sarah!
People are trying to eat. Oh. That's classic Sarah, though. Listen to the little viper.
She is a viper. That's why I agree with that. I like that. Well said. So this is Adam Levy on read. So the next thing that happens is Chet Haze goes crazy. And I see him going crazy on my Twitter feed. And my friend Adam Levy, who we have to have on the show about his latest piece, you couldn't believe it was the same guy, right? That wrote all this stuff? When I showed you that Daily Mail article?
Yeah, he's old school. Very old school.
So, big Angels fan, too, by the way.
Oh, well, thank you for telling me. It means so much to me.
We talk Wally Joyner and Kirk McCaskill all the time. Here's Adam Levy. So I sent him the rants by Chet Haze on Twitter, and Adam Levy, true to form, writes an article about this on Radar. And not only that, every single online media outlet picks up on it, drafts onto it, and it becomes this huge thing. The only one that won't mention it is Howard, and like NBC, CBS. I mean, this was huge. Tom Hanks' son is threatening Howard's life, and he's like, so he chronicles it.
It's amazing.
RADAR Online. Adam Levy.
I like it that there's
March 30.
What, Bon?
Oh, I like it that there's people who are watching this now who've never heard this or seen it.
I know. I can't. I know.
Oh, my goodness.
I bring it up all the time, and I'm like, I can't believe people don't know this. It's such an underrated chapter in the fall of this fucking goblin, Mr. D. Reg.
Chet Haze.
Chet Haze and his redemption.
It's so great. It's really
this
cool.
Is him going gangsta, right? I mean, this is his dream, is to do shit like this. And when his first show started, my grandpa drove a Jeep across the frozen Detroit River to pick up Canadian whiskey. I'm going to have to do the same because Trump's town. That's a good tie-in, Mr.
Oh,
D.
yeah, the tariffs.
Tariffs. By the way, Australia does not play that shit. Australia does not play that shit. You got Pepsi Max, you won. As far as I'm concerned.
He gave us a bit of a break. He only gave us a 10% tariff.
That's because he's afraid of you.
No, well, he's heard of me probably, but he's not afraid of me.
Remember those Mazda commercials, Bon? What are you, Roy Firestone, Tone Cut? What?
Mazda.
Holy shit. Here we go.
First, 2015, updated 4:51 p.m. Warning.
So you remember when you played the Radio Gunk Origin? Look at the date. Here, March 31st.
Yeah.
Right? So what happens, right? 4 days later.
You're doing a show. First show ever. Huh, there, you got it right on the screen. That's great.
Content contained profanity. Tom Hanks' rapper son Chet Haze threatened Howard Stern on Twitter Monday, telling the 61-year-old radio legend, "I am going to see you in person and I am going to hurt you." The bad blood between the king of all media and rapper likely began in the king's court 4 years back, as Haze's rapping career caught Stern's attention. With the outspoken America's Got Talent judge joking about how Haze presented himself as a gangster rapper while living a life of luxury as the son of an A-lister. Tom Hanks must be so annoyed. Stern commented on his show in February 2011. "Where did he grow up? Beverly Hills." What a fucking
Mr.
dude.
Deagles, when this show first started, Bond's great-grandparents came to Australia from the UK in irons. I saw something with the penal colony before. I forget what it was, but that's a great
Well, you
joke.
said it with Jamie Pressly.
Fast forward
Yeah, I guess it
11.
was Jamie Pressly, yeah.
Where did he grow
That
up?
was
Beverly
great.
Hills. What a fucking douche. Fast forward 4 years, when Haze appeared on Eminem's Sirius Channel Shade 45 and had a tense chat with host Rude Jude in January. Again, Stern and co-host Robin Quivers roasted Haze for his style of talk and a culture clash when set against his privileged upbringing. After his appearance was discussed when Rude Jude appeared on Stern's show earlier this month, Haze finally broke his silence on Stern, telling the Private Part star he's old and his time has passed. Stern on his show Monday responded to a tweet, mocking Haze that he would tweet at Tom Hanks to cut his allowance, and reminding him that he's famous on his own merits, as opposed to who his father is. And that's apparently what set Haze off late Monday, as a rapper, who went to rehab to deal with a drug problem last year, launched into an angry and profane tirade aimed at the radio legend. He wrote in a series of tweets.
Now remember that. Okay, remember that last part? Chet Haze, as a rapper, went to rehab to deal with a drug problem last year, launched into an angry and so remember this when I'm about the next clip I'm going to play and what's still lingering in the mind of his parents.
Let me come up on your show, bitch. Come catch this fade. Have me live on the air, and we can go pound for pound, see who looks like the fool you dried up old cunt. Easy to talk shit in a closed. Off-room pussy. Have me up there in the studio with you. Let's give the people what they want.
That's true.
When Stern didn't respond.
Right, Bon?
Oh, yeah.
Right, so he's coming at him. He's like, all right. Yep.
Closed off from the world, Mr. Little Howard Stern.
And he seems to know a little more than we thought. Like he's either knows it or he's done his research. He's 24 here, too. It would be the greatest thing in the world if he just fucking attacked him on the street. It would be he could figure it out.
Haze tweeted, "Stop ducking me behind closed doors, invite me up there, and I'll shit on your whole world, you fucking Jerry Curl cunt. If you keep ignoring me, it only proves you a pussy."
You a pussy, not you're a pussy. You a pussy.
Yeah, that's part of the wigger, isn't it? To leave out those. I like that.
Jerry curled cunt is the best line in that whole thing. I love that line. Jerry curled cunt. We could call this show that, and then put like a C with the the star and the Jerry curled cunt is great. It's so poetic.
And then that would have pissed Howard right off.
Yep.
Haze then took the tone of the tweets up a violent notch, pausing an emoji of gunfire and with the message, "You know I will fuck you up, ha ha ha, hashtag bitch." Howie, do you have any idea how badly I'm going to assault you when I see you?
Bon, this is a series of about 10 tweets, right? So I'm watching this stuff and I'm sending it to Adam Levy as he's doing it. And I'm saying to Adam Levy, I didn't know how to do a screenshot, I don't think at the time. And I'm like, Adam, you got to screenshot these because it's going to be taken down. You got to get it. And he copied them all. And then he put them in this article. And even when they were taken down, he still had them. And it just took off. I mean, it was massive. Every single media outlet took it.
You can't run from me, forever knock knees. Howie, listen. One day, maybe tomorrow, maybe 10 years from now, I'm going to see you in person and I'm going to hurt you. I hope you travel with security. Please have me on the show.
Oh, God, Chet, you have no idea how much security he travels with. That's so great.
In each of his security guards' wallets, they've got a little picture of Chet now.
Oh, totally. That's the first. That's the first order, right? That's the first job description they have, is to identify the threat. That's absolutely what they have.
On the show, Haze, in perhaps a nod to Stern's constant references to nepotism, wrapped up his rant by tweeting, "That's what separates me from you pussies. I don't live my life by anybody's rules but my own. Suck my fucking dick." Mo.
So that's sitting there in the ether, and that's going around the world now. This is like for a few. This is huge for it probably was like a week. And I guess the news cycle changes and stuff. And yeah, Tamara, that's in the beginning of this. Chet Haze, I put that in the opening. the Jamaican accent he did. It was pretty good, actually. It was, and that's in the very beginning of this opening. So we'll end it here. So cut to a couple of years later, and Jimmy Kimmel comes on the Stern Show, and he says to him, he basically wants to be Howard's wigga culpa. He wants to, who can I apologize for you to have on the show? You're on this, your whole thing is that your brand is you're apologizing to everyone. What massive movie star can I broker a new friendship with that you don't have?
That's so pathetic of Jimmy. God, he's such a pathetic little man.
It really
to
is.
do
But
this
this
for
is what he says
Howard.
to him. And and Howard doesn't deserve that, right, Bon? I mean, like, does anyone deserve
No.
that level of generosity less than?
Not at this point at all.
And Artie Lange, President Jamie Pressly comes in. Where is it? Please don't make me fish for this. Chet Haze, Howard's talking about.
That's all right. We've got a picture of Sarah's eyes while we wait. Look at those goddamn eyes and this eyebrow thing. Keep looking, John. I'm just going to do a little monologue. If Sarah can provide a new photo like this, that's what I'm thinking, without the mask, or even with the mask, if she does an updated version, look at that beautiful hair. Definitely keen on the eyebrows because Sarah seems to be obsessed with that, right, John? Okay, you've got what you need.
No, go ahead, finish. I'm
thank
you for covering me.
That's something we're looking for. She might do it if there's a hefty dose of Venmos and whatever the hell donations are. Something with the face. I'd love a close-up on one of her eyes, maybe, just the eye. You know, anything.
No, you're right. You're right. She's going on
think,
OnlyFans soon.
Well, that's part of the Trump order. Is that the OnlyFans? So I'm just imagining she's having trouble getting accounts set up, getting you know,
she's dicking
you have
around.
to verify yourself on there before she can start posting totally nude photographs of herself.
It's getting there. It's going in that direction. I guarantee
different
it.
Different camera angles.
On there. And she has the cutest cat, right, on the face of the earth. That cartoon cat.
The cat won't be involved in the pictures because that might be seen as profane, very profane.
Camilla's huge now.
I love that cat. You're right. I do. He's fascinating.
He's so
what
charismatic.
age is that cat? Over 10 years old?
Sarah, how old is your cartoon cat? If you hear this.
She's had that cat for. The cat must be.
I think it's fairly young. I think she got it that like 18 or 2018.
And cats live a long time. They live till they're 20, you know. So she's got a long time with.
Well taken care of. I'm sure.
And what kind of cat is it, John? When you
I don't know the breeds of cat. I don't know. I
didn't mean the breed. There's another description word you use to describe the cat.
Cartoon.
That's it. I just like it when you say. I like it when you said the cartoon.
Yeah, she's
I
cartoon
don't even know why. I like it.
Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money.
That is scary. That is dark side. That is.
That's
I was impressed with that too, Johnny Meyer. You are brutal.
I always throw in some sort of metal heaviness, heavy percussive sounds in my things. I can't help it. Part of me is major metal heaviness, aggression.
Jerry Curl. I was pressed too, Johnny. It was spelt right. I agree with that.
Oh, Jerry, yeah, cool. That's great. If you'd been to some of the gigs with me, the heaviest gigs I've ever been to, you wouldn't know where. You think Korn are heavy, you think bands like that are heavy.
You have any footage of yourself playing? Do you have any footage of yourself playing out with a band?
Oh, I have footage of me playing.
All right, let's have it then. Let's hear. Let's watch some.
Oh man, there's no
way. Will you let us watch it on here for next time? Come on. Well, cover your head or something. What are you worried about?
I could do that. I've got stuff of me playing in. I could do the head cover. I'll think about that. Now, maybe if we get like a massive donation.
This is the advantage Bon Jovial has. You got nothing on him. You don't have a name. You don't have anything. Like if he gets your shit, it's all over the place. You got nothing on him.
Well, I don't put it out there. These people.
No, I don't.
This is. I don't hack people's computers to get
I know. They've
put out there. I love it. I love it when people put it out. And they should love it too. I mean, that picture of Sarah's hair is just. I got all of my dreams came true, and I was just like, I can't believe this is happening. You got my message, John.
Yes.
Remember my voice message? I was just like, have you seen this pitch? And I'm not even going to go into it now. But it's Adam. I'd born maybe a nice ski mask. Yeah, I could put that over the top of the old video, maybe.
Your
But,
work has
I'll
been
have a think
amazing
about that.
lately. The last, I mean, it always is, but there's something you seem to get more impressive with each film you make. It's really you've such a fucking deft touch, comedic touch in that. Sarah's good at that too, by the way. She just hasn't done one in a while. It's a very similar comedic stylings you have, but it's I mean,
Well, your
always good.
documentary wasn't your documentary wasn't particularly about the comedy. It was showing the history of the arm, which was
Well,
my
chip away. I'll give you stuff. You
goal.
can make it chip away. Make it long. Make a director's cut of it.
No,
Ready?
I think I'm done. I'm exhausted from it. That's the
All
problem.
right. Let me. So
It's
this is Kimmel.
exhausting.
So this is Kimmel on Howard, and he's telling him, "Hey, I'm going to make up with all these people who hate you." And
Yeah, this is
but
gonna
there's
be
a
great.
few
I
that
don't think
won't.
I've seen this. I don't think I've ever seen this. So this
I'm
is
obsessed
exciting
with
for
this.
me.
I had a huge argument with Monique about this. I thought she was way too
'Cause I hate
cavalier
Kimmel.
about.
I'll
Yeah.
never watch Kimmel. So if you showing me is the only way I'm gonna ever find this out. Because fuck
This.
Kimmel. That's what I say.
So he's in here and he's telling them everybody, you know, who is out there that is impossible to reel back in for you to have a friendship. Who of you has gone too far with this? No way in hell they're going to go along with this. And my theory is who he's talking about is clearly during this, and you could tell on one of them is Billy Crystal and Tom Hanks with Rita Wilson. And Tom Hanks comes from the Chet Haze stuff because Chet had to really got vaulted into rehab after that whole episode. And I think it caused the Hanks family tons and tons of just grief. And I think he might have been, I think he was suicidal. And Howard is kind of a conduit to he's kind of a catalyst for that during that time. It's the first time that kid ever got attention like that. And I think so this is Kimmel trying to, here we go.
Would like me to handle this situation, these situations.
Go ahead.
Because people ask me about you a lot, sometimes famous people that you have in some way wounded.
This last night I showed Bon Jovial that I played an extended version of this. I have two YouTube channels, one that's Squabble and one that's the Deppening. And the other one I use to test things now to see if we'll get blocked. And so I played an extended version of this at 20, and it got blocked. So I chipped this down so it didn't.
Oh,
and I showed Bon Jovial the proof. And how creepy was that block?
Yeah, God, just some
Like,
words,
what
and you get a block.
innocuous conversation,
Just
yeah.
fucking words. Yep.
And
what
that's because
pisses
they
me
don't
off about
want
this
you.
place.
You know, Howard and Kimmel had buyer's remorse when they did this.
To the point where they remember it for 25 years.
You tell me about
Do
it.
you want to know about those things or not?
Okay, let's think this through.
Yeah.
Let's not
into them somewhere and
right.
And the subject. Everyone seems to know that we're friends.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty well known that we're friends. And
I'll let you know, Kimmel has relationships with everybody, but he is particularly friendly with Hanks in a way where I've seen him vacationing with him, with group pictures with his kids. I have seen him with Billy Crystal's family as well. And these are Howard's two biggest, well, Hanks never was until Chet came along. And Hanks has never done the Stern Show. Crystal has never done the Stern Show. And so, but Kimmel is friends with both of them, as you can see here in the picture.
It's never like that. It's more, I suspect that the reason they mention these things to me is because they do want there to be some kind of a connection.
Yeah,
and
well,
they
it's
do
weird. Well, I
like you, but they wish that you weren't critical of them or their children or whatever.
Their children.
Yeah,
See
it's
that?
happened now. Like, for example,
Their children. Who is he talking about? That's obviously Tom Hanks.
He got it in. Yeah, he just slid it in. Yep.
I know you were friendly with Bill Maher, and Bill and I had kind of fallen out.
Right.
And so I did contact Bill Maher because I love Bill Maher. I think Bill Maher is great. And so this is the positive side of things. And so I said to Bill, I was a fucking asshole with you. I really was. I was in the right place to be friends with anybody at that point in my career. Yeah, because like I've even said that to you about Kelly Ripa. I was quite friendly with her, but we
got to
have no
go into that Kelly Ripa falling out down the road. That's a weird one.
contact anymore. I think I said something that must have offended her.
Do you think?
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard, and are you doing her show today?
Yes.
You can bring this up to her if you'd like.
How weird is that? Kimmel just happens to be co-hosting with her on that old Regis and Kathy Lee show right after this.
That's weird.
He really, like, what a full schedule Kimmel has. Like, God, could you jam more into your fucking day?
Like, I think you should. You say, how come you don't talk to Howard anymore? Like, I mean, I think, and don't forget, she and her husband, married us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, there's one comedian that I called, and I actually offered him an apology. He accepted the apology, but said, I don't feel good about you.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a good comment.
Yeah, I know who that was.
Yeah. We've talked about it.
Right.
And then there were other people who said,
That's got to be Crystal, right? Is there any doubt? That's him. Robert Williams is dead. That's got to be Crystal.
Yeah. And who else is he?
And the next is Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know who that was.
Yeah. We've talked about it.
Right.
And then there were other people who said, hey, you know what? Thanks for doing that. And I'm glad you're in a happier place. Saying, how many people would you say that you're in touch with that say, hey, Howard was a dick to me? And you're saying, hey, I don't even know about this.
I think there are two that come to mind.
Yeah. Now, one of them, I might know who it is because they actually did come up to me and say, you once said this about me. And I said, I did? Like, it's, like, I don't remember any of this stuff.
I don't remember shit.
One asshole.
If somebody said this to you would be like, you lying motherfucker. Do you know how destroyed you would get if you tried to say that shit in court? I don't remember.
Yeah.
It's so fucking weak. Even coming from him, who is such a serial liar. I mean, like, you can see Chris.
The problem with this is that they're both fucking pussies. Say the names, for God's sake.
What's
They're not
harm?
saying any names here. It's just it's just so irritating. They're such weak little
because
men.
He thinks that they're not going to come on. He thinks he's going to ruin it. They're not coming on anyway. So say the name.
Exactly. As if Crystal would ever come on.
Sometimes I'm just riffing.
I know. Yeah.
About them.
Yeah. I know, it's weird because, like,
especially when they're fans and then they hear,
try to sway them and say, hey, Howard's a good guy.
I do. Absolutely. And by the way, Molly locks in with them and
really?
Oh yeah.
Are these women or men?
He says them, right? So who's them but Rita Wilson and Tom Hanks? You're dealing with couples now, right? They're sold as a couple. Even though Hanks
what is this with like you've said what is this with Jimmy and his wife? If this is actually really happening, like,
and why isn't that important
Jimmy
to them?
Just says, Howard's a cool guy, don't worry about it.
Why is it
might not
important
be much
to
of a
them?
conversation, but if it's a conversation where Jimmy's wife comes and sits down and puts her arm on them and says, oh, look, you should really reconsider that. Howard's very sorry about it.
What do they get
out
of
of
it?
That's
Right,
what they're doing.
What do they get out of it?
What the hell have they got
I don't know.
time in their lives to bother with this? Like, and why is Jimmy going after this to go with Kelly Ripa? What the fuck? What's he trying?
He would never do that for him.
Seacrest type shit.
And he would never do. Howard would never do that for them ever.
Oh no!
Right. So what do you get out of that? Like, exactly. Like, what on earth?
Are these women or men?
Usually it's a couple.
Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson.
Yeah, and that's so funny.
And do you think I'd want to reach out to them?
Yes. Yeah.
You do?
Yeah. I
think I know one of them.
You don't say yes that firmly unless it's Tom Hanks. And he says to him here, he goes, "Oh, you're wrong. You're wrong." And what he's wrong about is Chet went to rehab right after that, and he's a part of it. He was mocked, and they're living that all the time. And I think he was suicidal.
Yeah.
I think I know one of them.
Just based on
He slips him a note here.
the caliber of what good people.
Can I write down one name and tell me if I'm right?
Okay. I write it down like a pussy. Like, what is this?
Yeah, it's one of them. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I knew it.
So
I fucking knew it.
Yep.
Because this person, I was this close to having on the show.
Mm-hmm.
And then I found out that they were deeply offended by what I said about the wife.
Mm-hmm.
Am I close?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So but you think I should pick up the phone? Because you know what's weird?
What?
I love his wife.
Yeah, I know that. And I told her that at length.
Yeah.
And she
At
was shocked.
length.
No, I
But
love
they
her.
don't believe it.
What?
They don't understand.
No,
at the
I don't know
time.
that they don't believe it.
But
yeah.
Oh, shit.
The other one's just as big.
Right? Are you going to write? Let's get back to this.
Yeah.
I'm saying there's another one. A third one I'm saying is Tom Cruise. And the whole Scientology stuff. I'm saying Tom Cruise is another one. That was right. So there's no doubt.
Why should Howard feel bad about Chet Haze? Howard just said he's a dick. Like, that's not Tom and his wife shouldn't be like crying about what Howard said. He's the wigger is nuts.
Because they
He's a
think that it
nutcase.
triggered him. It was the first time that kid ever got any national recognition. It spawned those articles we just read, and it was all, it was outing him as going to rehab, and it's a sentiment to this, tizzy, and he's a joke. I'm Tom Hanks. I'm a nepo baby wigger joke. And they probably felt it's helped spiral him into a suicide attempt.
Oh, but like,
and a drug problem. And he's mocking him while he's in rehab. And he's a kid. And he's a kid.
If your son puts himself out there, he's not 15-year-old kid. He's over 18, so all fair game. And yeah, he's like acting like a complete idiot with the wigger stuff. And Howard gives him a bit, and then he spirals into whatever was going on. If they hate Howard, they're both very precious. Like their son was being a complete idiot. Like,
and Tom Hanks is very accessible as an interview. He does everything. He goes everywhere.
You and I weren't talking like that when we were 19 or 20.
No.
I would never have dreamed of trying to put on that affectation. Like, ugh.
Well, this is the end. Sarah, I swear to God, this is the last thing. So this is what Chet Haze. This is what Chet Haze thinks about it. So years later, Chet Haze for the first time comments on this, and so I went and fished this from some rando podcasts here, and this is what Chet has to say about it.
This is the ferreting that we always talk about. And
ferreting.
Sarah, I know you're angry, Sarah, but hey, do something for me, sweetheart. Go take a picture of your face.
This is Chet. Chet
I want that face.
Chet hates Howard still. 01. Here we go.
This is great ferreting.
Trying to see what else I have on here. Oh man, we were just watching the clip of you fucking saying that you wanted to assault Howard Stern. That was the best.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, you tweeted that. He had the clip talking about you, and then you had the tweets basically saying, I will fuck you up. When I see you, I'm gonna beat your ass. I'm like, nobody ever did Howard like that. That's fire.
Yeah, dude. Fuck Howard, man.
You still got a chip on your shoulder about that?
For sure. Because he was like the first real person like talk. Okay, like when I man, this is going back so far, dude.
I like it. Let's dig in.
Like when I was 19.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is 2009, 2010. So it's a while ago when I dropped like my first song. When I was in college, the white and purple shit you were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
It was a remix of Black and Yellow. Black and Yellow, Black and Yellow.
I remember.
The Wiz Khalifa song.
Classic.
From my college.
I think your version was better.
Thanks, bro. Wow, that's...
I'm sure it was great.
Yeah,
Wiz
maybe
was
for my
so
school.
good.
Kid, bro. Like,
Anyway.
Howard shitted on me so hard, and I'm like, bro, like, I'm a 19-year-old kid, bro. Like, why are you picking on a little kid? Like,
right.
You know what I mean? And to this day, I'm just like, that shit wasn't cool, dude. That shit wasn't cool. And it's like, fuck him, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, but he's an old man, so it's like, it wouldn't be right for me to beat his ass, but, you know?
You could get another old man
in
to
his
beat
prime.
his ass.
In his prime, that would be a great fucking fight to line up. Me versus Howard Stern when he was like 30.
I think he's like 8 feet tall.
I think he's like 80 years old now.
He is, but you know, it's like if you ever had a problem with a girl, like theoretically, you could send another girl to fight her.
Yeah.
You could find another geriatric asshole old man to fight.
Yeah, that's a good fucking idea.
I can't believe Abe Rizzo knows this podcast. No, this is the name of it's No Jumper, which, Spawn, I know you're a huge basketball fan. It means you can't shoot a jump shot. You can play basketball, but the only thing, I have no jumper either. That's why I excel at the other parts of the game. I'm a lefty with a weird double jointed hand.
Double jointed. Can you do double jointed hand movement?
Yeah, I could like bend all my fingers back all the way to my wrist.
That's
and
pretty cool.
I can't lose like in
video
Mercy.
of that.
I will. I'll
That's
give you a video
impressive.
for it.
Like challenge him to a duel, and then I find another senior citizen to be my second.
What?
I'll tell you something, Australian. In Australia, we call it a sweater. We call it a jumper. So if there was an Australian podcast called the No Jumper Podcast, I would think that means that they don't wear a sweater. They wear t-shirt.
Okay. How great would that be? Ronnie trying to protect Howard from fucking Chet Haze. How
That'd
funny
be all
would that
over.
be?
Oh, one punch. How would be one punch and down? You know that. Everyone knows
easily
that.
take them both at the same time. Easily. I think Colin
Ronnie,
Hanks could take them both at the same time.
You just push Ronnie away with the left hand, the face palm. You just push it against his face and then work on Howard. Of course, it's crazy. But they're packing guns, though.
I know.
So Ronnie's got a gun and Howard's got a gun. So you're not going to get far.
I don't want to live in a world where wiggers get treated like second-class citizens.
Like, I'm not going to duel you. He's going to.
You ever think
I'm
of
just
starting
going
a
to
YouTube
go. I'm just
channel?
going to Gold's Gym and find the most yoked fucking old dude I can.
That just sounds like a great vlog.
That is a great fucking vlog.
That should be the first Chet vlog.
Dude, I need to start a vlog.
I think that could be big.
Will you help me?
Oh, yeah.
It's on like a massive public level.
Right. It would make people sort of judge you by this crazy standard.
Yeah, I mean, people already judged me like that before, but that was the first time it was just on like a massive public level.
See that, Bon? So it hit him like in where it's getting this national attention. I think it just drove him crazy and I think they blame Howard for facilitating the breakdown.
I don't blame Howard.
They do. I'm saying the Hanks.
They've got real problems then.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird thing.
Rich people problems.
That is totally white people problems. Yeah,
because he deserved to be called out. It's so embarrassing. What a cock.
There's Tamara. He's a Mary J. Blige teacher. Good catch, Tamara. Good catch. I didn't even see that. That's a great catch by you. MJB, Tam Fran calls her.
Right. And it was a shock and it was painful, dude, because like I was just a 19-year-old kid like having fun, like talking about like my like being in a fraternity in college. Like I wasn't like talking about anything out of pocket. Like I wasn't like
Tamara on her Instagram, she hosted a wedding. She was like the MC at a wedding. And she was calling herself Ms. Tammy the whole time, like a character she was doing.
Have we got some audio
she
from that?
The wedding. I swear to God, we got to get her on again.
Tamara,
like trying to act like I'm like a big thug, like you know what I mean?
If
Like,
you had been gangbanging, it would have been more roast worthy, you know? Yeah.
Like I wasn't like talking about anything like out of pocket. Like I was just like having fun, and he shitted on me so hard. It was just kind of like, man, it was like it was hurtful, you know?
Yeah.
And like but you gotta have thick skin, period. And it's like
Okay, here's the other one. He goes on another show a little bit after this and brings it up in a similar way.
But you see with that clip that he's toned down the wigger. He's grown up.
Yeah.
Because that
little
was, he's not much wigger there to me.
What I respect
he's doing a
about
little and
he's now 30. I think he's my nephew's age. I think he's like in his early 30s. So here's another one.
If anything, it helped him grow up.
You
remember when you're that age or whatever, a bit younger, and somebody would just insult you for the way you're behaving, and then you'd take a look at yourself and go, and then you realize,
that's certainly not Howard's intention. And when you have Emily Stern coming out with equally bad shit, you're the last guy that should be doing this. And
yeah, but she does amazing stuff.
I know, she's amazing.
Compared to Chet, she's on another planet. I would never.
Howard's the last guy you want to hear that from.
Is probably the biggest actor in the room. You could have used that as leverage at the time. Like, I'm going to solidify my relationship with Beyonce and Jay-Z, and you still don't play the Tom Hanks card.
that shit's corny. That's just corny. Like that would be corny as fuck, because it's like
he's now claiming you play the Nepo baby card.
Who gives a fuck? I haven't done anything or a claim or whatever on your own, then why would a motherfucker give a fuck about who you are? You know what I mean? Like, then you're
Chet,
playing yourself.
This is LA. This is LA, and it is literally run on nepotism.
I don't care. That's not how I roll. That's not how I roll.
Yeah.
So did you and Howard Stern ever make up from the whole Twitter war?
No.
It's not your guy?
Man, fuck Howard Stern, bro. Fuck Howard Stern.
You
know what? You know why, dude? Because I was just a 19-year-old kid, bro, and he was like, "How you gonna shit on a little kid, man? Like you're a fucking old man. Why are you shitting on a 19-year-old kid?"
Y'all still haven't
No dialogue since then?
No, man.
So,
no.
Wait.
If he was 20 years younger, I'd still be on site for Howard Stern. I'm not going to go hurt a senior citizen. Fuck Howard Stern, though.
Chet, you have to make one promise, man. You can never change. Like, you can never give a fuck about what anybody says. Does your family ever call you and say, why'd you say fuck Howard Stern at that?
Okay, now he admits
That's a good question.
Well, this is it. This is the great way to end on this. He admits that they did have a conversation about
that low class radio show.
Sure.
Do you ever get coaching from your brother or from your parents who go?
They try to coach me.
Yeah,
They try to
he
coach
needs
me.
it.
But again, it was good watching Rita in your relationship. You know.
Well, me and my
All right, good enough. All right, Bon.
That was some great ferreting. My voice breaking
it's a
again. I
fun
hate it when my
show.
voice breaks. When I do that, I hate that. When I do it, everyone can laugh at me because, you know, I'm gonna hate it so much. I hate that. God. I'm in my 40s and my voice can do that. How does that work? And it happens to you occasionally too,
Yeah,
John. It's weird.
It does. It's just you gotta wear hot water and lemon.
I got to do my warm-ups is what you're saying. Like Howard does before the show. He's going,
If you're like me, though, a lot of times you haven't said a word until this show started later on.
yeah.
So, yeah.
I've woken
for you,
up.
you just gotta, I know. That's often the case. And I don't know. I don't understand why my throat goes sometimes and it doesn't. It's definitely, I wish I could harness it. And I wish I could, look who it is, Bon. It's Kathy Scott at the buzzer.
Oh, goddamn. We love this one. Should I? Of course I should.
You have it?
Because she's just, wasn't expecting one. Hold on, let me have a look. Yeah, because this woman is involved in the penal system for so much of her life, and so is her husband. Is her husband, I believe.
Yes.
And she has so many feelings about this kind of stuff.
That's a real death row scene.
That's what she just says. She's talking. I guess she's talking about Chet Haze. That's it. And she doesn't take any crap. And she and Sarah have gotten together to fight crime.
I will admit, I'm very vindictive. I agree with you.
They will.
I want to thank everybody.
Should I
for
keep
doing-
going? How about a bit of Tamara? Tamara's had a few.
I've been
tonight.
drinking, so
That's okay.
And what about one for Chubby if he's still listening?
I don't partake in marijuana, so you know.
There you go. All right, so he doesn't know what we're talking about with the marijuana. Front.
I want to thank everyone and for hanging with us and donating, and go to our Patreon. The next Vander Arm Rules with David is 4 hours. That's coming up. I'm going to put that full. I promised to put something else up. I think Bon's gonna have some great shorts. I'm gonna put some of this AI in full up on.
You got slapped a yarmulke.
I did.
Howdy.